Big pharma set it up, had to flip the pills. Control the music industry until the scripts get filled. Geopolitically, yeah, we in a field. That's for Israel. Wonder, is it real? Took the way you saw the world, then distorted it. Now you think you wanna rock that twirl, somewhere orbiting. Theories disproportionate, the truth distorted quick with a forceful grip. They force a misinfo that we absorbing quick. Took the people's signature, that mean extorted it. They forging it, if news ain't good informants who informing them. There's a surplus, but they tell us there are shortages. Credit economy, mortgages, dollar that's supported with empty fortresses. But what's important is this, we courting ships important gifts, of course it is. What extortion is in accordance with an assortment list of foreign tricks we ignoring, which informing this, informing this. It looked like we were snoring tricked. Pedophilia and the government endorsing it. Yeah, eugenics is exactly what abortion is. You just vilify those insubordinate. Way to matrix engineer, that's unfortunate. Geopolitically, we in a field. That's for Israel. Wonder, is it real? Rappers actors say they high, say they sip with pills. Glorify suicide so they get the deals. Big pharma set it up just to flip the pills. Control the music industry until the scripts get filled. Geopolitically, yeah, we in a field. That's for Israel. Wonder, is it real?
In a world. All right, what's up, fam? Let me go ahead and do that. All right, how's it going? Awesome guest tonight. Sorry that we're late. That's my fault. I had some technical difficulties. And yeah, I don't know why we just flipped around, but it's all good. So we're gonna go ahead and introduce my boy, legend, huge fan of him and a friend of mine. His name is Sean Griffin from Kingdom and Context. Thanks for jumping on, brother. How's it going?
What's up, Austin? Thanks for having me on.
Yeah,
excited about tonight. It's a really fun topic to talk about.
Yeah, man. Long time overdue, man. For those who don't know, the concept of your show is putting scripture in context, and I would say that you do a great job of it. And people sometimes are uncomfortable when they see the scriptures in context because it's typically contrary to what they've been told, huh?
Yeah, it ends up showing them that they live in enclosed cosmology and that everything that the Bible claims takes place inside of closed cosmology. And so that's what we get to talk about tonight. Some really interesting concepts that all takes place within a firmament enclosed flat circle of Earth.
Yeah, dude, it's going to be awesome. I am excited myself. Sean's sound is not good. You sound amazing to me, so I don't know why. Can we get actual confirmation if the audio is bad or good? Someone's saying you're low, someone's saying you're not low. Okay, so they're saying that it's not that good.
Might check. All the Discord server sound settings show that it's like
loud or not loud.
It shows that it's on point, so I don't know what's going on.
Yeah, and he sounds good here. Okay, try again.
Mic check.
Okay, I think I fixed it. I think it was my fault. I have my
Mic check,
desktop
mic check.
audio. They were just hearing you through my mic,
your
I
mic.
think. Dude, that's crazy. Okay, so totally sorry.
What about now? Put a 1 in the chat if you can hear me now.
There's no doubt it's probably better now because it was literally just there you go. So all right, my bad. I am the Discord and OBS boomer. I take the L. All right.
all good.
So,
All I
if you want to
said
kind
was
of
that,
repeat what you're saying, yeah.
yeah, all I was trying to say was that our channel's Kingdom in Context, and we do our best to keep things in context. And so when I started doing that, the most easiest way that I started doing that was just looking up the definitions of the words, which a lot of people think, well, that's silly. Like, of course, people use the definitions of words, but when you start getting into biblical stuff, you come to this strange realization that seminaries, pastors, professors, PhDs, they actually don't use the definitional words when they read the Bible. And as a result, this is why they believe in a heliocentric, strange theistic evolution. They believe in all these ideas that are very contrary or completely contradictory to the plainly written words in Scripture. So when I started just looking up the words in the Bible, suddenly I realized we lived under a firmament. So we live in a flat circle of earth that's enclosed. The way it's described, there's multiple firmaments above us, and the Creator lives at the top. And just giving you the short rundown. So we have interviews with pastors, professors, and PhDs, and I do debates as well on my channel.
Awesome. Yeah, dude, I've seen some people get so triggered. I will say you're the number one person. I threw headphones on because I think it was echoing and I had to mute every time he talks. But I send people your videos all the time, man, because people, when you tell them something that is kind of outside of mainstream Christian doctrine, I don't know how. Oh my gosh. Okay, let me do this. I know how to fix it. We're gonna go there. Okay, when you're talking, I'm just gonna have to mute. Here's what it is. We're good. We're good. You should be good now. You should be good now.
I'm not touching anything.
It's all 100% me, but it's all good. I switched the audio to the headphones so that I wouldn't echo, but I think it took it out of the desktop. So anyway, all I was trying to say is that like a lot of people, when I tell them things outside of mainstream Christian doctrine, they fully spiral, and I'm not gonna lie, I just send them to you. I'm like, all right, well, go check out my boy Sean from Kingdom in Context, and then we let them spiral. But we have a pretty captivating title. You sent me a list of a couple ideas, and I definitely thought this was an awesome sounding title. So if you want to just kind of give people context as to even what the title means, maybe, and then you take it away and lead the show, brother.
Yeah. So we did a couple years ago, we started this series called Investigating Babylon, and it ended up being 21 parts. And so each part is like 2 to 3 hours. It's a playlist on our channel. And so if you just want to binge something, like it's like 2 seasons of a Netflix show, you can just go through and you can binge all 21 parts. And what we do is we look at the historical stuff. Many of the stuff that we're going to talk about tonight is from that series. Now imagine 33 plus hours of content I'm going to try to talk about in 2 or 3 hours tonight. So I'm going to have to give you the highlights, the summaries. If you want to see the entire series of Investigating Babylon, you have to go to the playlist on our channel. But we also, after we finished that and we came to the final conclusion of the series, which a lot of people were very surprised by the final conclusion, which we are going to talk about tonight. I then decided people needed more depth because I just given them broad brush strokes of historical overview and scriptural overview. And so now we started a new series we've been doing for the last year. It's called the 42 series. And we've already done like 6 or 7 installments. And it's going to be another 21 parts where I go even deeper into how the occult works, how they deceive you, their philosophy, their mindset, how it's contradictory to Scripture, and of course, how the Creator, through His Son, Jesus of Nazareth, is going to destroy them at His return and bring the world to peace. That's why it's called 42 months leading up to the return of Messiah. So it's like a very in-depth, advanced level series. So the Investigating Babylon series is a great starter series to kind of give you a fast, speed dunk into this type of information that most churches don't talk about. So hopefully you guys enjoy it tonight.
Awesome, bro. Yeah, I will say, dude, I was watching one the other day. I had to drive a lot. I was watching a few of your videos, and you start to see that like this may make people spiral, right? But like modern Christianity, even specifically Catholicism, it's just rebranded Babylonian magic. And then people throw the word black and white and good and bad magic around like that means something. And dude, the amount of similarities with modern Catholicism and Babylon was blowing my mind, bro. I mean, that's all I'll say without too many spoiler alerts, and we'll see what you talk about. But it was crazy. There's no way it's a coincidence. So yeah, and I will say before we get into everything, I've been trying to tell people that's kind of what my research has also shown me, not just through your channel, just every time you research powerful groups and powerful ideologies of today, you get back to Babylon. So it's like all roads lead to Rome. Well, that road leads to Babylon, and they all go to Babylon, and that's what they're trying to bring back, I believe, right, is Babylon. And then we're told that basically, the resurgence of Babylon will occur. So yeah, I think that's a serious red pill, if you will, to when you find out that actually these people are Babylonians.
Yeah, and that's what we're going to talk about tonight. People may thinking the term Babylonian, or I'm going to talk about the Tower of Babel, and they may think of a specific location, a specific people group, a specific government, but that's not the empire of Babylon. So this is what we're going to talk about: the empire throughout history, how it took on different forms of, like, different facelifts, if you will, how it represented its core ideology through different cultures. And there's a syncretism there that is evident, that modern scholars are admitting now, that basically, I'm excited to review the information with you tonight.
Awesome, very cool. So I'll go ahead and pop up your screen, and then we'll swap over here. Nice, there we go. All right, brother, take it away.
Cool. All right, so this, I think it's on screen. I'm looking at the YouTube channel to see if it popped up.
It should be, yeah, it should be. Your PowerPoint is on screen.
Okay, cool. Yeah, there it is. Yeah, okay. So basically, this was episode 1 that we did, the city and the tower. We talked about the Tower of Babel and the city and the people that lived there to build the city. The Book of Jubilees says it took approximately 42 years to build the Tower of Babel to the height of approximately 1.5 miles. That would be converted to our modern standards of measurement. So just for some perspective, that's like almost 3 full Burj Khalifas. It's like 3 of them stacked on top of each other, right? Because they're about 1/2 mile tall. So it was a massive building that they claim to have built over a 42-year span, the majority of the people on earth at that time. And then, of course, it says that Yahweh, Genesis 11, he came down, he saw what they were doing, and he overthrew them. So, and it was destroyed, and the people were dispersed, and this is where the etymology of languages came from, which even modern etymologists admit there's this weird moment about 4,000 years ago when all these languages just seem to explode out of nowhere with no previous track record of where they came from. So it's pretty fascinating. We also talk about the most powerful weapon in episode 2. We talk about the science of giants. We're going to get into some of those concepts as well tonight. Episode 4 was ancient flying machines. We're going to talk about that tonight. Home of the gods, as well as the scorpion pit. So we went through all 21 episodes. As you can, maybe pause if you want to. Now, part 11, which is episode 11, part 2, which is Babylon's Art of War, part 2. You actually cannot find this on YouTube. They've removed it, so you have to go to our Rumble channel if you want to watch that one. Then we did a whole episode with Witsit. You were a guest on this one, talking about NASA. And then we continued on all the way up to 21 episodes of investigating Babylon. And then we're currently doing the 42 series, which goes into much more depth and relative, with modern culture, media, and different concepts. So we've done several episodes here on the 42 series if you want to watch those. But I wanted to just start really tonight by going over a very potent verse in a little known book in the Bible called Ecclesiastes. It's in chapter 1, verses 9 through 11. And it says, "What has been will be again, and what has been done will be done again. There is nothing new under the sun. Is there a case where one can say, look, this is new? It's already existed in the ages before us. There is no remembrance of those who came before, and those yet to come will not be remembered by those who follow after." So this is a crazy claim the Bible makes of a principle that says it's all been done before. There's nothing new under the sun. So how could they make that claim? And actually be accurate. So let's look at it. So tonight we're going to talk about giants, both before and after the flood of Noah. We're going to talk about the Vajra, which is the most powerful weapon in Babylon. We'll talk about telos, which are automatons throughout history. And we're going to talk about vimanas, which are what we would now call modern day UFOs or UAPs. We'll talk about their historical nature. We'll talk about Zeus, Anubis, and Osiris, which is absolutely relevant to the book of Revelation. We're going to talk about eclipses, otherwise known as the Eye of Ra. And we're going to talk about Mother Babylon, Dragon's Lair, which is the title of tonight's show. So let's jump into the giants real quick, both before and after the flood. So in Genesis 6, 1-4, many people are aware of this story. The sons of God, rebellious angels, came, took wives of their choice, and had offspring through them. Those offspring were considered giants, and they were called the Nephilim in the Hebrew, which means the fallen ones. And so this is very interesting because there is special creation that was not intended by the Creator, and we'll go into more depth with that later. So in Jubilees 5, 1-7, it also talks about the same story, and it's another account basically letting you know the same story. So we have a second witness, a second corroboration, and this very specifically talks about the angels who did not stay within the domain they were given in heaven. They came to the earth because they were supposed to come down here and help mankind, which is the job of angels, by the way, according to Hebrews 1:14. But instead, they saw some women they liked. They got caught up with some shorties. They started going into full-on reprobate, apostate, faithlessness, and destruction, and then ultimately turning on mankind in the practices that they were introducing. So we have a New Testament reference to this and a testimony to this as well. 2 Peter 2, 4, and 5. God didn't spare the angels when they sinned, but he cast them deep into Tartarus, placing them in chains of darkness to be held for judgment. If he did not spare the ancient world when he brought the flood on its ungodly people, but preserved Noah, a preacher of righteousness among the eight. So this is just giving you that immediate context to let you know these angels in the flood context were sent to Tartarus. Now, we're going to get into some of the specifics because these angels, all but one of them, was sentenced to Tartarus. And the book of Enoch goes into better explanation about that. Also, the New Testament witness of Jude, verse 6, the angels didn't keep their own domain, but instead now are being punished in eternal chains of darkness, waiting for the great day of judgment. So in 1 Enoch 6, 1-6, it talks about the same story of Genesis and Jubilees, and it gives you the idea that when children of men had multiplied in those days, they were born to them beautiful and comely daughters. The angels, the children of heaven, saw and lusted after them and said to one another, "Come, let us choose wives from among the children of men and beget us children." Samyaza, who was their leader, he said unto them, "I fear you will not indeed agree to do this deed, and I alone shall have to pay the penalty of a great sin." So they knew what they were doing right off the bat. They knew what they were about to sin right off the bat. And he wants his fellow watchers, his fellow angels that came with him, to basically do this with him so he wouldn't be alone. And he says, they all answered him and they said, "Let us all swear an oath and all bind ourselves by mutual imprecations, not to abandon this plan, but to do this thing." So this is where I'm going to expound throughout tonight to say, if you just think that it's just because they saw some attractive women and the plan was, hey, we're going to take wives for ourselves and that's all we're doing, that you're missing the more subtleties of this particular text, right? So they had a bigger plan, and we see in the next verses in the next chapter how that bigger plan started to unfold as they made humanity their enemy. Okay? Because when they took wives, the children that they had were not humanity. They were Nephilim. And the Nephilim became the oppressors of mankind. So this was a bigger plan than just, hey, we want to have a girl and know the creature comforts of a woman. So they swore an oath all together, and they bound themselves by mutual imprecations upon that oath. They were in all 200 who descended in the days of Jared on Mount Hermon, and they called it Mount Hermon because they had sworn and bound themselves by mutual imprecations upon it. So the Mount of the Oath is what Mount Hermon is called, and it's in northern Israel today. It's actually a literal geographical location on the border of Syria and in Israel today. Oh, and by the way, there's a United Nations base facility on the mountain with satellites pointing to the sky.
Totally
so
coincidence.
What's that?
Totally a coincidence.
I'm sure it's a coincidence. And by the way, Austin, you want to chime in, ask questions, make a comment, let me know. Just jump in, brother. First Enoch 7, 1-6, it goes on to expound a little bit more about what was going on during these times and how the chaos started unfolding. This is before the flood. When they took wives, now this is where it gets interesting. because it says, all of those together with him took unto themselves wives, each chose for themselves one. They began to go in unto them and to defile themselves with them. They taught them charms and enchantments, the cutting of roots, and made them acquainted with plants. They became pregnant, that's the women, became pregnant, and they bare great giants whose height was 3,000 ells, who consumed all the acquisitions of men. When men could no longer sustain them, the giants turned against them and devoured mankind. They began to sin against the birds, beasts, reptiles, and fish, and to devour one another's flesh and drink blood. Then the earth laid accusation against the lawless ones. So the creation itself starts rebelling because these people are not abiding in the behavior that the inhabitants of the earth were created to do. So there's a principle in the scripture that goes over this in great depth, that if you don't do the behavior that this creation is supposed to do, the land itself is going to go against you, and you're going to have, tons of societal problems as well. So when you go into the Hebrew and you look up the word enchantments, you can see that there's many different renderings for the word enchantment: the latim, the keshapim, the lahashim, or the nahashim, and even the keber. And all these are used in different spots to mean something that's covered, secret arts, trickery, incantation, sorcery. There's some scriptural references there, as you can see if you want to pause the video. Also charming, as in of serpents. It's also used for enchantments, for omens, and then also for magical spells. So this is what they began to teach mankind, and specifically use them on the women whom they were getting pregnant. And then, no coincidence, the women then started creating giants when they were birthing. Deuteronomy 18, 9 through 12, this is where the creator of heaven and earth is directly telling Israel, hey, do not interpret omens, practice sorcery, cast spells, consult a medium or a spiritist, or inquire the dead. Whoever does these things are detestable to the Lord. Also, do not let no one among you sacrifice his son or daughter in the fire to false gods. So all these practices were actually started before the flood. And most pastors don't really talk about that, because it depends on what type of church they're in and whether they take the book of Enoch seriously and the book of Jubilee seriously or not. And that could depend on which branch of Christianity that has which type of canonized Bible. But the ancient Israelite literature of First Enoch and Jubilees, and even the Testament 12 Patriarchs, they all have a synonymous witness about this historical event that was happening. So it's a fascinating thing. Isaiah 47, 1 through 5. This is a unique reprimand against the daughter of Chaldea, which is the daughter of Babylon, in the days of Isaiah. It says, "Go down and sit in the dust, O virgin daughter of Babylon." And I'm stressing this because it's going to make a lot more sense at the end of this show tonight, because we're going to talk about Mother Babylon. So the creator, through the prophet Isaiah, is reprimanding daughter Babylon. It says, "Sit on the ground without a throne, O daughter of Chaldea, for you'll no longer be called tender or delicate. Take millstones and grind flour, remove your veil, strip off your skirt, bare your thigh and wade through the streams. Your nakedness will be uncovered and your shame will be exposed. I'll take vengeance. I'll spare no one. Our Redeemer Yahweh of hosts is his name, is the Holy One of Israel. Sit in silence and go into darkness, O daughter of Chaldea, for you will no longer be called the Queen of Kingdoms. These two things will overtake you in a moment, in a single day, a loss of children and widowhood. They'll come upon you in full measure, in spite of your many sorceries and the potency of your spells. You were secure in your wickedness. You said, no one sees me. Your wisdom and knowledge led you astray. You told yourself, I am, and there is none besides me. But disaster will come upon you. You will not know how to charm it away. A calamity will befall you that you will not be able to ward off. Devastation will happen to you suddenly and unexpectedly. So take your stand with your spells." This is actually the creator taunting Babylon's magicians and sorcerers. He says, "So take your stand with your spells and with your many sorceries, with which you have wearied yourself from your youth. Perhaps you will succeed. Perhaps you will inspire terror." He's being very, very, very facetious here. Sarcastic. "You are wearied by your many counselors. Let them come forward now and save you. Your astrologers who observe the stars, who monthly predict your fate. Surely they're like stubble. The fire will burn them up. They can't deliver themselves from the power of the flame. There'll be no coals to warm them or fire to sit beside. This is what they are to you, those with whom you have labored and traded from youth. Each one strays in his own direction. Not one of them can save you." So this is in this type of sarcastic reprimand to Babylon and its leaders and its sorcerers and magicians. It is letting you know, since Babylon's youth, it's labored in sorcery and magic. So what does this matter? Why was I showing, as I was reading these verses, I was showing hieroglyphs of giants erecting obelisks in Egypt. I was showing busts of giants fighting chimeras in Greece. These are historical busts. And then also from Babylon, I'm showing a king that's like 2.5 times the size of the men that are coming before him. Right? Showing you that there's giants in all these different lands. And this is after the flood. So a lot of people always try to figure out, wait, how are there giants before the flood, but then they all got judged? Only 8 people, Noah, his whole family, the only 8 people that lived and survived. And then suddenly after the flood, the giants pop up again. How does this happen? There's a lot of theories to this. Some people want to claim the theory that there was another rebellious group of angels that came down and started making giants again, but that's actually unnecessary. You don't need that. The book of Enoch has already told you how they made them, and we're going to go over that right now. So as I showed before, as we saw up here, the rebellious angels, they came and they took wives and they taught them charms, enchantments, and the cutting of roots and made them acquainted with plants. The very next sentence is they became pregnant with giants. So let's look at plants. Let's look at their biology. What are the key growth regulators that we find in plant roots? This is just a general search anybody could do. This is not special information. And there's 5 growth hormones that are in all trees and plant roots. One's auxins, cytokinins, ethylene, gibberellins, and brassinosteroids, also sometimes referred to as abscisic acids. So all these determine how much root grows, how thick the stem gets, how much the stem grows tall before it starts sprouting a leaf, how big the leaves are. All these are growth regulators in 5 different ways for plants and trees. So real quick, we're going to look at something about A13. Austin, have you ever heard of A13?
I have not. No.
I don't know if you, oh, you're still there. Okay. Yeah. So A13, I'm going to see if I can share this. I'm not sure.
And sorry, there'll occasionally be a delay just because I'm making sure I'm muted so that you don't echo, so I have to make sure I'm mute. But I've never heard of it. No, I'm just impressed you didn't butcher those words right then.
So this is a short little compilation, guys. This is just like a reel or a TikTok compilation, just to give you a brief idea of what the world thinks A13 is. They think it has to do with adrenochrome, okay? But I'm going to actually show you what it really has to do with, and so it's a little deeper than that. So I'm going to press play on here. There's no sound. And is there any way to make this larger, the screen larger? The share screen? Or is it already larger? Oh, you already got it. My bad. You already got it highlighted.
It's a little big, but for it to be on your end, you would have to actually change the size of the window.
Okay, there we go. So it's just going to go through like different Pixar and Disney movies, where A13 is like subliminally put in the background of all. A113 is in the background or somewhere in all of these. And this little video did a great job kind of highlighting these everywhere that they found it. I think that's Finding Nemo. The Incredibles. So I don't want to get you like copyright or pulled down, so I got it muted, but there's that creepy music playing, that you see all the TikTok videos.
Yeah.
But it's funny because in all these videos, A113 is everywhere in all these videos. All these cartoons.
Yeah, I've heard the same thing. It's adrenochrome.
I know, right? That's what this video thinks it is as well. I mean, it's not a bad guess. We know that they layer stuff in film and media. This one even went like old school Roman numerals. I think that movie was called Brave. Of course, monsters.
Yeah, because that's all about some creepy stuff.
Yeah, Monsters is filled with it, isn't it? This one's pretty creative right here. I would never have found this one. The design of the gate of the fence. So people in the live chat are thinking maybe it means 33, the good old Masonic number. It's on the license plate. It's on the door of this office door. It's everywhere in all these vehicles, all these Pixar shows and cartoons. So when you look it up, a lot of people will be like, "Oh, look, it's." If you look up the chemical compound, and I've done that, so I'm going to show you the screen. I screenshot when I actually looked it up, so we can look at it together. All right. And where did the slides go? There we go.
Yeah, I mean, I've heard some. I think I've heard some normie cover for one of these where it's like it's actually just a room in Disney or something like that. You know, like it's the room they all go to or something.
Yeah. So when you Google it, the first thing that'll pop up is adrenochrome. Even though they'll say that there's nothing technically associated with it, but this is what the conspiracy is that it's somehow connected to adrenochrome. But actually, if you look closely from an actual government website, it's connected to gibberellins. It's the chemical compound structure of gibberellins. Gibberellin A113. So what did we talk about earlier? What are the 5 growth inhibitors that are the part of roots of plants that the fallen angels taught to mankind? And then suddenly we got giants. One of them is gibberellins. And actually gibberellins was the core early ingredient that was used in Miracle-Gro back in the 1960s. So the gibberellins is also found in something called Raphanus sativus, which is basically just a radish. It's a root vegetable. So we have scientific confirmation of this claim from 1 Enoch chapter 6. And for some weird reason, we've got Pixar and Disney putting this particular number associated with gibberellins into a ton of their subliminal programming in their videos. But this was a part of the charms, enchantments, the cutting of roots, and making them acquainted with plants that we see. These rebellious angels started coming down and causing all this chaos with mankind, creating giants. The giants became massive and acquired the acquisitions of men, which turns into the oppression of mankind, where they start devouring them. And they also sinned against the bird, beasts, reptiles, and fish, and then began devouring one another's flesh and drinking blood. Mass, full-on chaos. This is where the stories of the chimeras, the hybrid animals, come into play. And it can be accomplished through changing the growth regulators that's just in plants. Now, my theory is that they're given to, like, they would cut the roots, get out the growth hormones, and then give them to the woman when she's in gestation, so it affects the baby. I don't know how it's done. This is just like an overview statement of what they did. I don't know the actual science of how it's done. That would be the sorcery part, the enchantment part. So I'm glad I don't know how it's done. And even if I did, I wouldn't be publicly telling anyone else how to do it. So now that we're establishing some baselines here. So now that we have this idea of how they made giants both before and after the flood. You don't need the fallen angels to be here every single time. The idea is that they copulated with women, which, Austin, that brings up a whole question that a lot of pastors and seminaries refuse to address, which is that angels have real bodies. So
But aren't they always presented as people, like almost every time?
Yeah, they are. I would even say, even in Ezekiel 1, 8, and 10, I think that it's a very poor translation that turns them into these big spheres with eyes that goes around them. I think I did a whole video on this about looking into the Hebrew and the Greek, as far as specifically how that's just a bad translation, and they're actually a part of the Ophanim class of angels, which actually has a dual meaning. The word ophan is the word for wheel in Hebrew, and so that's where I think the mistake comes in, that people think that, oh, they must be shaped like a wheel and not actual real person. You know what I mean? So there's multiple classes of angels. There's the Ophanim, the Seraphim, the Cherubim, and the Watchers. And so these Watchers were like the lowest class of angels that were sent down to the earth in order to help mankind govern themselves, because they become numerous. This is the full story that you get from Enoch and Jubilees. And like we read, some of them went off mission, right? And they got caught up finding some women attractive, but then it turned into a much bigger thing, which then they became a full-on assault against mankind. And so we're going to go over, I'm laying some groundwork. I'm going to go back to that story here in a few minutes and explain which one of the angels did not get sent to Tartarus and was still here after the flood and why it matters. But real quick, let's look at something called the Vajra, which is considered the most powerful weapon in ancient Babylon. So this is something that you see most readily spoken about, or most, I should say, there's no ambiguity of how this is mentioned in the Vedic texts from ancient India. And the Vajra was the weapon of Lord Indra. It was a powerful device that could not only destroy the enemy in the form of attacking flying machines, but it also had the ability to cause rain and was a symbol of fertility. So the Vajra itself is a thunder of 1,000 blades, or lightning. And it's forged from iron or gold mixed with bronze or stone. So it's actually a type of a weapon that they claimed had to do with lightning and could control or take the form of a flying machine to attack. That's crazy, right? Because we're talking 4,000 years ago Vedic texts written in Sanskrit. So they still have, trinkets of the Vajra today that you can find if you go to, Nepal, or if you go to China, or if you go to Japan, different parts of Asia. They still have the Vajra everywhere in different forms. It has a different look it takes on, depending on the artistic style. Here on the right-hand side, you have Lord Indra, which is one of the Indian gods, who is considered the god of war. And he has a specific style of Vajra that he called the Vajra staff. Here's a modern artistic painting of Lord Indra holding a special Vajra, which is conducting the lightning, because he was considered a god of war who controlled lightning. Here is another modern depiction from a Bollywood movie of Lord Indra holding the Vajra in his hand as he's attacking, with lightning coming down on him from heaven. So just to let you know, the Indians, there's no ambiguity in what the Indians believed. This particular quote-unquote little g god, who was a god of war, and he had a specific device that allowed him to somehow manipulate lightning, use it for some sort of remote control over a machine, as well as it could affect the weather. Here's an ancient stela from Greece that is depicting Zeus, also holding a Vajra. So we go from India all the way over to the Middle East and to the Mediterranean to Greece. This is like a clay pot that they had an ancient painting that was preserved of Zeus holding a Vajra, which they called his lightning rod. Here's another one. Now this one's fascinating because it looks much more complicated than the other Vajras. Like I said, they took on different artistic forms. But this particular one that Zeus is holding on the far left of the screen, he's fighting some sort of, I think it was Typhon, this like snake-like god in ancient Greece that was like a chimera that Zeus was fighting in this story. They put this on this clay pot, and you can see it's not just like any normal. It's like it opened up a little bit. It's like part of it opened up, and it has a unique design to it because it had multiple designs. So this one, it's actually longer than in other pictures, so it's like extended in some way. So this is some sort of thing that they claimed helped him have his control, direct, and attack with lightning. So Lord Indra had a staff that was a Vajra. Neptune also has a staff that's of a Vajra, Roman god, who's the equivalent of like Zeus. And then Baal of the Canaanites also was considered the storm god of thunder and lightning, who also is depicted in busts with a Vajra in his hand. So now we're finding synchronicity between ancient India, Greece, and the Canaanites in Mesopotamia. And Elon Musk has a Vajra replica on his nightstand. I just thought this was just funny to me. Because we how we don't believe that Elon is legit getting all this money from SpaceX to run his stuff. But here he is with a public photo he released. He's got a little Vajra on the corner of his nightstand. So in Leviticus 26:17-20, Yahweh is explaining what happens if you're in covenant with him, but you decide you want to stop doing covenant behavior and you want to go live after the ways of Babylon or the ways of Canaan, Basically, you want to live in sin, right? You want to live in destructive ways, and how the creation will start acting towards you. So he says, I'll set my face against you so that you'll be defeated by your enemies. Those who hate you will rule over you. You will flee when no one pursues you. And after all this, you will not obey me. And if after all this you will not obey me, I will proceed to punish you sevenfold for your sins. I'll break down your stubborn pride and make your sky like iron and your land like bronze. That's famine. And your strength will be spent in vain. Your land will not yield its produce, and the trees of the land will not bear their fruit. Again, in the wisdom of Solomon, about 1,000 years later, for creation, serving you who made it, exerts itself to punish the unrighteous, and in kindness it relaxes on behalf of those who trust in you. Christ himself in Matthew chapter 8, 23 through 27. He says, when Jesus got into the boat, his disciples followed him. Suddenly a violent storm came up on the sea, so that the boat was engulfed by the waves, but Jesus was sleeping. The disciples went and woke him and said, Lord, save us, we're perishing. You of little faith, Jesus replied, why are you so afraid? And then he got up and rebuked the winds and the sea, and it was perfectly calm. The men were amazed and asked, what kind of man is this? Even the winds and the sea obey him. Well, this man was righteous. That's the point of Christ. He was without sin. He followed the ways of the Father perfectly. And therefore, the promise, or go back to Wisdom of Solomon real quick, the promise that's stated both in the covenant in Leviticus as well as succinctly stated in the Wisdom of Solomon is that the creation will relax itself on your behalf for those who are righteous, for those who trust in the Creator. That's what righteousness means, is you trust in the Creator because you walk in his ways. So Christ, of course, does that perfectly. This is why miracles flowed through him so easily. We also see James chapter 5, the same thing. He's talking about a righteous man and how the creation itself reacts. Elijah was a man just like us. He prayed earnestly that it would not rain, and it did not rain in the land for 3.5 years. Again, he prayed, and the heavens gave rain, and the earth yielded its crops. So you can see this in 1 Kings chapters like 18 through 20. And then a future prophecy in the book of Revelation, chapter 11, about these two witnesses that show up. And it claims they have the power over the sky, over the weather. It says, I'll give power to my two witnesses. They shall prophesy 1,260 days, clothed in sackcloth. That's 42 months, by the way. These are the two olive trees and the two candlesticks standing before the God of the earth. And if any man will hurt them, fire proceeds out of their mouth and devours their enemies. If any man will hurt them, he must in this manner be killed. These men, these two witnesses, have the power to shut heaven, that it does not rain in the days of their prophecy. And they have the power over waters to turn them to blood, to smite the earth with all plagues as often as they will. So this is a future prophecy that claims the type of prophets that we saw in the Old Testament, that like Moses and Elijah, people that could do these types of miracles and control the creation itself, that two guys will appear with that same type of authority and power again in the future and prophesy for 42 months leading up to the second coming of Christ. And we won't be going into much depth about this tonight, but if you keep reading Revelation, the beast who comes up out of the pit from Revelation 9, the one that's referenced in Revelation 17, that beast ends up killing these two guys 3 days before the return of Christ. So this is where that means for 42 months he couldn't kill them. He had to put up with them controlling the weather. What do we know? Governments of the earth are heavily involved in weather manipulation programs. This is what Leviticus promised, that if you abandon the ways of the Creator, your enemies will rule over you, and there will be famine in the land, and your produce will not yield. Because the enemies, the empire of Babylon, has always used weather manipulation as a form of warfare. And they will always try to create famine so they can control people. So this is a common thing that happens throughout all of history and is cited all throughout the Bible. So now let's look at another quick thing called telos. So this goes into automatons in history. Before we go too much further, Austin, any questions or thoughts about what we covered so far?
I was double unmuting. Like, I honestly like 500, but I will say one thing I was gonna say. Let me pop over here. So, do you agree? Do you think, like, just so the audience understands, that these were real characters. For example, in the depiction that were actually fighting, like they physically even fought each other. You think the stories are legit, like actual characters were actually fighting each other, like they're being depicted?
I do believe Genesis 11 and Jubilees 10 that there was a real Tower of Babel. And as we go into much, like I said at the beginning tonight, guys, this is a huge overview of 33 plus hours of historical citations and evidence. So in my first episode of Investigating Babylon, I go into the history of the Tower of Babel and how they were already worshiping Jupiter, which is one of the early forms of Zeus. So this is a real character that they were already worshiping. And I'm going to be showing you here in a minute how it is one of the rebellious angels that came down in the days of Jared before the flood, who's still around after the flood. And he has a name and we identify him. They all the testimony from all the ancient Israelite literature, they claim he's a real character. So he's the one that I'm going to be showing you is kind of the top dog amongst the false gods. And that they claim he is a real character. So
Oh yeah,
I'm
absolutely.
just telling you the story as like trying to put together a coherent story throughout all of history to show you what history has already said this whole time. How much of it do people take and believe? That's between you and the creator. So like I can just give you the information tonight and say that as much as I've studied this, I've come to believe that these were real characters. Obviously, some of the details may be embellished from historical accounts. Right, because they want to make it seem like their God was awesome, right? We get that. Humans do that all the time. But it's interesting to see the same claims being made by people that supposedly didn't have any contact with each other, according to modern historians. They'll say, well, the Greeks over here, 4,000 years ago, they didn't know the Indians. But yet, they got the same God with the same weapons that do the same things. Right? And those same gods do not want you to worship Yahweh, the creator of heaven and earth, over the sons of Shem, the sons of Abraham, the sons of Jacob, the people that Egypt enslaved. The same gods are the same enemies of the Israelites.
I agree, man. It's very fascinating that like all these different, like over this huge geographical span, all these people are referencing like the same character with a different name, with the same characteristics, with the same descriptions, with the same weapons, with the same histories, but they supposedly had no relation to each other. They didn't know each other, different languages, etc. So yeah, I think it's fascinating.
Deuteronomy 18.
Remember,
I read Deuteronomy 18, and I was kind of showing you that the enchantments, the sorceries, the spells, the things that were being taught by the rebellious angels to mankind before the flood. We see in Deuteronomy 18 those same things are being reprimanded for men not to do after the flood. And it's because all the nations that were within the empire of Babylon, they were all practicing the same behaviors. And it's the ones that in Leviticus 18 through 20, and also in Deuteronomy 18, that Yahweh's telling the Israelites, don't be like the nations and don't do all this stuff because it's extremely bad and destructive, and it profanes his holiness, and it's not good. Don't sacrifice your kids. It's not good. You know what I mean? So like all the nations are doing this. So imagine the Tower of Babel. Just for an experiment's sake tonight, let's just say the Tower of Babel story was real, and that everyone spoke the same language at one point because they're all descendants from Noah after the flood. And they decided they didn't want to disperse across the earth because they were in rebellion to God. And instead, they wanted to build a tower to reach the firmament. And this was their motivation, and to kill God so they don't have to worry about being judged again. So while they're doing that, God comes down, disrupts their languages. They end up fighting with each other. The tower gets destroyed. They then disperse, which was what Noah told them to do in the book of Jubilees chapter 8 anyway. They then go and disperse after they get judged at the Tower of Babel back to these other lands because they can't talk to each other now. They all speak a different language, but they still have the same practices. So the same God that they worshiped when they were at the tower and could speak the same language, they then walked away not understanding each other, but still serving the same false God. So then the requirement of that false God, if he wants to maintain control, is he's got to now relate to each new culture and each new language. So this is why you see the same practices of child sacrifice, sorcery, weather manipulation, anything but Yahweh, all being practiced synonymously amongst these different cultures, but now they just speak different languages. And of course they have different clothing styles, and, the Indians were all into makeup, and the Egyptians were into makeup, and, the Egyptians were pretty effeminate and homosexual, and the Greeks were more like, you know, the Chads, and then the Indians were the artisans, and like, you know, they just had different flares and different cultures, but they all were doing the same stuff that Yahweh said, this is wickedness. And he wanted Israel to be a light to all those nations, to teach them how to behave properly.
Yeah, that's some gravy too. And like, we don't have to fall too far down it, but it's very fascinating when you get into the Georgia Guidestones, which were destroyed, but basically want a one world civilization, unite the world with a single new living language, right? And then when you think about that idea that they were broken up but had worshiped the same gods, so then how would you convey it, right? You would use symbols. So like if you have different languages, you use symbols, and we know that the elite, the powers that be, they love their symbology. They communicate in the form of symbols to this day. And so if you and I were once together, but we now suddenly couldn't understand each other, well, I could talk to you without talking to you. I could show you a symbol that everyone understood what that reference, and then the same with depictions of the gods, right? You could show what that person carried around, what they used as weapons, and we would know we're talking about the same God. And it would transcend the language and the cultural separation, which is pretty fascinating. It's quite a bit of gravy. The overlap to now, right? Which when you're talking about murdering babies and you're talking about controlling the weather, and I mean that's what people do now, right? So
yeah. So you know, you remember the ancient Indians? They talked about Shiva, whom is the statue outside of CERN. The statue that has, you know, multiple arms, that's inside this weird circle and is standing on a baby.
yeah,
that statue of Shiva outside of CERN. Well, Shiva had what they called a consort in Indian mythology or Indian theology. Shiva had a different version. Sometimes they call it a consort, other times they call it an avatar, to where it was a different representation of Shiva, but it was a female. And so this is where you have, do you remember the goddess that has her tongue sticking out? And she's got her mouth covered in blood?
Mm-hmm.
That is the female consort version of Shiva, the male god, in ancient India. And as you know, I'm going blank on her name right now. If anyone knows in the live chat, tell me, especially if anyone that's from my audience. I'm going blank on her name right now. But she's the Indian goddess who was bloodthirsty, who was known for being a cannibal, and specifically towards children, and being they put this female goddess's face on the Empire State Building in New York in like 2018.
Kali.
Kali, yeah, that's right, Kali.
Is that where you get California?
No, you remember in Indiana Jones and the Temple of Doom? You remember the death cult that's trying to get his heart out? They're chanting Kali, Kali.
Wow, so that's crazy. Was it like depicted as like a big black chick? Because I'm pretty sure there's like a goddess that California was named after that was like black. You ever heard that?
Yeah. Well, you know, in India they have different shades of brown, and some of them look like they're black because they're pretty dark. Yeah. You know what I mean? So like, but yeah, that's Kali is basically Shiva, but just a female version who's a maniac, bloodthirsty version of Shiva. Shiva's called the Destroyer in his male form. So it's crazy. Like there's these weird, and why would New York City, why would they put Kali with her tongue out, with little demon horns, lit up in the windows of the Empire State Building? Like what's going on, right? So, you know, it's like, are you just trolling or what? It makes no sense, right? Everyone in New York claims they're atheists.
Yeah, that's wild.
So
that's wild.
It makes no sense. So not only do we have their practices that the Bible says these are the ways of the nations, it doesn't say these are the ways of just the Babylonians or just the Egyptians. Yahweh says all this destructive behavior, all this like mass polygamy, mass fornication, mass blood drinking and cannibalism and sacrificing your children to false gods. Yahweh says all the nations did this. And so this is why he was trying to, you know, get them out of that behavior and cause them to repent. So what's interesting is we're going to go into more correlations of how they did interact with each other, not only sharing the same story of the same gods, but even the same technology. And so I guess I'll go back to Telos, which is the automatons, real quick, and so we can make time here. But
oh, cool, let's do it, man. This is some gravy.
Yeah. So Telos, this is if you ever saw that old movie from like the 60s, it was called Jason and the Argonauts. And it was about these guys that went to this island. There was this massive robot that was like guarding the island. That's a story from ancient Greece about Zeus who built an automaton named Telos, who guarded his island, and the automaton could fly, and it was powered by this elixir that had a gold tint to it. And I'm sitting there going, that sounds a lot like oil inside of a robot, right? But Lord Indra also, with this Vajra, could take the form of an attack flying machine and control it. So this thing could not only produce a weapon of lightning, it could not only control weather somehow, but it also can control machines. So here's from ancient Greece, approximately 300 to 270 BC. This is a winged talon. This is where we get the word talon. It's from telos. And this is literally, they put this flying robot in the form of an angel on one of their coins back in the day, one of their drachmas. So this is from one of the historical writings of ancient Greece. It says the sacred mount was believed to have a temperate climate. And this is talking about Mount Olympus, where the gods hung out. And it was a temperate climate all year round. The mountains, gorges, lush with forests. The gods did not always reside in their paradise, however, and would depart, or they were to return there via a gate of clouds guarded by Hore, the goddesses of the seasons. Now, the author claims the tables in Zeus's palace on Olympus were made of gold and were actually automatons created by Hephaestus. They moved in and out of the rooms as required by the gods, and Zeus's throne was situated in the Pantheon, the meeting hall of the gods. It was also designed by Hephaestus and was constructed from black marble inlaid with gold. Each of the gods had their own palace on the mountain, usually constructed of gold and marble and situated in a gorge in the mountain peaks. This is describing Mount Olympus, which they said existed in the clouds in the air. The gods met daily at Zeus's palace in the Pantheon, where they held feasts and discussed the fate of the mortals. They drank nectar and ate ambrosia, which perpetuated their immortality. Allegedly, when the gods drank ambrosia, the blood in their veins was replaced by ichor, a substance that was toxic to humans. Ichor also ran through the veins of Talos, the Greek giant automaton. In Greek mythology, Talos, also spelled Telos, or Talon, was a giant automaton commissioned by Zeus and made of bronze to protect Europa and Crete from pirates and invaders. He circled the island shore 3 times daily. Talos was said to have been programmed with the knowledge of the gods. That's crazy. So not only are they claiming 3,000 years ago, the Greeks are claiming that Zeus created an automaton, a moving by itself robot, but that it was programmed with the knowledge of the gods. So that doesn't get more AI than that, in my opinion. Because this thing autonomously guarded an entire island by itself. So they claimed. So in modernity, there's Adrienne Mayer. She's a research scholar at Stanford. She started looking into this because this somehow came in front of her attention. So she says, my research into the first inklings of the scientific impulse took me into the world of mythology, where ancient people first envisioned making artificial life, automatons, robots, self-moving devices, and other marvelous things long before the technology made them possible. These stories about robots and other machines in ancient oral traditions were first written down in the time of Homer, about 2,700 years ago, but the Greeks were not the only people to imagine automatons and machines in antiquity. Similar stories exist in the Ramayana, the Mahabharata, and other epics. In Hindu myths, automatons are made of the engineer god Vishwakarma and the sorceress Maya. So why is a sorceress making robots? This is what we're talking about. All this technology, all this thought process, all these machinations, this is the downflow of information from rebellious angels that we see from before the flood. So you've got a supposed, a smart engineer as well as a sorceress getting together in ancient India to make robots that moved on their own. In Greek myths, they're made by the god of technology Hephaestus and the brilliant artisan Daedalus. So I consider such myths to be the world's first science fiction stories. This is the researcher from Stanford. She says no single civilization has a monopoly on ancient dreams of advanced technology. Whether one looks at the Greeks, the Etruscans, the Egyptians, the Hindu, the Islamic, the Chinese, or any other ancient culture myth about artificial life. So she just told you that all these other cultures listed all had stories of artificial life, specifically what they called automatons. They all contemplate what wonders might be achieved if only one could possess the divine creativity and ability of the gods. But it's not possible to draw a direct line of development from mythology over millennia to modern scientific knowledge. So, Austin, I know you're already aware. We've got Tesla's trying to make robots. Honda's making robots. Boston Dynamics is making robots. Like, just go down the list, right? You got those police dogs with no heads, that they're making robots out of. And it's their goal to make them as smart, sophisticated, and flexible as possible, right? Where did they get this idea? Why is there continually making movies about automatons, robots that can think and move on their own, that want to destroy humanity and take over the world? It's like they keep making. I thought like, oh, once the Terminator franchise kind of run its course, they would stop making movies about that. Every year, there's a new movie about some rogue machine that's been built. You know what I mean? That has some sort of ghost in the machine type thing that is going off of its programming and trying to take over the world and kill humans. These ideas are not new, is what I'm getting at. None of these ideas are new. Just like string theory is not new; it's from ancient India. It goes back to the lotus flower of Brahma. Just like all these concepts, like we're going to talk about Vimanas, the UFOs and UAPs. This is not new information. So this research scholar goes on to say, Indian and Hellenistic cultures borrowed and influenced each other beginning around the 5th century BC, and syncretism intensified after Alexander of Macedon and King Porus began relations in the 4th century BC. So she's telling you that India and Greece had trade relations in the 400 years before Christ, so 2,400 years ago, approximately 2,500 years ago. So the traveling Greek sage Apollodorus of Tyana observed automated servants and self-propelled carts in the court of the ruler of India. And India was centuries ahead of Europe in the technologies of distillation and hydraulics. So here's an ancient, like 3,000-year-old depiction on the right-hand side here from India, from one of their Vimanas, with the schematic interior working of some sort of engine system that they had figured out. She goes on to say myths featuring flying chariots and synthetic swans, animated servants, giant robots, machines, and the like appear in the Mahabharata, the Ramayana. I can't say this word. What does it say? Kata Satari Satagara, and the Harisvamsa, and other works. Self-navigating ships appear in Egyptian texts and Homer's Odyssey. Android and animal automatons are described in Homer's Iliad and in Chinese chronicles. The most detailed account is in the Lokopatanari from Burma. After Buddha's death, the story recounts the king of Ajatasattu. He preserved his bodily remains in a hidden chamber under the stupa. That's under one of their temples. The precious relics were guarded by Bhutavahana Yantra, which translates spirit moving machines. So
Wow.
This is not some crackpot. This is a research scholar at Stanford who is admitting syncretism between these cultures and is admitting they all shared the same stories with various accounts from seemingly credible people who were part of the king's court and recorded that they saw various types of automatons doing all kinds of things. So in the picture on the right-hand side, you have a picture of the Buddha, and these two looking like these two soldiers on the side were supposed to be the automatons that guarded the relics of this Buddha. So if you're still here with us and you don't think that that's weird enough, so we're gonna dive a little bit deeper. And I promise you guys, it's just a continual spiral into strange history, to where we get to the end of it that makes more relevance to what we're seeing in our culture today. And I hope you're edified by this study. So Vimanas is the study of the ancient history of UFOs and UAPs. So in ancient Chaldea, this is as you can see, the Dagon hat from the fish guy, center mass on the screen. You can see 3 people in a thing in the air. So this is the flying machine of ancient Babylon they talk about. And if you look really closely, he's got a Vajra in his hand. What do we talk about the Vajras? They can control machines that fly. That's the claim. So in the laws of the Babylonians, also known as the Code of Hammurabi, the Hakata unambiguously states that the privilege of operating a flying machine is great. The knowledge of flight is among the most ancient of our inheritances, a gift from those upon high. We received it from them as means of saving many lives. This isn't a text that's like 3,000 years old. They're claiming they have the knowledge of flight. It's one of the greatest inheritances they've got. They received it from upon high, from the gods in the heaven upon high. And they were given it to hopefully save lives. So, I mean, to me, this sounds like exactly what we hear today when they're like, oh yeah, we're going to get this new technology. It's going to be great for you. Like, we're going to put a chip in your brain because it's going to help you walk again. Right. So but we need to monitor your brain, and we may actually have to reprogram your brain if possible, because, chip's got a chip. So like, it's the same story. They want to save lives, take this advanced tech. Oh, but by the way, we got you on our thumbnail. So there's all types of depiction in ancient India about flying machines called vimanas. Here's the Shakuna Vimana from ancient India. I can't read the Sanskrit. We're just looking at the picture for now. But in Sanskrit, the word vimana means measuring out or traversing. So the Bowdoin professor of Sanskrit at Oxford in the 1890s, he translates the word vimana as the chariot of the gods. And you see here on the left, this is a Sundara Vimana, which is a much bigger one that had multiple levels inside. At Rama's behest, the magnificent chariot rose up to a mountain of cloud with a tremendous din. Another passage reads that the Bhima flew with his Vimana on an enormous ray, which was as brilliant as the sun, and made a noise like the thunder of a storm. Sounds like a rocket to me, personally. And they actually talk about what these things were powered by, which was a mercury engine, or quicksilver, which is something you can mine from the earth. So in the Sanskrit Samarangahana Sutrahara, which is an ancient text, it's written that the strong and durable must be the body of the Vimana, like a great flying bird of light material. Inside, one must put the mercury engine with its iron heating apparatus underneath. By means of the power latent in the mercury, which sets the driving whirlwind in motion, a man sitting inside may travel a great distance in the sky. The movements of the Vimana are such that it can vertically ascend, vertically descend, move slanting forwards, and move backwards. With the help of the machines, human beings can fly in the air, and heavenly beings can come down to earth. So if you're not already wondering, like, why in the world are 4,000-year-old Vedic Sanskrit texts talking about something that has the flight capabilities that we only see within quote-unquote UFOs and UAPs, why is the claim at the very end of it saying, oh, because they can be used for human beings to fly in the air and for heavenly beings to come down to earth? What does that mean? What heavenly beings are coming down to earth in a machine? Because in the Bible, that doesn't happen. In the Bible, an angel shows up without a machine. It shows up usually just, in plain clothes, and people mistake him as a man. Christ himself, when he ascended into heaven, into the firmament, he didn't get into a spaceship. He just ascended because he had a glorified body that's called a spiritual body. He didn't need a mechanism. He didn't need a contraption in order to go up. So we have a very different concept here from what the Bible is describing as far as gods that can come down to the earth in machines. Now, here's what's interesting, Austin, because we're going to talk about this towards the end as well. The Pushpaka Vimana was a gigantic plane the size of a large city, entirely capable of holding unlimited numbers of people, according to Professor D.K. Kanjalilals. I think I butchered the name, but talking about their ancient texts where they went over different types of Vimanas, different types of Indian flying machines. The Pushpaka Vimana could hold lots and lots of people, an entire city. That's a crazy claim. That's a crazy claim. Here's the different types of Vimanas that are recorded in the ancient Vedic texts, translated, and an engineer came and put schematics to them as far as their descriptions. There are many different styles and types. As you can see, the second one on the left looks like a saucer. It's very interesting. But in case you haven't already noticed, the one on the right, it kind of looks like something NASA makes, right? Kind of weird. Then you have some, these same kinds of carvings, these same types of top things that are found in all over India that are recorded with great artwork and detail and hieroglyphs about the ancient flying machines of the gods. And they look like transistors of some sort. It's almost like a Tesla coil on this rock. It looks really weird. There's another Pushpaka Vimana. As you can see, it's a massive one. It seems to have a large smokestack in the middle of it. This is one that's more small, could carry few. But see, the god that they worshipped is this purple guy that's in the center. And then there's a blue guy there, because remember that the Indians had various types of gods and hybrid creature type men / gods that had different colors to them. Whether it was face paint or they had actually different colors of skin, I don't know. But this is what they claim consistently, is that they had hybrid creatures, giants, flying machines, and gods that lived in the air. This is the claims of ancient India, matching with the claims of ancient Egypt and ancient Babylon. From 1923, an engineer took a Shakuna Vimana and he actually tried to make a schematic out of it, and this is what he came up with. It's pretty wild. So the Rukma Vimana, it's a special type of Vimana. I always thought it looked exactly like the nose on some of these fake astronaut missions from these Apollo missions. It's very wild. And you might say, well, that's kind of a stretch, Sean. You know, maybe they just like that design, you know. Maybe there's nothing there. But suddenly we have the same type of Shukana Vimanas that are circular spheres, not spheres, but circular discs. That same type of design is being practiced by the U.S. government in the 1950s. They experimented with all types of saucer shapes. This is now declassified documents with pictures from the 1950s trying to figure out how to make propulsion work for this type of craft. They had different designs. This one looks exactly like the Chaldea or the Babylonian hieroglyph that we saw earlier, with the feet sticking out the bottom. I'm going to skip past that so we don't get copyright on the music. But they had different types. And as you can see here, there's nothing new under the sun. It's all the same. It's all the same designs. It's all the same. They're trying to figure out how are these claims being made. The ancient boat of Ra was considered to be flying in the air that would take Ra from horizon to horizon. The patron god of Egypt was Ra and was said to have traversed the sky in a vessel. Remember, the word Vimana means traversing. And he was in a vessel called the Boat of a Million Years. And this is what it was typically depicted as. Here's one in a museum. Here's one that matches an ancient design from ancient India that's floating on the tulip. And that tulip flower is very, very important. It represents Brahma. Brahma was the equivalent of Ra in Egypt. So this is something, actually, you and I I think we already talked about this a couple years ago, but your audience may not know about this, Austin. This is from NASA. This is back in 1985. A researcher named Rick Briggs at NASA, he made waves publishing a paper about AI, and he titled it Knowledge, Representation in Sanskrit and Artificial Intelligence. In the paper, Rick stated that the grammar of the ancient Indian language of Sanskrit, it's structured and rule-based as it was, had significant lessons for the business of natural language understanding. And Briggs suggested that the studying the way ancient Indian grammarians worked might help AI researchers finally solve the natural language understanding. This is back in 1985. He's already working on AI language programming. An excerpt from the paper reads that there is at least one language, which is Sanskrit, which for the duration of from almost 1,000 years was a living spoken language with a considerable literature of its own. Besides works of literature value, there was a long philosophical and grammatical tradition that has continued to exist with undiminished vigor until the present century. Among the accomplishments of the grammarians can be reckoned the method for paraphrasing Sanskrit in a manner that's identical not only in essence, but in the form with current work in artificial intelligence. This article demonstrates that natural language can serve as an artificial language also, and that much work in AI has been reinventing a wheel millennial old. So this researcher in 1985, we all know that there's a lot of lies that come out of NASA. In his paper, researching artificial intelligence and a proper programming language, he was led to Sanskrit, which he said worked perfectly, and he determines that they're just reinventing a wheel that's a millennia old. What did we talk about at the beginning? There's Ecclesiastes 1:9. There's nothing new under the sun. Everything's been done before. What did the Stanford researchers say about her research into automatons and how they were given the knowledge of the gods and could move and do things on their own? They were programmed. So he goes on to talk about that Sanskrit's an ancient language from India. It's from ancient Hindu language, plays an important role in their intellectual communities. The structure of Sanskrit makes it suitable for artificial intelligence. And this story began in 1985 when he published this paper. And Rick Briggs was a scientist who published this official research paper, mentioned how Sanskrit is the best language for the development of artificial intelligence-based software. He represented his ideas and derived the outcome on artificial intelligence development and how natural language can be converted into a logical programming language. And I just highlighted at the very bottom here, NASA has an entire department dedicated to Sanskrit. So when you're looking at me going, wait a minute, Sean, you said one of these Vimanas looks like these NASA Apollo modulars at the top where the supposed astronauts actually sit during these missions. It looks just like a Vimana. And it's kind of a reach unless NASA has an interest in ancient India specifically for programming AI into a programming language, and they have an entire department dedicated to Sanskrit. And in Sanskrit, the word NASA means destruction. And this is actually the word NASA that's pulled from many of the most famous Indian literature of the Vedic texts. And these little little addresses I put here to the side, these are all the different texts where this word NASA is used in context of their Vedic writings, which is like their Bible. So these are the addresses and the context of how this word NASA is used, and it's all the same type of use of word. Destruction, nose, destroyed, annihilation, vanquishing, the nostrils, completely finished, exhausted, dissipated, spoiled, lost, deviation, whose nose, of the nostril or nostrils. There is a strong correlation between NASA, the deception they're pulling, and their interest in ancient India's flying machines. And we're going to go over a little more deeper in how they have an actual patent for a Mercury engine in the Smithsonian that a guy in the 70s from NASA tried to make. But stick with us. We're going to go over a few more things later. So I guess I'll just stop real quick in case you have any questions or any thoughts. I know you probably have a lot of questions, but again, I'm giving it like a huge overview. So you're welcome to ask any questions you may have. Or if you saw a good question in the live chat.
You said, oh, I'm telling people to kind of at me. I'm trying to copy and paste them and tell them they can send them to Kofi. I will say, it's just a lot of gravy, man. I'm just trying to soak in the gravy, dude. Like, that's crazy that they, well, for one, it's crazy that word is tied to destruction in Sanskrit. You always hear the Nasa, Nasha, deceive, rise up and deceive, right, in Hebrew, but you never hear about the Sanskrit thing. I do remember you mentioning that to me, though, a while back, but like the whole NASA Sanskrit connection, but it's very interesting. Yeah, I would say that makes perfect sense, though, right? That like these UFOs that we don't know about probably do come from ancient times. I'm sure that we would agree that some of the technology and information comes from back then, and then maybe the source of it is a little bit crazier than people think. Yeah. Well, what I want to ask the people at home, certainly if you're new to the channel and you maybe still believe NASA or something, like why is NASA so obsessed with ancient mythos? And that should be a pretty intriguing question for you. It doesn't make a lot of sense.
Yeah, in modernity, they should be creating their own mythos if they were legit, right? All the new modern traditions and legends that they should be creating with their Apollo missions, their Mars rovers, everything that they claim that they're doing. 200 years from now, 500 years from now, these will be the stories that people would be repeating as in, oh man, these amazing engineers and scientists that got us to Mars, if all that was even real, which we know it's not. So like, why do they care about ancient tech? Why do they care about ancient programming languages? Why do they care so much they have an entire department inside NASA dedicated to this stuff? Why are they calling their missions after Greek god names, patterning their orbs or their vessels after ancient Indian Vimanas that were attributed to the gods? There's a weird fascination and obsession here that doesn't make sense if you were truly doing what you were claiming and supposedly progressing humanity into the future, right? None of it makes sense.
Well, yeah, it's also interesting, right? Because they claim to be going to space or going to what is in the sky. And of course, all the stories tell us that's where these beings came from. All the stories. You can just throw the Bible out and you can still find dozens of claims all across the world throughout all of history that beings came from the sky and taught them how to read and to write and taught them all kinds of secrets, and they worshiped them as gods and gave them order and helped them build civilization, etc. So that's what's so intriguing. They're claiming to go up there where they've named the planets after gods. And then not to a whole huge topic in there, but like Enoch does kind of warn of this. Enoch warns that people will err in their ways and not interpret the sky and even err and take them to be gods. And I know that's a whole rabbit hole, right? But that's what's interesting to me. is that where they're claiming to go. For them to be
Well,
obsessed with the ancient gods, that's when that's pretty crazy, right? Like that's probably
yeah.
not a coincidence.
I'm actually going to put forward my theory on where they claim to go and where they're actually going at the end of this.
Nice, nice.
So yeah, I'm right there with you, man. That was my first thought too. So when they say the gods live in the heavens, they come down, I'm like, well, that's not the heaven the Bible describes. So what are you talking about? You know what I mean?
Right.
Like why is there such a stark difference? And your gods, your bloodthirsty, cannibalistic, extremely unrighteous, quote unquote, little g gods wouldn't be allowed into heaven, into
Right.
the biblical heaven, right? Like there's a total contrast there, right? So yeah, I'm right there with you, man. I try to address it and offer my theory at the end of this, as far as why all this matters and why we should at least take the research seriously and maybe look into it. Like Eddie Bravo says, man, just look into it, man. Just
Look into it, bro.
Look into it. So the next portion I want to talk about is Zeus, Anubis, and Osiris, some of the most famous ancient gods from ancient India. These particular three gods have like a cult following. People get them tattooed all over themselves. They make special artifacts, merchandise. I mean, shoes, all kinds of things. These specific, you know what? That's actually a typo. It should say Ra, Anubis, and Osiris. I'm so sorry. I'll fix the typo later. But so let me go through this real quick. Revelation 13's hierarchy just gives you this whole idea of what's going to go on for the 42 months leading up to the return of Jesus Christ, the Messiah of Nazareth, Yeshua of Nazareth. And in the middle of this book, it says there's this crazy time where the dragon, all the world is worshiping the dragon, which other passages in chapter 17 and chapter 20 calls him Satan. And then this other character shows up called the first beast, and the dragon gives his authority to the first beast. So the first beast in Revelation 13, 7 through 10, he receives his authority from the dragon to conquer all the nations. And it says he goes out to make war against the nations. This is why Yeshua in the book of Revelation speaks about this 42-month time period. Even the book of Daniel, chapter 7, it speaks about this time period as a time of tribulation and distress, unlike the world has ever seen before. So for 42 months, he's trying to make war against the saints, that's people who believe in God, and persecute them, as well as making war against the nations themselves. The second beast is also mentioned in chapter 13, and this particular character forces the nations to worship the first beast, who was given authority from the dragon. So it's like the whole hierarchical dynamic. They try to focus and promote the first beast. So we're going to break down historically who these characters were and why it matters to everything that we've been talking about so far. So across the cultures, from Greek to Egyptian to India, Zeus, Ra, Brahma, same head patron god who controlled lightning and was the god of thunder, the god of storms. Also called Baal, that we see often used in the Bible. People don't realize that when it's talking about the temple to the temple at Pergamum in Revelation chapter 2, that was the place of the greatest temple to Zeus in the entire Middle East. So Zeus to the Greeks was Ra to the Egyptians, was Baal to the Canaanites, or the serpent tied with Baal. He was well known. He was synonymous throughout all these cultures as the head patron god. And to the Indians, he was called Brahma. Hades, the Greek word, Anubis, the Egyptian word, and Vishnu, which is the Indian word. So this is the guy that synonymously throughout all three cultures, the god of the underworld, who was the right-hand man of the patron god, until another one came along. So this is the second beast of Revelation. The first beast of Revelation came along and usurped the second beast and became the right-hand man throughout history, later to the dragon. And this is Apollo, Osiris, also called Shiva. Apollo was the Greek name. That's the word used in Revelation chapter 9 for the one who comes out of the pit and is the king over these other things that come out of the pit, and the one that goes to make war against the nations, the first beast in Revelation 13, 7 through 10. He's also called Osiris to the ancient Egyptians and Shiva to the ancient Indians. This is the unholy trinity, if you will. Ra, Osiris, and Anubis, depicted all over the place in Egyptian hieroglyphs as the three head gods. Brahma, Vishnu, and Shiva. And in case you guys aren't aware of Indian theology, Vishnu, the one in the middle there, he has multiple avatars that showed up. This is what they claim anyway, that he's the most popular god in ancient India. He had multiple avatars that showed up throughout time, and the 9th avatar became the Buddha, which became the most popular that you hear the most about today, and they build the most shrines and statues to today. So whenever you see the Buddha, you're literally looking at an avatar version of Vishnu, who's the second beast of Revelation. So just talking about how they are all synonymous throughout the cultures. The dragon that's mentioned in Revelation, the Greeks called him Zeus, the Egyptians called him Ra or Nehebka, the Indians called him Brahma or Narada, in Sumer, also called Babylon, they called him Enki, the Mayans called him Quetzalcoatl, the flying serpent god, the Germania, they called him Odin, in Israel, they called him Azazel and Satan. So in 1 Enoch chapter 8, verse 1, it says, Azazel taught men. This is part of those 200 rebellious angels that came down before the flood. It says, Azazel taught men to make swords and knives and shields and breastplates, and made known to them the metals of the earth and the art of working them, the bracelets and ornaments and the use of antimony, and the beautifying of the eyelids and all kinds of costly stones and all coloring tinctures. All these gods that are referred to under the patron god of Ra, Zeus, and Brahma, they're all considered gods of war. What did Azazel teach mankind before the flood? How to make weapons, how to make war. So in 1 Enoch chapter 6, like I said, he was a part of the 200. I personally think that the 200, the 199 of them were under Samyaza's leadership, as it says above, but he was the one that came down with them that gets a different punishment, as we're going to explain. So in 1 Enoch chapter 10, verses 1 through 3, please ignore the AI images on the right. I was just trying to find some pictures of male angels. It's hard. Did you know it's really difficult to find pictures of male angels that are not either naked or extremely effeminate? So it's like an agenda out there, man. It's crazy. If they're not female angels, which the Bible doesn't describe female angels ever, it's only male angels. So in 1 Enoch 10, 1 through 3, the Most High, the Holy One, the Great One spoke, and he said, he sent Uriel to the son of Lamech, that's Noah. He said to him, go to Noah and tell him in my name, hide yourself, and reveal to him the end that's approaching, that the whole earth will be destroyed and a deluge is about to come upon the whole earth and will destroy all that's in it. Now instruct him that he may escape and his seed may be preserved for all the generations of the world. So I'm highlighting on the right-hand side, there's 4 angels involved in what we're about to read for Noah to be warned about the flood and the other 3 that are about to do punishment to the rebellious watchers and their offspring, the Nephilim. So Raphael, he then gets sent to Azazel. In 1 Enoch chapter 10, 4 through 8, and again, the Lord said to Raphael, bind Azazel hand and foot, cast him into the darkness, make an opening in the desert, which is in Dudael, and cast him therein, and place upon him rough and jagged rocks, and cover him with darkness, let him abide there forever. Now, I want to make a quick note. In the Hebrew, this word forever doesn't always mean endless time. It's a word called olam. It can mean a long span of time, an age, or it can mean eternity. So we see all these other descriptions in the book of Enoch, how Azazel actually gets out and is the lion who roams around seeking he may devour, leading up to the return, the second coming of the Messiah. So in the context of this, the word olam is translated as forever, but it means a long span of time. And there's more. I'm just giving you, again, a quick high overview of all these concepts. But if you read the first book of Enoch, you'll see there's more description given about these punishments for these rebellious angels. And it didn't take place immediately. So the moment that the Almighty said to Enoch, go and declare, or to Raphael in this moment, go and declare to Azazel his punishment, it didn't mean that it was happening immediately, because you get further expounding text, which tells you the process of events before that punishment takes place. So this one is talking about Raphael goes to Azazel and tells him you'll be cast in the earth, and then on the day of great judgment, you'll be cast into the fire, and heal the earth which the angels have corrupted, and proclaim the healing of the earth, that they may heal the plague, and that the children of men may not perish through all the secret things the watchers have disclosed and have taught their sons. and the whole earth has been corrupted through the works that were taught by Azazel. To him ascribe all sin. So he stands out amongst the other rebellious watchers. 1 Enoch 10, 9 through 10, and to Gabriel said the Lord, proceed against the bastards and the reprobates, against the children of fornication, destroy the children of the watchers from amongst men, send them one against another, that they may destroy each other in battle. For length of days shall not they have. No request that they make of you shall be granted unto their fathers on their behalf, for they hope to live an eternal life, and that each of them will live 500 years. So Gabriel is sent to the Nephilim. These are the reprobates, the children of fornication, the children of the watchers. He's sent to them to create civil war amongst them, and they'll all be dead within 500 years. So you start getting more details about how these punishments are going to take place. Later in chapter 15, you see the watchers are going to be alive before they're cast to Tartarus and before they're punished. They're allowed to stay so they can see this 500 years pass and all their children kill each other and become what we know today as unclean spirits, because they lose their original bodies. So there's a ton of story here that makes much more sense with the New Testament. Again, I'm giving you a high-level overview today. 1 Enoch chapter 10, 11 through 12, the Lord said to Michael, go bind to Samyaza and his associates who've united themselves with women so as to defile themselves with them in all their uncleanness. When their sons have slain one another and they've seen the destruction of their beloved ones, bind them fast for the 70 generations in the valley of the earth till the day of their judgment and of their consummation, till the judgment that is forever and ever is consummated. Again, we use this term forever and ever. It's a semantic range of the use of the word olam in Hebrew. As we see in 2 Peter 2:4 and Jude 1:6, these rebellious angels who are bound in Tartarus actually are brought out at the great white throne judgment so they can be judged and thrown in the lake of fire and destroyed. So this is not Catholic theology. Catholic theology teaches eternal conscious torment, that you're going to be in a fire reanimating forever, never getting out of the fire, and forever in agony and pain. That's not what the Bible describes. The Bible describes the second death as the lake of fire, which destroys both your body and your soul. There's nothing left of you after that. The word destroy is the finality of extinction. You're done. You're out of the game. No more retries, no more respawning. You're done. That's how the Creator is going to have peace on the earth forever, as he has to actually get rid of, removes from creation those who reject his ways. So the first beast, now that we went over the history of the dragon and who he's considered to be throughout all these cultures, the first beast, this is why he's always represented as a serpent in all these cultures. The first beast is considered his right-hand man at this point. And in Greece, they called him Apollyon or Helios. Now, Apollyon is a unique name because it's considered the lord of the locusts in ancient Greece. And in Revelation chapter 9, verses 1 through 11, you see that he comes out of the bottomless pit 42 months before the second coming of Messiah, starts warring against the nations, and he's the king over these other things that come out of the pit as well, who are described in a locust manner. Excuse me. To the Egyptians, they called him Osiris. And we're going to read some quotes from different Egyptian texts that directly tell you he's the only god that is perished but is destined to come back. No other god in the pantheon of Egypt was ever promised that. In Babylon, Hammurabi and Baal he was considered to many. And then the Canaanites, Akkadians, they called him Baal as well. And then Israel and Nimrod would be his name from Genesis chapter 10, verse 8. So Osiris, technically the god of fertility, agriculture, and the afterlife, the dead, resurrection, life, and vegetation. And his name transliterated from the Greek as Osiris in its original form in Egyptian, the Egyptian language was Ashur. So Ashur was the head of the Assyrian pantheon of gods and the patron deity over the city of Nimrod. So we have the direct correlation. Now we're into Assyria, which used to be the capital of Babylon before Babylon was. But of the Babylon Empire, for a large span of time in history, Assyria was the capital. So now they're worshiping whom the Egyptians thought was Osiris. And the Hebrews knew exactly who he was as well. This is why Genesis chapter 10, 6 through 14 in the Septuagint, specifically, because unfortunately it has better details than the Masoretic, it mentions someone in verse 8 called Nimrod, which is the same name that we see in Jubilees chapter 8 in the book of Jubilees. It's the Greek transliteration for Nimrod. And it says Nimrod was a giant hunter before the Lord. And in the beginning of his kingdom was Babylon, and then Orek and Akkad and Elaine in the land of Shinar. So it just says that he was establishing a kingdom, not just one city, not just one territory, but he was establishing an empire. That was where the Babylonian Empire came from. So in Micah chapter 5, both in the Masoretic and in the Septuagint, it calls the land of Assyria the land of Nimrod, matching the historical claims from Assyria, matching the correlations to ancient Egypt. So in the 16th dynasty, and later there, grew up a class of literature. These are songs they sang that we can now find in the Book of the Dead, the Egyptian Book of the Dead. They were originally put on papyrus. They called Osiris the god of resurrection and represented by such works as the Book of Respirations, the Lamentations of Isis and Nephthys, the festival songs of Isis and Nephthys, the litanies of Seeker, and the like, and the hymns and prayers of which are addressed to Osiris rather as the god of the dead and the type of resurrection than as the successor of the great cosmic god Timun Ra. So we're going to explain what that cosmic word means, by the way, in the Hebrew, towards the end. But Osiris, is the one that's called the soul that lives again. That's why he was considered the god of the resurrection. And his main symbol that he used was the Ankh, which looks like a cross with a little circle on top of the cross. He is the being who becomes a child again. He's the firstborn son of unformed matter, the Lord of multiple aspects and forms, the Lord of time and bestower of years, the Lord of life for all eternity. Now, I'm not agreeing with all these mantras they put into their hymns and their songs as they worshiped him. I'm just saying, in all the pantheons, Apollo to the Greeks, Osiris to the Egyptians, and Shiva, who lives and dies because he's the destroyer who creates and rebirths life. These are the only three people in all their pantheons that was always someone that's going to come back on the earth. Coincidentally, the book of Revelation says Apollyon, which was one of the Greek, it's actually technically a Latin transliteration of Apollo, he comes up out of the bottomless pit and goes to make war against the nations. So the same Bible that claims that God sent his son to save our souls through confession of sin and to give us eternal life, John 3:16, that same book claims that this guy, using one of his Greek names, technically is one of his Latin transliterated names, is going to come out of the bottomless pit below the earth and go make war against the nations 42 months before the second coming of Messiah. I didn't make the claim. I'm just translating the words and the definitions throughout different cultures. So the Bible is an amazing book that makes wild claims, that has historical validation. You don't have to guess who the Antichrist is going to be. You're staring at him. This is the one that comes out and is given the authority of the dragon to make war against the nations and kill anyone who believes in Christ. So in ancient Egyptian hieroglyphs, they always had this thing called the Djed that was in the center of the gods. It's on the boat of Ra on the left-hand side. There's what they call an erection ceremony where they would put this pillar up in between the two gods. You got Hathor, what's his name? Thoth on the left, and then Ra on the right in between this pillar. This pillar is called the Djed, and it was the personification of the wisdom of Ra, specifically of the eye of Ra. And they used to do ceremonies worshiping this thing. Remember, personification means this was like a statue they erected to represent something else. So the other thing that it represented was the eye of Ra that was in the sky, that had the power and the wisdom of Ra to resurrect Osiris back to life. This was their belief set. It's in museums next to other ancient trinkets and amulets that have to do with Osiris. This is the staff of Ra next to a Djed, next to an Ankh. The wisdom of Ra resurrects Osiris through the authority of Ra. By the way, the staff of Ra was considered a form of a Vajra that he carried around. So in Revelation 9:11, they have a king over them, the angel of the abyss. The word angel just means messenger. It doesn't mean a glorified being from heaven every single time. It also has a definitional semantic range of use because it can be applied in context in different ways. This messenger of the abyss In his name, Hebrew is Abaddon, which means destruction. And in the Greek, he has the name Apollyon, or Apollo. The god of destruction, the god of the locusts. And in Joel 2, Yahweh promises the faithful of Israel, I will return to you what the locust has eaten. And if you have ever studied the book of the minor prophet Joel, you understand there's a lot of end times prophecy in there. Very interesting. The second beast, right? Remember, we're going over the hierarchy in Revelation 13 of the dragon, the first beast, and the second beast. The second beast, throughout history in Greece, they called him Hermes or Hades. The Egyptians called him Anubis. In India, they called him Vishnu. The Babylonians called him Enkidu and Nergal. Akkadians, they called him Era. And I couldn't find his name in Israel because in the Bible, he's only called Nergal, which is the Babylonian name. We see this in Jeremiah and 2 Kings, as you can see highlighted here. The men of Babylon made Sukkot Benat. The men of Kut made Nergal, and they worshipped him. And this was his hieroglyph or his bust on the right. And he was considered the scorpion god, the god of war, a lion-headed god. He was considered a hybrid. He was considered having the tail of a stinger and the head of a lion. He also had these three dogs, these three dogs he carried with him that he called like the dogs of hell, because he was considered the god of the underworld. And he also had the caduceus, as you see on the left-hand side of the picture, because he was a god of healing. It's interesting. So in the book of Revelation, chapter 13, this is the big question everyone always asks about the mark of the beast. But let's look at which beast that's referenced in chapter 13 actually gives the mark. In Revelation 13, 16 through 17, it says, the second beast required all people, small and great, rich and poor, free and slave, to receive a mark on their right hand or on their forehead, so no one could buy or sell unless he had the mark, the name of the beast, or the number of its name. Here is a call for wisdom. Let the one who has insight calculate the number of the beast, for it is the number of a man, and that number is 666. It's not 666, it's 666, right? So when you break down the gematria of the Greek words for who this person is, since we got the Greek Apollo, we got the Greek Zeus, who was the other person in their unholy trinity? It was Hermes. You break down the Greek, you end up with 353.666. And this is not a coincidence that Hermes fits 3 times. This is a part of their sacred geometry, that the number of Hermes was the diameter of 3 spheres, which fit inside of 2 spheres, which the 4 twos represented Apollo. All of those 2 spheres, that their diameters fit inside with overlap. They fit inside of a larger sphere of 3s that represented Zeus. This is a part of this Greek gematria. And it does make an eye in the middle. So just keep that in mind. The gematria of this quote-unquote unholy trinity, I'm just using that term for quick reference, fits inside of a sphere intentionally. So I don't know, Austin, do you remember like in 2011 when Obama, or I think it was 2012 when Obama got reelected, they had this huge statue of Anubis that they put on a barge and floated throughout the United States?
I didn't even know that. No, that sounds insane.
Yeah, so here it is. It's near the Brooklyn Bridge and then the Statue of Liberty. But yeah, I went like they took this thing to like, they put it at of course, they put it at the Denver airport for like a month and took pictures of it. They took it to San Francisco. Like they toured it. It literally, they called it the Tour of Anubis, and it went for like 9 months or 10 months all over the United States.
What? That's so weird.
Yeah, I know. It doesn't make, he even had a little suitcase, as you see next to the statue, that they used for photo ops.
Like they put him through all the rivers and stuff.
Yeah, they floated it through all the rivers and I guess at one point they had to like take him off the barge so they could take him to Denver and different stops. But yeah, we already know the Statue of Liberty represents Columbia, which is a female form of Apollo from ancient Greece. And here's a convenient photo up with the first.
Hey, real fast, have you ever heard about that? Some people say it's like Lucifer, right, or whatever. And there's like some statue. I guess if you look at the bottom of the Statue of Liberty, there's chains that are broken on her feet. And then they find the statue that's called Lucifer that has the angel with chains on it. You've heard about that?
I've seen those pictures, those comparisons, and I've been to the Statue of Liberty, but I was younger and I didn't notice those chains because I probably just because I was younger and I wasn't looking for it, you know. So I would love to go back and investigate, you know, that because
You know,
I
it's so
don't
funny.
remember.
It's totally unrelated. Not to be careful how I say this, but when I was on tour, the world had lost its mind, and everyone acted like we were in a prison. You know, and I went to go there, and they wouldn't let me go to the Statue of Liberty because I wouldn't muzzle myself and play along. So I didn't get to see it. That's all I'm saying. I wanted to go see it too, but I didn't get to see it. But
Oh, what was that like 2020 or 2021?
yeah, 21. So
Yeah.
you're saying it's Apollo, and it has a whole history, and it looks like
Yeah,
a
it's a
dude. but-
cross-dressing. Apollo is a cross-dressing god, and so this is supposed to act like they call it a woman, but it's not.
Gotcha. Yeah, it's a Michelle statue.
Yeah, it's the Statue of Liberty. Liberty was one of the names for, I think the Roman name for one of the Greek gods, Diana, which was the female version of Apollo.
Okay.
Now, so there's a lot of representations in this ancient mythology or these ancient theologies of how they worship their gods. Remember earlier I talked about that little pillar in ancient Egypt that looked like a coil, you know, it had like the coil rings at the top, and it was called the Djed pillar, which translates as serpent wisdom, by the way, the word Djed. So they had this coil that they did these ceremonies that represented the wisdom of Ra and the eye of Ra. In the same way, many of the ancient gods of ancient Egypt and ancient Greece that were female gods represented the wisdom of Zeus or the eye of Ra in a female goddess form personification. So we're gonna talk about that briefly here in just a minute. But this is in the Vatican. What is Hermes doing in the Vatican?
Bro.
In fact, so this is a specific form of Hermes. When the Romans took over Egypt, they actually renamed Hermes they renamed Anubis as Hermanubis because they referred to Mercury and Hermes, knowing it was the same god as Anubis, but because they were going to give it a name that people could recognize, they renamed it Hermanubis. So this is a statue of Hermanubis in the Vatican. Why? I'm like that meme of that preacher. He's like, why? What? No, like, why would you like? Aren't you supposed to destroy the idols if you're representing Christ and you're following the scriptures? Why would you have one of the literal idols in your house? So anyway, it makes no sense because we're, you know, the next episode of our 42 series, we're doing a full expose on Catholicism and how it plays out in Revelation and everything. So, but yeah, man, that's crazy. They got, and this isn't the only thing that we're going to look at the Vatican today. So again, stay with us. Who is this guy? I'm trying to remember the name of this guy who makes this wine. He's like the lead singer of Tool, I think.
Oh, I don't know, but if that's the case, it's super.
It's either the lead singer of Tool or Nine Inch Nails. But look at this. He's got the caduceus behind the 353. Remember, what was the gematria of Hermes' name? He literally named the wine caduceus. And he says at the top, the staff of the god of Hermes. So like he knows, and it's Anubis 2011, 2014. At the top, he calls it Hermes. He has the gematria 353 inside the sphere. Like I talked about, like all the symbols there of the occult all perfectly line up. Anubis is Hermes, is Mercury, is Nergal, is Enkidu. It's all the same god. They know who this is. And to the Egyptians, this was Anubis, was represented as many people falsely think it's the dog. It's actually a wolf. And it's a specific desert wolf that it's commonly referred to as a jackal, but it's the desert wolf in ancient Egypt. And that's where people think it looks like a dog, but it's technically not. In ancient Greece, the wolf was a god, a massive wolf that was a part of like in some of their tales and things, but he was one of the gods. Like I said before, Nergal, which is the Babylonian Assyrian representation of Anubis and Hermes, was a lion-headed hybrid. And so you have the god of war. This is a specific statue from ancient Egypt on the right-hand side. This is the statue of Anubis. It's a rare statue with him in a lion form with a regular human head sitting on this specific platform that has the 9 bows of Egypt, which means he's the god of war of Egypt. So just in case you weren't aware, Anubis, the Sphinx looking thing, represents Anubis. So there's no mystery here. You just have to believe what Egyptology has already said. The only mystery is people that are trying to get you to do tourism. There's no mystery here. This has all been established long ago. They know who Anubis is. The Romans specifically knew the personificated forms of Anubis, in which they literally created a new god about, 2,200 years ago when they took over Egypt. And they said, oh, well, we worship the same god. His name is Hermes, but we're going to keep his dog form, his wolf form, but we're going to call him Hermanubis. Like, it's out there, guys. All the information's out there. This is not mysterious stuff. You just have to, I just spent a lot of time researching, putting it together and checking my work, So this is where, like I said, Nergal to the Assyrians, to the Mesopotamians. On the left-hand side, this is a modern version. Someone online made Nergal in his lion form with the stinger tail. So in case you read the book of Revelation chapter 9, you're like, what are these things that are popping out of from the pit of the earth that have the teeth of a lion, the face of a lion, the teeth of a lion, the hair of a lion, the body of a man, and the stingers of a tail, and they're flying? This weird amalgamation chimera being described in Revelation chapter 9. If you knew the ancient gods and how they personified the first and second beast, it makes perfect sense, guys. Revelation is not that hard. We just have to know history. All right. Before I move on to the next segment, which is about to get really cray-cray, any other questions that you saw that you want to ask, or any you may have?
I have a few I copied down. One of them is, why does Sean, this is from Paul, why does Sean not see the first beast of Revelation 13 as the Roman Catholic Church system, as all the Protestant reformers did?
That's a big claim that all the Protestant reformers all had that same conclusion. Because again, like I know you just asked that question that was asked several minutes ago, but in my last few statements, like I said, if you just research history, you can start to see, we know who the dragon is. It tells you in Revelation. We know who the first beast is in Revelation 17:8. Revelation chapter 11, I think it's verse 13, and then Revelation 13, 7 through 10, as well as Revelation 9, 1 through 11. That beast that comes up out of the pit is the one who receives all authority from the dragon to make war against the nations and persecute the saints. So he's directly named as Apollyon. If you know history, that's a person who has a long history, who the nations used to worship. So that's why I don't give the Roman Catholic Church as the spot for the first beast. As I'll be talking about in my next 42 series episode, the Roman Catholic Church is actually the whore, the woman riding Mother Babylon that we see in Revelation 17. And I go over that in great depth, and I'll explain all that. But so yeah, just disagreement there.
Yeah, so not unrelated, misplaced position in the story, basically.
Right.
Cool. The other one, Kia, is Satan, Satan, the only fallen angel loose, or just Satan and unclean spirits?
I'm sorry, I didn't understand the first part of that.
Yeah, it's kind of not it says, is Satan the only fallen angel loose, or just Satan and unclean spirits? It doesn't really make a ton of sense.
The unclean spirits are the disembodied unclean spirits of the former Nephilim from before the flood. So they're under the authority of the only remaining angel who rebelled before the flood, which is Azazel, commonly referenced as Satan.
Gotcha.
So that's what Jubilees chapter 10 directly tells you, that there was 100% of these unclean spirits that all lost their bodies from the warfare leading up to the flood, and maybe some in the flood too. Now they're disembodied spirits, but the Almighty says to them, you can't go to heaven because you were created on the earth and you're unclean. You weren't intended anyway. And I'm just going to send you down to one of the compartments of Sheol until the day of great judgment. But Azazel, who was still out, hadn't received his actual punishment yet. His punishment was announced, but it hadn't taken place yet, because it's not that point in the story. He actually pleads with the Almighty and says, can I have some of them under my control so that I can do my bidding against mankind? And according to Jubilees chapter 10, he was given 10% of the unclean spirits under his control. So this is why you see throughout the rest of the Bible, even in the days of Christ walking the earth and kicking unclean spirits out of people, they all have this supernatural knowledge of who Christ is and history and prophecy in the future. And they're under the authority of Satan, but that's the origin of what we consider unclean spirits or demons. And that's why the Satan character that tempts Christ in Luke 4, Matthew 4, that's why he has control over him. All this has happening around the flood. The flood was extremely significant in biblical history, but many churches don't even believe it was real.
Yeah,
So,
it's crazy.
You got issues.
Yeah, I think another thing that's really, for people that don't know, I mean, also Enoch basically tells you that not only, you know, the idea of them trying to petition the Creator using Enoch to say, please forgive us and forgive our sons as well. They didn't do anything, right? And he's like, no, not only am I not going to forgive you guys, I'm going to make you watch them destroy each other. And then you go look at all the other ancient civilizations, and they're all stories about these gods fighting, or these titans fighting, right? Or the Clash of the Titans. You have modern movies made about it. It's pretty interesting. Even some of the depictions you were showing earlier, they're fighting, which is kind of what I was alluding to earlier when I mentioned that. It's imagine theoretically, right, these giants actually fighting. That would be insane destruction, I would imagine, right? You probably would have some crazy stuff happen there. So yeah, I find it all very fascinating. I think that if you've done any research into history at all, you found out that giants were real and that we've been lied to about it. And then it seems like this disembodied spirits is from the Nephilim, and then they really run with that idea too, right? Like modern times, people just run and throwing the word demon every which way, and anyway, pretty fascinating to tie it together.
Some of my interviews on my channel, I'll ask some of the pastors I interview, so where do demons come from? Because most modern churches, they don't have the Book of Enoch in their collection of Bibles. You have to go like overseas, you know, and so they're kind of uninformed on what Enoch explains, and they'll just look at me and they won't have an answer. They'll go, oh well, you know, some people think they're fallen angels, because there's a dominant modern theory that Satan rebelled from heaven and took a third of the angels with him because of some wording in Revelation chapter 12. But that is not what the entire previous portions of all the scriptures explain about who Satan is, where he came from, and where these unclean spirits came from. And why these unclean spirits never have a chance for redemption. They were made fallen to begin with. They were made as what Deuteronomy calls them, the shades, or what the book of the Apocalypse of Baruch will call them, the specters. They were made different. They weren't not made like a man. So there's no resurrection ever offered to them ever.
They weren't even supposed to exist, right? Like they were a result of rebellion, right? Yeah.
Right. They're living their best life now, and that's all they're going to get. Mankind is promised to have a better life, an abundant life at the resurrection, millennial reign, and into eternity. Rebellious angels are promised to be destroyed in the lake of fire, along with these unclean spirits at the appropriate judgment time. And so this is why, you know, it was such an egregious thing for these rebellious angels to make these unclean spirits through birthing them through women and manipulating the process, because they were basically like, I mean, they're forcing the Creator to move with extreme judgment on these entities he didn't want to create. He didn't intend for this. So this is where, you know, you start getting into deep philosophy, Christian philosophy, as far as like, how much did God understand? How much does the Creator know is going to happen in the future? You know, you get into like forms of Calvinistic theology and Augustinian philosophy and thought, determinism, and versus, you know, what some people will call middle knowledge or open theism. And you get into all these conjectures and theories that Christians argue about all the time, as far as like, why did God let some of this stuff happen? But honestly, guys, if you look closely, throughout the entire Bible, even in the days of Noah, who's Second Peter says he's a preachers of righteousness, in this time period that we're talking about before the flood, when you have rebellious angels, super beings here on the earth, creating these weird hybrid, like they're non-human, these Nephilim, and they're destined for destruction. They're called shades. They have some sort of ability to do. They're big. They're giants as well. So like Noah's living in this environment. And yet he still walks in the ways of the Almighty. He still walks without compromise to the point where he's called complete or perfect in his generations. And he says in Genesis 6 that he walked with God, or he walked with Elohim. Like, that is an incredible compliment that like very few people in the Bible get. So we see that even in the face of staring at Satan himself, Christ, who also walked in the ways of the Almighty, the commandments, he didn't bat an eye. He didn't back down at all. They don't have power over you if you walk in the ways of the Creator. You then have power over them. So even though these rebellious angels tried to manipulate the situation and create something that could overcome mankind, as a fellow, sentient being of mankind, all you have to do is put your faith in the Creator, walk in His commandments, and they can't touch you. So I just want to encourage people with that. I know we're dealing with some heavy things, you know what I mean? But don't be afraid. Be not afraid, as the Bible says 365 times. All you got to do is trust in God, walk in His ways, and you have authority over these things. They can't touch you. Just like Christ, He told Satan, "Get out of here." Satan flew away like lightning.
There you go, man. Beautiful.
Yeah. Okay. But let me finish this real quick, and because we got some crazy stuff to get into here. This is we've talked about Ra, the head patron god of Egypt, a lot. His Greek counterpart being Zeus, his Indian counterpart being Brahma. But now let's talk about eclipses. And this is where, it's okay. It is absolutely okay, Austin. I know if you disagree with this is a theory that I'm putting forward. It's okay if you disagree. But there's just a lot of historical, interesting, and scientific probability and validation that this could be, I could be onto something. So we'll see what people think. So in ancient Egypt, the all-seeing eye, the eye of Ra inside the triangle, Ra represented the sun god, but the all-seeing eye was always something that eclipsed the sun in their hieroglyphs. And a lot of people overlook this. So the eclipse throughout history has always been a time where the pagans went wild. And they always worshipped the false gods heavier during the eclipses. You ever wonder why the world goes crazy when there's an eclipse? It's not anything new. This is a long-standing thing in history. So the eclipse is a fascinating thing. We're told in the heliocentric model, the sun and moon look the same size, even though they're great distances from each other, that the sun is 400 times larger, but 400 times further away. And so through the optical illusion, it looks as if they're the same size. And then from time to time, the sun will go behind the moon, or the moon will cross in front of the sun and create this eclipse. And every time this happens, all the nations stop and stare. Why? Why is this such a big deal? Because apparently there's a thing it's called the ephemeris chart. And there's they know when these things are going to happen. NASA predicts them through this astrology chart. But in the Egyptian hieroglyphs, the hawk-headed god was Ra, and above him was the sun with another little circle inside the sun. A lot of people never ask, what is this? What is this other little circle inside the sun? Why not just put the sun over his head? He's the sun god, right? But as you see in these little, in the center screen here, between these two people sitting in this chair in this hieroglyph, there's another depiction of the sun with something in the middle of it that's causing a strange shadow. This is all over the place in Egyptian hieroglyphs. Again, we see this, obviously we know it's symbolic for secret societies, and the different things itself is the all-seeing eye at the top of the pyramid. But then you have Ra depicted as a man with a sun over his head and a beetle in the center of the sun. This is very interesting, guys, because if you actually look in the Septuagint, one of the plagues of Egypt where it says the flies, or I think it's the lice, it's actually translated in the Septuagint as the beetles. So there's so much here. I'm just giving you a high-level overview of why this is significant. There's other carvings and busts of symbols of Ra as the beetle with wings who flies, holding up something, a black sphere above his head. This is very common. There's actually an entire Egyptian god dedicated to this idea. His name is Khepri, the sun god. He's another avatar or another version of Ra. He's usually depicted as a human with a beetle on his head. And it's very interesting because why? Why a black beetle? So the beetle itself, it rolls poop. Like this is what's so funny about this little creature, this insect. This is a dung ball. So this is the beetle who's gone across the sands of Egypt and is looking for particles of poo that he can roll into a ball and make a little place to put his eggs into so they can hatch. So he's literally the dung beetle. This is where you get the idea. The androgynous, hermaphrodite, Baphomet, LGBTQ rainbow mafia, booty-loving god of Ra is represented by a dung beetle. It doesn't get more ironic than that. And this is what is worshipped as a god, is a beetle depiction of Ra. Now, what's interesting is there's a whole bunch of different types of beetles, and they all thought they were extremely special in ancient Egypt. But this particular one actually had a special shell on it that basically refracted light off of it. It is a unique kind of thing. The beetles are kind of fascinating. The backs, the shells that they have. So again, go watch part 19 of our episode, Investigating Babylon, Eclipses in the Eye of Ra, and I go into great detail, like 2.5 hours worth of detail with clips. I even have a nice nostalgic clip with Rob Skiba in there. But I'm giving you the high level overview for the sake of time tonight, so we can get to everything else I want to explain as well. But as we know, there's this strange thing, Austin, that these eclipses only happen during new moon phases, right?
Yeah,
and we're always like, why? Why does that makes no sense? And then of course, people with astronomers with extremely expensive cameras can't seem to find the moon leading up to the eclipse event, which is really weird. Did you know anyone in the past on April 8th that was able to see the moon before and after the eclipse?
No.
Okay, so this previous eclipse, this last go around, we still don't know anyone that's actually been able to track the moon before the eclipse, during the eclipse, and after the eclipse. Yeah, because NASA themselves, they claim that the eclipse always happens during the new moon phase, when there's no light on the moon. That still doesn't make any. Tell me what you think about this, Austin. That still doesn't make any sense to me, because if you still have a light source behind a body, just because there's no light shining on the front of the body, you still should see it backlit, right?
You would think you would be able to see it backlit, yeah.
So I've never understood that.
I actually don't know what the response to that is.
So here's just, a couple documentations from 2017 and from times in the past that it was always the new moon phase for these eclipses. Same thing in 2012, new moon, that's when the eclipse happened. So it's always, that's their claim, is that, it is the moon, but you just don't see it coming and going.
Well, I gotta say real quick, with the picture you just showed, where supposedly it's the moon in front of the sun, you clearly see it backlit. You see the rays of the light coming around it.
You mean on the bottom of the right-hand side of the picture, or the top left header of the news article?
There was another one that you just had. I don't know where it was. I don't know. It was that one.
Yeah.
See that?
Yeah. But that's fake. That's that picture that someone put on a bed sheet. They put a marble on a bed sheet.
Oh, really?
I mean, they claim it's the light rays shooting around it, but I don't believe it at all.
What I'm saying is, even in their paradigm, if it was, right, that's saying that the light from the sun is going to backlight and wrap around, right?
Right.
Anyway, just side note, but yeah, I don't know.
Yeah, I would never have come to this theory that I'm about to share with you had I've ever been able to see the moon approaching the sun for an eclipse and then leaving the sun from an eclipse. It's never there. And other people have tried to say on April 8th this year that the moon itself would have been actually, according to its calculation, would have been degrees off and would not have created an eclipse in its rotation if it was lit. But again, what we observe in our natural reality is that what the Bible describes is what we observe. There's 2 points of light in the sky. One rules the day, one rules the night. Just as First Enoch 72:37 says, in regards to size, they're both equal. This is from the prophet Enoch. So just in case, I know there's a lot of Christians out there that have been told that somehow the book of Enoch is bad. But guys, Jude quotes and calls him the prophet Enoch in Jude 14. So if you believe Hebrews chapter 1, which says God spoke to us through his prophets in many portions in many ways, and in these latter days he spoke through his son, then you must take into account the Hebrew guy Jude talking about one of his Hebrew prophets from antiquity, whom they all believed as a prophet, was Enoch. It was only until the 1st century AD, and then under the specific leadership of a Pharisaic rabbi named Rabbi Akiva, did he have the book of Enoch, Jubilees, and the Testament of 12 Patriarchs removed from the Jewish Old Testament canon. Before that, they all understood First Enoch was inspired scripture. It was never in question. So, a little bit of history there to help you understand. Enoch, a prophet of God, gets an entire tour of creation in the writings of Enoch. The angels explain to him, here's where the winds come in from the firmament on this side. Here's what causes hail, frost, and storm. Here's the foundations of the earth. Here's the foundations of the heaven. Here's the heavens themselves. Here's how the stars, moon, and the sun move inside their circuits and their circumferences. So if you want to go get a wonderful description of an enclosed cosmology from the scriptures, go to 1 Enoch chapter 72 through 82. It talks about the sun, moon, and stars in their orbit and their circumference in the heaven above. So these are being upheld in the firmament above. That means there's layers of firm between you and what you see as this point of light in the sky. Enoch is being told by the angel that these points of light in the sky that are called luminaries, they're not called planets, they're not called orbs, they're not called gas giants, they're never going to go supernova. These points of light in the sky made by the Creator to shine down onto the earth are said to be the same size. And in 1 Enoch 77, it says they're two great luminaries. The size of the circumference of both is like. So we have two different times where he's told they're the exact same size. Further in chapter 77, he says, the moon becomes full exactly on the day when the sun sets in the west, and from the east she rises at night. The moon shines the whole night through till the sun rises over against her, and the moon is seen over against the sun. On the side where the light of the moon comes forth, there again she wanes till all the light vanishes, and all the days of the month are at an end, and her circumference is empty and void of light. So this is where I kind of agree. I've heard you in some debates in different times, Austin. You've talked about you think the moon might be plasma or a form of plasma or something. Mm-hmm. And I would tend to agree with that because that would make sense of how it charges up. Because again, please go read those chapters I just said where it gives you much more detailed explanation. It tells you that the moon gathers energy from the sun over the course of 14 days until it becomes full with light. And then it wanes for the next 14 days as it loses energy until there's nothing in it and it's void of light. The circumference is empty.
That's
so
fire.
They talk about people seeing things through the moon, things like that. I can't, validate those. Those are interesting claims. I can't validate them. But if the scriptures is true, then the circumference of this light is empty whenever it's what's considered a new moon phase, when it's lost all of its light. So this could be exactly why you don't see anything approaching a solar eclipse. So what is actually making the eclipse?
Yeah, great question.
Oh, excuse me. And this is where my crazy theory comes in. I'm sorry, I'm going to cough 1 second.
It's all good.
Water makes me cough.
I'm excited.
So Enoch 77, 15 through 17, and 3 months she makes of 30 days, and that at her time she makes 3 months of 29 days each. So it's telling you the different cycles and how it goes and accomplishes, because it moves faster than the sun in the heaven. So in which she accomplishes her waning in the first period of time, in the first portal for 177 days. And in the time of her going out, she appears for 3 months of 30 days each, and for 3 months she appears of 29 each. Excuse me. At night, she appears like a man for 20 days each time. It's interesting because you kind of see a face in the moon, right?
Mm-hmm.
Like it looks like a man's face in the moon sometimes, right? It's very fascinating because Enoch is saying she appears like a man for 20 days each time. And by day, she appears like the heaven. and there is nothing else in her save her light, which is the word for except for. So Enoch is telling you that when her circumference wanes of light, there's nothing else in it. And after she completes this specific cycle, there's nothing else in the moon except her light. So to me, that would make a lot of sense that this is somehow some sort of plasma that produces light. It would wane and wax throughout the months. So what the heck is this thing that actually crosses in front of the sun itself? That the whole world goes crazy over, makes a big deal out of. This is a 2015, a partial eclipse that someone took from high altitude, like 33,000 feet or something. And they showed that it looks like a dot crossing in front of the sun. And what's so wild is over the clouds, like this is a full video. Again, I didn't want to play it because I don't want to get the channel, impacted. But the shadow that you can see on the tops of the clouds is not covering half the earth. Like the shadow is covering like a small little swath, and it moves from right to left across the film, across the tops of the clouds. And you're like, bro, that is not a big object crossing in front of the light source.
Yeah, actually, I agree. I agree that does make sense.
Just like we see in the Path of Totality from 2017, what they say, 200 miles at its width, but then like 70 to 80 miles approximately at its path of totality. I thought the moon was the same size as the sun. So if it crosses in front of it to become completely eclipsing it, shouldn't half the earth be out of light?
Oh, they got excuses, bro. They got excuses.
Right. I'm just trying to apply a little basic common sense here of whatever's crossing in front of this thing is not the same size as the sun. And of course, we've seen these pictures that are easily debunked, right? With these are fabricated portrayals of light that doesn't happen in reality, and how they supposedly create eclipses with these small points of light. All right, so we're gonna flash back to 1st century BC poet speaking about Mount Olympus, the home of Zeus. It says, meanwhile, Olympus, the seat of sovereign sway, threw wide its portals, and in enclave, that's the meeting place, it fared the sire, the authority of the gods, and the king of all mankind, Zeus. And he summoned the immortals to his starry court, where high enthroned, the spreading earth he views, into Crea's camp and Latium's fierce array. Beneath the double-gated dome, the gods were sitting. So this is an ancient Roman historian in a book trying to describe what they believed was happening on Mount Olympus with Zeus and the other gods enthroned amongst the stars, seeing the spreading earth below them, sitting under a double-gated dome. So in Acts 14, 11 through 13, it says, when the crowd saw that Paul, so this is 100, maybe not even 100 years after the quote we just had from that Roman poet, that Roman historian. Now we have Paul and Barnabas on missionary journeys in the 1st century AD, trying to spread the news of Christ. And they go into this town in Acts 14, and I believe it's in Macedonia. It says, when the crowd saw that Paul had done what Paul had done, they lifted up their voice in the Iconian language. The gods have come down to us in human form. Barnabas they called Zeus, and Paul they called Hermes, because he was the chief speaker. The priest of Zeus, whose temple was just outside the city, he brought bulls and wreaths to the city gates, hoping to offer a sacrifice along with the crowd. Now, if you read the rest of Acts 14, Paul and Barnabas have to tell these people, look, we're not Zeus and Hermes. Like we're trying to tell you about Jesus Christ. Right? So they explain the misconception, right? But what do they say? In their confusion, because Paul just healed somebody in the crowd, they thought the gods have come down to them in human form. What do we read about from the ancient Vimanas from ancient India, how they were allowing the gods to traverse down to the earth? This was their perception. The gods lived in the sky. They needed vehicles to get down to the earth. That was their perception. And this is a synonymous perception throughout all these cultures. Mount Olympus, enthroned high above the spreading earth in its starry court. This was their perception. Well, this is pretty obvious. The United Nations shows a top-down A style map, right? But did you know that the wreath around this is literally the symbol for the throne of Zeus? It's the wreath of Zeus.
I did not know that.
What did the that Roman poet or that Roman historian say? The king of all mankind, Zeus, sits enthroned in a starry court high above the spreading earth.
Wow, yeah.
So who's the dragon in Revelation 13 that it says the world worships the dragon? Is Zeus, Ra, Satan, Azazel, the dragon, the one who deceives the entire world, as Revelation 17:12 says. Excuse me, Revelation 12:17 says. So this is in the United Nations, by the way. I just thought it was interesting that they one of their meeting rooms they formed in the wreath format.
Wow.
This is their General Assembly room. And we've probably seen pictures of this, most of us before. We've seen this, just a big meeting room, like an auditorium. But if you look at the ceiling, what is that? They have this unique sphere with something in the middle. So fascinating. By the way, that's a separate video, but they also have a meditation room with an altar to Molech. And I show that. Yeah, it's crazy, man. I did a whole video, and it's like one of the most popular videos, like I think in the top 10 on my channel of videos viewed, is I show that there's like a stone altar in this meditation room in front of a painting of Molech. It's crazy.
Wow.
So we've got this unique design that you see here in the top of the United Nations. The same United Nations, whose symbol is a top-down view of all the continents and the seas wrapped in the wreath, the crown of Zeus. We also have this unique concept of a dark sphere all over the floors of the Vatican. While this guy sits there with a Dagon hat, which was one of the Canaanite representations of Baal, preaching a gospel that says they just made up their own priesthood, ignore the priesthood of Christ, have their own ideas for how you get saved, ignoring the scriptures. I mean, we could talk for hours on the problems with the Catholic system and the Catholic Church. But why do they have this unique symbolism on their floors everywhere? This sphere, this dark sphere. They got it inside the courtyard, St. Peter's Basilica. Oh, by the way, you see this obelisk? They used to, I don't know why did they keep the Hermanubis statue in the museum? The same question I would have for the Vatican. Here in the St. Peter's Basilica Square, this obelisk that you literally transferred from Egypt, you used to martyr Christians on in the 2nd and 3rd century before you, quote unquote, became a Christian empire. But yet you just decided to keep that in the square. Literally, Christians were tied to that and beaten and killed to death and martyred in public view at the base of this obelisk. But they kept it there because, nostalgia.
Yikes.
In the courtyard of the Vatican, why do they have this ridiculously ominous sphere inside of a sphere that looks like a machine? And this is not the only one. There's one in Tel Aviv. There's one at the United Nations in New York.
Wow.
There's one in there's 3 of them in Dublin. Oh, and specifically the one in Dublin has, you can see the back side of it, so you can see the full design. You see, it looks like a Pokemon ball, doesn't it?
It does, dude. Yeah.
You got to catch them all. So it also looks like the power sign on all your devices. So this picture on the left is a hieroglyph from ancient Egypt. Above the hawk-headed representation of Ra is the sun, which has some sort of thing in the center of the sun. People have thought, oh, this is a strange depiction of the sun over the head of Ra. I say no. I say it's the actual eye of Ra in its actual depiction. So on the right-hand side is a picture from Wolf Creek Pass in Colorado in 2021, I believe, or 2020, November of 2020. And the weather cameras caught an ominous thing going through the sky that looks like a massive sphere with some sort of circle in the center of it. Hard to see over the camera. Even has a hot spot on it. Lens flares don't have hot spots that come and go. This has been seen multiple times in the past 5 years. Someone in Arizona just took a picture of it at night flying through the sky. This massive dark sphere. So I'm putting forward, Austin, that the Eye of Ra, the same God who the Egyptians claimed, who traversed the sky in the boat of a million years, the Vamana that they called the boat of a million years, meaning it's never coming down. I'm putting forward that this is the thing that's causing the eclipses. This is the thing that the representation of Kefa, the sun god of Ra, who is the beetle that holds up the black sphere in the sky, is actually what causes the eclipses. And this is why the world goes crazy for them. This is the all-seeing eye that looks down on all the activities of men. This is why they have little representations all over the world at the new year. They drop a sphere. This is why the Economic Forum, that satanic agency that's trying to take over the world, literally has the eclipse as their symbol. And this is self-explanatory. I'll just let you guys laugh at that one. This is why Helios of ancient Greece is carved onto a sphere. They worship the sphere everywhere. You see pictures of Zeus with the eagle staff holding a sphere in museums. This is why the sphere with wings and serpents coming out the side is a part of the artistic personification of Ra, specifically the Eye of Ra. Isis is the female personification in ancient Egyptian theology of the wisdom of Ra as the Eye of Ra, who flew through the sky. That's why she has wings. Same with Hathor. Hathor was also... So Isis, the companion of Osiris rather than Ra, or Astarte, a deity of fertility and warfare, imported from Canaan rather than native to Egypt, is equated with the solar eye. So this historical description of this figurine that they uncovered in archaeology literally tells you that this was shared belief from Canaan. Isis, Hathor, another personification, female deity personification of the Eye of Ra. The deities associated with the eye were not restricted to feline and serpent forms. Hathor's usual animal form is a cow, and we're going to talk about that here in a minute. And this isn't making jokes against Hathor or calling her a cow, but like that has a lot of significance here in a little bit. Remember what they in Exodus 32? You remember when the Israelites were brought out of the Exodus, and then Moses went up for 40 days, Austin, on the mountain. And when he came back down, they were worshiping the golden calf.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's technically not a calf, it's an apis bull. And the personification is Hathor or Isis or the Eye of Ra or the wisdom of the serpent god, Ra. So it was an egregious offense for God to have saved them. And then after 40 days, them being impatient with Moses being on the mountain, they already decided to make one of the gods of Egypt they used to worship and start worshiping it again.
Right. Wow.
It was super egregious, right? So the Hathor's usual animal form is a cow, as that is closely linked eye goddess Mehet Weret. I can't say that word right. Nekbet, a vulture goddess, was closely connected with the Wadjet, the eye, and the crowns of Egypt. Same with Sirius, what the Greek would call Sirius, but it's Sotis. You've heard of Sirius, the dog star, the satellite company, what I'm saying, that they claim they have satellite radio. Sirius, this is the idea of another goddess, includes Sotis, the deified form of the star, the same name, and Ma'at. Ma'at was the wisdom of Egypt from Ra, and the personification of cosmic order was connected with the eye because she was said to be the daughter of Ra. There's some different hieroglyphs, even with a Masonic tracing board of Sirius, and how serious they are about Sirius, all pun intended. We see it in modernity, and Sirius is everywhere, the 5-pointed star. Here's Sirius to the Babylonians. The picture we saw earlier, the giant ruler standing before the others. And then Sirius version is Shakti, literally translates as the power or the might in Sanskrit. This is in the Indian culture. Her divine essence is venerated as a manifestation of primordial cosmic energy, given the association to creation on the elemental level. By the way, that word elemental, just as it's used in the Greek and the New Testament, it's referring to unclean spirits. It's not referring to like some sort of modern day scientific term. This is an ancient term. Whenever they talk about the elemental forces of the world in Galatians 4 and Colossians 2, it's talking about unclean spirits. And Shakti is often considered the feminine in form and is thus given the epithet of the great divine mother. So now we're getting to the idea of a god, goddess, female personification that Shakti was connected to Brahma. Brahma is the Indian version of Ra. Just like Ra had these female forms, these personified female forms of the Eye of Ra, also considered the daughter of Ra. Now we see the female language of something that's connected with Ra, his wisdom and his power, and unclean spirits, who's considered also a mother. Artemis and Diana, same concept. They're the female personifications of the Eye of Ra. Same thing. This is very interesting because this particular quote from this ancient text, it says, the native Athenians, the Cropian Minerva, the island-dwelling Cypriots of Paphian and Venus, the archer Cretans Dictanon Diana, and the triple-tongued Sicilians Stygion Proserpine, the ancient Eleusians, and some call me Juno. These are all the names that all these different tribes throughout the Middle East or the Mediterranean would be calling Diana and Artemis. And some call her Bellona, others call her Hecate, others call her Rhamnusia. But both the races of Ethiopians, those on whom the rising and those on whom the sunset shines, and the Egyptians, who excel in ancient learning, they honor me with the worship which is truly mine, and they call me by my true name, Queen Isis. So this is directly, this historical book from Egypt, this Etruscan historical book directly tells you that all these different cultures had different names for the same female personification of Queen Isis to the Egyptians. Jeremiah 44, 15 through 16. We're reading about, this is mentioning Isis, Artemis, Diana, Astarte, all the same female form of the Eye of Ra being mentioned in the Bible. Then all the men who knew that their wives were burning incense to other gods, and all the women standing by, a great assembly of them, along with all the people living in the land of Egypt and Pathros, they said to Jeremiah, as for the word of the Lord you've spoken to us in the name of Yahweh, we will not listen to you. Verse 17 and 18 says, instead, we will do everything we vowed to do. We'll burn incense to the Queen of Heaven and offer drink offerings to her, just as we, our fathers, our kings, and our officials did in the cities of Judah and the streets of Jerusalem. So this is that famous passage where they're baking cakes for the Queen of Heaven. And in case people have ever tried to wonder, well, who's the Queen of Heaven? The ancient people from all the different places I just mentioned in this previous ancient citation, they all knew right here from this particular ancient book called the Golden Ass, they all knew Queen Isis was the Queen of Heaven, the female form personification of the wisdom and the power of Ra, or Zeus, same consorts of gods, of pantheon of gods. They all knew who this was. This is why Jeremiah is reprimanding them for worshiping them. And they ignore Jeremiah. They're like, no, we're not gonna do what Yahweh wants. Instead, we're gonna do what we want to do, and we're gonna worship Queen Isis, the Queen of Heaven. Guys, the Bible is a spotlight on Israel, but it's existing inside of the ancient world. They interacted, they knew all these terms and all these people, all these ancient god names from different cultures. They knew who these things were. This was not a mystery to the Jeremiah. He knew that they were worshiping Artemis, or Diana, as the Greeks would call her, or Isis, as the Egyptians would call her, or Astarte, as the Assyrians would call her. They knew who these things were. A queen of heaven, a mother above. So Ma'at, as we saw earlier, is just the ancient Egyptian concepts of truth, balance, and harmony, law, morality, and justice. And the Ma'at was said to have emanated from the Queen of Heaven, who was the power and the wisdom of Ra. It was described as the daughter of Ra, but it was literally the doctrine. So like if you have, in Christianity, you have the doctrines that are taught from the Bible, that this is how you walk with God, this is how you show your faith in Jesus. If you had good Ma'at, that was how you served Ra. And that was how you acknowledged that his wisdom was from above. So again, in the days of Jeremiah, he's addressing this. He's having to encounter this and get them to worship Yahweh and trust in his wisdom instead of the wisdom of Egypt, the wisdom of Ra. So in Isaiah 47, 5-7, this is what we read at the very, very beginning. Who's called the Queen of Kingdoms, daughter of Chaldea? A daughter is below a mother, right? So the reprimand to Babylon on the daughter of kingdoms, the Queen of Kingdoms, is that this is a reprimand to daughter Babylon, the daughter of Chaldea. That means there's a mother Babylon. Just like in Scripture, when it says, "O daughter Jerusalem" in Isaiah, or in I think it's 2 Chronicles. In the same way, in Galatians 4, you have Paul talking about Mother Jerusalem. The prophets talked about Jerusalem, the city on the ground, being called Daughter Jerusalem. But then it's prophesied that the New Jerusalem, which is called Mother Jerusalem in Galatians 4:26, comes down out of heaven. So why do we see this synonymous language when it says that there's a daughter of Chaldea, a daughter of Babylon, who's engaging in sorcery and witchcraft and thinks that no one's going to stop her? And there's also in Revelation 17, Mother Babylon is discussed. So I'm going to skip through some of these real quick because this is then Revelation 18, 1-3. And this is John in the book of Revelation sees another angel descending from heaven with great authority, and the earth was illuminated by his glory. And he cried out in a mighty voice, "Fallen, fallen is Babylon the Great." So Austin, here's a crazy question that Christians have asked each other for millennia. If Babylon is already destroyed back in like 300 BC, what is this talking about here? Something that's supposed to happen in the future before Christ returns. Don't feel bad if you don't know, brother. Scholars have debated this for.
What was the exact question?
So, like in this passage here in Revelation 18, this angel, John's seeing this vision of what's going to happen in the future, and this angel shows up and cries out in a mighty voice, "Fallen, fallen is Babylon the Great. She's become a lair of demons and a haunt for every unclean spirit, every unclean bird, every detestable beast. All the nations drunk the wine and passion of immorality. The kings of the earth were immoral with her. The merchants of the earth have grown wealthy from the extravagance of her luxury." So if the city of Babylon was destroyed in approximately 300 BC, what is this? Is there another Babylon that's going to be built? What is this talking about here?
Oh, great question. Yeah, I mean, I think I can context clues this so far and say that it still exists somewhere. It's just not where people think it is or know where it is.
Yeah, so wherever this thing is, but when it's quote unquote fallen is Babylon the Great, it says that she's become a lair for demons and unclean spirits. That's crazy, right? So in verses 4-7, it says, "Then I heard another voice from heaven saying, 'Come out of her, my people, so you will not share in her sins or contract any of her plagues. Her sins are piled up to heaven. God has remembered her iniquities. Give back to her as she's done to others. Pay her back double for what she's done. Mix a double portion in her own cup. As much as she glorified herself and lived in luxury, give her the same measure of torment and grief. In her heart she says, I sit as queen, I'm not a widow, and I will never see grief.'" So what is the source? And this is something I think is really important. So in Egyptian mythology, and even in 2nd century Gnosticism, which started in Alexandria, Egypt, they talked about all divine revelation and information coming from the source, from heaven above. We know that Gnosticism tried to infiltrate Christianity, but was against the scriptures and was refuted by many of the bishops in the first century. Irenaeus is one of the most popular ones in his book Against Heresies. He's refuting Gnosticism and their destructive and unscriptural, teachings that they were passing around. But they got it from somewhere. The idea of the Gnostic source has been around for a long time. It goes back to what's called Egyptian negation theology, and it goes all the way back to people giving credence, authority, and wisdom to the Eye of Ra. So out of the Eye of Ra comes magic and pharmakia. What does the scripture say? That there was one angel that did not get the same punishment and get sent to Tartarus before the flood. He's still left out after the flood. His name is Azazel, generically called Satan, referred to by the Egyptians as Ra. And from him comes this wisdom and knowledge that they're supposed to live by, which is not the same wisdom and knowledge as the creator of heaven and earth. From him, he's still producing the same deceptions from before the flood, magic and pharmakia, the cosmic order, which is what Revelation 18 says, this lair, Mother Babylon becomes this lair for unclean spirits and demons. That is what the word cosmos means in the Greek. The cosmic order was the sublunary world, means things below the moon, ruled by Satan over unclean spirits. The
Oh,
cosmic
wow.
powers.
That's crazy because I used to always think that replacing the universe with cosmos was good because it just means order. And now we got a new rabbit hole.
Yeah. Well, also when you have all the push for space, heliocentric model, and everything they say, and oh, the cosmos, we're going to go to the cosmos, right? The whole thing is built on what's the Bible would refer to as a doctrine of demons, because it's against what the scripture describes as a firmament and closed reality. So if you're going to believe that, you're going to believe a doctrine of demons, because they're selling you on something that they've basically taken the word that describes their realm and where they are in the air, as Ephesians 6 talks about. We don't battle flesh and blood, but against the principalities, spiritual forces in high places in the air. So this is the cosmic order. That's what they're referring to, is between the ground and the moon is considered the sublunary world that's ruled by Satan over the unclean spirits. The cosmic order. Also, this governing authority, which was considered the supreme wisdom and why you had to obey their rules and laws. And laws and ethics specifically through Ma'at. This supposedly comes from the patron god and why you had to be obedient to him. They had specific rules and ethics that they wrote down. Some of them kind of seemed a little bit like what you see in the Bible, but their judgments and their outcomes were definitely destructive.
That's the same thing for Atlantis, right? The gods came and gave them all of the story goes, gives them all their rules, all their laws, and they thought it was so good. And they're illusory righteousness, right? There's some of the rules are not bad, and they were considered just, right?
Right. Yeah, that's how you fool people, because you think, oh, well, we all know it's not good to murder. So they got that murderer and they rounded him up and they put him in jail or whatever, or they hung him or whatever. So you think there's a sense of justice, but meanwhile, as the prophets talk about in the scriptures, bribery runs rampant. And this is why America is in a bad spot. We match some of these reprimands from the prophets of old, because just because you're living in luxury for a moment, just because you have a sense of justice that happens from time to time, at your core, when your judges are corrupt and bribery runs rampant, you have injustice that will lead to your enemies ruling over you. Oh. So this is where, pray for the United States, man. Pray for the people around you, the communities around you. Pray for solidarity, because I don't want to go to war against the Chinese. I'll be honest with you. There's a lot of people in China.
I just don't want to go to war at all, man. I think it'd be really cool if we could just stop going to war for a little bit. But
I agree too. I'm just saying, it's like the whole world has been infiltrated by something else I talk about in part 10 of my Investigating Babylon series, that I use quotes from historians talking about the Tower of Babel and how it was like an early form of communism, that Nimrod encouraged the people to treat God as an enemy and worship the state. And it was like a first early form of communism. And if anyone has any political savvy or pays attention politically in international politics, for the last 70 years, the world has been, the governments of the world and a lot of nations have been infiltrated with this economic hybrid form of communism, where they don't do what they did with Russia, where Russia, they just destroyed their economy and had this iron grip on the people and just killed them and tried to say, you can't worship anything, you can't worship any gods. But they've adjusted their tactics. So now they still have a communistic Politburo rule like the CCP, but they allow their economy to flourish so that people are distracted because they can go to the mall and buy shoes.
Yeah, for sure. I guess if we have to go to war with them, we'll have to wait and find out if Israel says we need to go to war with them or not. I don't know.
That too.
I'm playing, sort of.
That Israel's going to get a whole video.
Yeah, cool. Well,
yeah.
Tiptoe the line with grace on that one, brother.
Yeah, well, that one's going to be out on Lighthouse.
Okay.
They got. Yeah, have you seen the Israeli Supreme Court? They're not worshiping Yahweh.
No, to say the least.
Yeah, they literally got. Anyway, yeah, they're worshiping Bel, they're worshiping Ra, they're worshiping Zeus. So here's the difference. This is the kingdom of God in Mother Jerusalem. This is the promise of Christ, that he's going to bring the kingdom of God at his second coming. And with that, you get true healing and medicine from the leaves of the tree of life that are going to be made into medicines for all the nations of the world. Free health care finally is going to be here. You also have the hierarchy of resurrected priests and angels who are going to run around teaching everyone how to walk in the wisdom and the ways of Yahweh so that they stop killing each other and stop going to war. The ultimate point of authority will be the New Jerusalem, Mother Jerusalem, that comes down out of heaven. All the nations will come to her, not just for feast days to celebrate the feasts of God, but also to learn God's wisdom called his law. This is in Isaiah 2:2-5. That's where they're also going to have Yahweh's law taught with justice. They're also going to have their disputes adjudicated, as verse 4 in Isaiah 2 talks about. And of course, they're going to bring their worship to the New Jerusalem. So right now, the world leans on the corrupt medicines that come out of the Eye of Ra, Mother Babylon. They lean on the illegitimate priesthood, the so-called gods that 1 Corinthians 8 verse 4 talks about. They're not really gods. They're unclean spirits posturing as false gods with their false authority. There's also a governing authority that rules the world, the wreath wrapped around the United Nations. There's the law and the ethics that tries to get pushed. Right now, it's in the form of climate conservation and everything that's wrapped up into that theft of taxation. And the expectation of your behavior if you're going to be a good global citizen. And also, in the occultic realms, in the underground, they're still worshiping, the leaders of the earth are still worshiping Ra, the Eye of Ra, and Ra himself. Everything involved in this system is antithetical to the kingdom of God and Mother Jerusalem that is promised to return and throw down Babylon, so that angel in Revelation 18 says, fallen is Babylon. And it says it's going to be thrown down like a millstone. So these are the two contrasting worldviews that we see in the earth today. So approximately 1850 BC is the Book of the Heavenly Cow. Remember we talked about Hathor was a female personification of the Eye of Ra, also sometimes referred to as a cow. So this is like almost 2,000 years before Christ, 1850 BC. Ancient Egyptian text, thought to have been originated during the Amarna period, describes the reasons for the imperfect state of the world in the terms of humankind's rebellion against the supreme sun god, Ra. I'm going to put forward that this ancient literature from Egypt is depicting and explaining what happened at the Tower of Babel when all the world was worshiping Ra, who was called Jupiter, according to the Greeks. But then there was this chaos and this rebellion. And as a result, divine punishment was inflicted through the goddess Hathor, that is the Eye of Ra, with the survivors suffering through separation from Ra, which now resided in the sky on the back of Nut, the heavenly cow. So Nut is also another female form of personification for the firmament. You ever seen those depictions of Nut?
No, I mean maybe if I saw it, I don't know.
Yeah, it looks like this long lady with long.
Oh yeah,
arms
of course, with the stars in
filled
her.
with water. Yeah.
Yeah. Yep.
So that was what they personified as the firmaments who covered over the earth and held water within it, just like the Bible describes the waters above the firmament. But here's the important part. After this particular rebellion against Ra, now all the people were separated from Ra because Ra now resided in the sky on the back of Nut, the heavenly cow. Or if we translate it into the Hebrew concept, Ra now was in the sky or in the heaven on the back of the firmament. So the Book of the Heavenly Cow, this is stanza 46-55. It says, then the majesty of Nu, that's a separate god from Nut, said, my son Shu, your eye shall serve your father Ra as his protection. My daughter Nut, you shall place him upon your back. And Nut replied, yet how, my father knew. And then said Nut, don't be silly, Nut. And so Nut became a cow. And then the majesty, this is why you see the sun god Ra always on the top of the cow's horns in the worship of the Apis bull in Egypt.
Don't be silly. So she became a cow. What?
That's right. Don't be silly. But this is what they did in their artistic stories of their gods, is they personified things, right? But they did have a definition for what these things were before they became a personification. So Newt, which represented the firmament that enclosed things, suddenly she becomes this thing that's considered a cow that Ra can ride on the back of. So what does this actually mean? Like, what in literal, tangible terms? Then said they have these men said to him, have rebelled against you. We've come to show you that these might overthrow your enemies who plotted against those who created them. His Majesty proceeded to his palace on the back of this cow. Moreover, this is a few stanzas later, 99 through 111. Moreover, guard against those magicians who know their spells, since the god magic he is therein. Now as for the one who ingests them, there I am. The guardian of me originated not through greatness, it originated even before me. I commend them snakes to your son Osiris. Keep watch over the youngest of them, and cause the hearts of the oldest of them to forget their magical power. Yet they who act as they please against the whole world, using their magic which is in their bodies. Then said the majesty of this god, please summon Thoth to me, so that he was brought immediately, and the majesty of this god Ra said to Thoth, look, I'm here in the sky in my abode. So the context, without going into the drama of the the soap opera that is unfolding in this book, the context is, according to Egyptian history, after some kind of rebellion against Ra, the people were then separated from being around Ra, and Ra went to live in the sky in a palace that he called his abode. And when the other gods came to see him, they had to come to him in his palace, in his abode. Does that make any sense?
Yes.
Okay.
It's crazy.
So it's crazy, right?
Yeah, yeah.
It sounds wild. And so then it goes on to explain. I'm just going to read the yellow words just for the sake of time. It says, I am Ra amid his Ennead, his entourage, that's the fellow gods, with magical power. So just like we saw from the Roman poet talking about Zeus in his starry enclave, high above the spreaded earth, in some sort of thing, he's sitting beneath a double-gated dome. In the Egyptian lore, Ra, amid his Ennead, which is also his enclave of fellow gods, his entourage, all of them have magical power. They belong into the flame, which is the Ba, the soul of fire. They have no eradicators among men, gods, spirits, and the dead, or anything in the whole world. They think that they're queen of heaven, unseen, and will never be moved. I'm going to go on to say, and so the flaming one who is brought into being in the sky, as for any able scribe who knows the divine words that are in his mouth, he can ascend and descend within the sky. Recite, and this is a song that they would sing inside this text. Recite, O you, that's Ra, to whom Thoth gives praise, while the dignity of heaven is upon you, and toward whom Shu extends his arms. May you save me from those two great and mighty gods who dwell in the east of the sky, who guard heaven and guard earth, and who are with enduring mysteries. So this is a song that they were teaching to worship Ra. By the way, Ra in Hebrew means evil. To worship Ra, they're saying, have the people chant, may you save me from those, may you save me, Ra. I'm going to try to translate easier. May you save Ra from those two great and mighty gods who dwell in the east of the sky, who guard heaven and guard earth, and who are with enduring mysteries. Who is Ra afraid of? Who are these two great gods in the east? Numbers 24:17. A prophecy from a bad prophet who ended up making some mistakes, but he still had an amazing prophecy that got recorded in Scripture. He says, I see him, but not now. I behold him, but not near. A star will come forth from Jacob, and a scepter will arise from Israel. He will crush the skulls of Moab and strike down all the sons of Shet. Zechariah 6:12-13. And you are to tell him that this is what the Lord of hosts says. Here is a man whose name is the branch, and he will branch out from his place and build the temple of the Lord. Yes, he will build the temple of the Lord. He will be clothed in splendor and will sit on his throne and rule. He will be a priest on his throne, and there will be peaceful counsel between the two. This is a prophecy about Christ. Both of these are Numbers 24 and Zechariah 6. They're both a prophecy about Christ. He specifically says that someone whose star rises in the east, he's also called the branch. But in the Septuagint, he's actually called the Orient, which is another word for the east. Behold a man, the Orient is his name. The east is his name. So Strong's 395, this word for rising in the east is the word that's being used here. Matthew 2, 1 through 2, the wise men who come to the birth of Christ, we saw his star in the east. Christ is being related to this star in the east as in prophecy. And the ancient literature of ancient Egypt has Ra living in a palace in the sky who asks all of his followers to pray that he's protected from the two great gods who live in the east, who guard heaven and earth. That's wild to me. That's wild to me. So back to the book of the Heavenly Cow. This is what I've said. This is the chant that he was teaching the followers of Ra, that they would pray for him to be saved from these more powerful gods. So what is the Eye of Ra? What is Mother Babylon specifically? What is this dragon's lair? We just read about Ra claiming about 4000 BC, that's after the Tower of Babel, he separated himself from mankind because they rebelled against him in this one moment. And now he decided to live in the sky above. And whenever other gods would come to see him, they had to traverse up to him. So in Revelation chapter 8, verses 6 through 9, detailing some of the destructive events that happened in the 42 months leading up to the return of Christ, it starts with the 7 trumpets. And the 7 angels with 7 trumpets prepared to sound them. The first angel sounded his trumpet, and hail and fire mixed with blood were hurled down upon the earth. A third of the earth was burned up, along with a third of the trees and all the green grass. Then the second angel sounded his trumpet, and something like a great mountain, burning with fire, was thrown into the sea. A third of the sea turned to blood, a third of the living creatures in the sea died, a third of the ships were destroyed. What is a great mountain burning with fire being thrown down into the sea? Just for anyone that might ever wonder what this verse possibly means. This is Mother Babylon literally being destroyed from its abode in the sky, the literal home of where the rebellious angel Azazel has been abiding this whole time. Austin, have you ever wanted to go to church and say, hey, if Satan's real, we believe God is real, but if Satan's real, where is he?
Yeah, of course.
Right? I mean, why are they taking tours to where he is? Like, why is it so mysterious that the whole world wants to, all of Christendom wants to claim that God is real and he's in heaven, even though they disagree on, the firmament versus heliocentric heaven. And they'll say, well, where's God? They say, oh, he's in heaven. He's real and his son's real and they're coming back from heaven. They're bringing the kingdom of heaven, the New Jerusalem, a real landmass, a real city's coming back. But then you say, okay, well, where's Satan right now? And everyone's like, I don't know.
Right.
So I'm putting forward that he's actually been here the whole time. Separated, living in his abode in the sky. It's literally a dark sphere, and it's what eclipses the sun from time to time, which is why the world worships the eclipse. It's the Eye of Ra. And it's prophesied upon the second trumpet, which is the beginning of the 42 months leading up to Christ's return. It's prophesied to be thrown down out of the sky. This is why the angel shouts, Babylon, fallen, fallen is Babylon. And it says in Revelation 18 further, like a great millstone shall be thrown down with violence. So this is a biblical creation model, as the Bible describes, 7 firmaments enclosing a flat circle of earth that's kind of encapsulated in water. You see that the sun and moon are in the firmament, the stars are above it, and then the New Jerusalem, as described in Scripture, is currently in the 3rd layer of the firmament, as 2 Corinthians 12 talks about. So this is a closer view of a fairly crude depiction, but shout out to Ken Heiderbrecht hanging on his words for making this. The moon, the sun, this is where Mother Babylon is described throughout all the ancient cultures. The Eye of Ra, the home of Satan, the home of Zeus, the boat of Ra, the tulip of Brahma, who lives in the sky, the all-seeing eye. So there's an ancient book that became one of the most popular animes in the world. It talks about Laputa. By the way, Laputa means the whore. I thought that was pretty funny. But it's a living landmass in the sky. It's a city in the sky. One of the most popular. This is a Jonathan Swift novel. He talks about people that lived in Laputa that were obsessed with astronomy. They were lascivious people that were constantly having affairs, but they were obsessed with looking at the heaven above them. Even though they lived in a piece of land in the sky, they were constantly having their eyes to the telescopes to look at the heaven above them for signs in the heavens.
I bet, man. Well, imagine being that close. I don't know if you're going to bring this up, but I'm going to throw it out here. You know what else also has a floating landmass that's incredibly popular in like modern culture?
Oh, we could go through a ton of movies, but what's your thought?
Dragon Ball Z.
Yes, you're exactly, yes.
I mean, Dragon Ball Z is huge, man, and it's all about like,
Dragon Ball Z, Dragon Ball.
Dragon Ball. And you got dude, you got all these superpower people. That's pretty
So
hybrids.
Part 20 of my 42 series, I go through all the modern cinema and stories about all the spheres are everywhere. Everything's a sphere that's coming to Earth, that's going to destroy Earth, that's going to help Earth. The modern Independence Day, the day the Earth stood still, literally the Sphere movie from 1997 with Sharon Stone and Lawrence Fishburne, and like there's all these movies everywhere about a sphere that's coming to. There's a show on Netflix called Peripheral, and it talks about this great plague that wiped out like 90% of humanity, and it personifies it as a black sphere. It's in everything. It's everywhere all the time. There's a black sphere that's going to do damage to the Earth, or the Earth has to be acquainted with. So this is where it gets really deep into the programming as far as preparing the world to accept the re-revealing, if you will, to the Earth of Ra. So this leads up to the return of Christ. That the world will there. I mean, Jeff Bezos has already given speeches about us trying to build O'Neill colonies, high altitude O'Neill colonies, where they're wanting the elites to live in the air and traverse in cities that are floating in the air. He's not saying that this is impossible tech. He's saying this is what they're planning to do by 2050. So I don't know if you've ever studied O'Neill colonies or like some of the physics behind how they how they suggest they could float large land masses in the air.
I haven't. I'm assuming it's something electromagnetic, though, like always.
It is. Yeah, there's quantum locking involved, but there's also just simple air pressure if they have the right type of containment, so they can heat the air pressure and then it causes lift. So I mean, it's very simple to more advanced like electromagnetism. But again, what are we talking about? We're talking about the same God, false God, that all the nations said had some sort of thing, some sort of device or gadget that he could control electricity with. He was the master of it.
Just to clarify for the audience, so like the entity itself is the black sphere, or that's some version of residence or transportation.
So imagine one of the slides. I didn't have time to go into all the different ancient quotes from India about the Vimanas. But one of the ancient Vimanas talked about it being a massive sphere.
Okay, so like a form of transportation, and how it said that all the gods come down.
Yeah, and that's what Mount Olympus is described as a massive piece of land in the air that had its own forests and rivers and palaces for different gods, and it existed in the air. And they had the Vimanas to traverse back and forth to the land.
Yo, so and then Plato with the Atlantis thing, they say obviously that he goes, it ends. Whatever you think about Plato and who wrote that or whatever, right? It ends by Zeus going to Mount Olympus to meet with the other gods, then basically decide on the judgment on humans, and then it ends. So you think it's like a non-terrestrial,
I think literally at the Tower of Babel, this is why we go into this in the first episode of Investigating Babylon. At the Tower of Babylon's construction, it's not just a tower. It was a city also. It was a living quarters. And then again, that's the exact time frame of this Egyptian text I've been reading, the Book of the Heavenly Cow, which talks about there was this great mutiny against Ra, whom the Romans and the Greek historians would refer to as Jupiter at the Tower of Babel, and that they separated themselves from Ra because Ra went to live in the sky after that. So what do we read? What was the introduction to everything I was talking about today? Is that these rebellious angels, they came down to earth and commingled on the earth with mankind. But many of them they started wilding out. They got judged by God. Only one of them was left over. But that one that was left over, he still watched all of his brethren get judged to a crazy judgment. Like, they're in Tartarus. They're not going to see the light of day until they are hauled out before Christ and judged and thrown in the lake of fire. Like, they missed the entire story.
That's a bummer.
Like, yeah, that's a rough judgment. It says in, I think it's chapter 14 of First Enoch, they cried. Like, Enoch is watching them cry by this specific river because the judgment was announced to them, and they realized, like, that's gonna suck. Like, they're all these. Imagine angels, a whole like 199 angels all crying.
And like, I guess. So okay, I mean, do they ever get out for a period of time? Because obviously, I've heard that suggestion.
Tartarus, so to everything that Enoch claims, and Second Peter and Jude, they're not getting out until the day of judgment.
Right, so they messed up, bro. And Azazel had a little bit more wisdom than that, I guess, huh?
That's right. So, like, basically, Azazel didn't commit the same crime. I didn't have time to go into all the details, but that's why he's given a different punishment. So, right. Samyaza and all the other rebellious angels, they took wives, but Azazel, his punishment, it didn't say he took wives. It just said he taught various forms of deception and taught warfare and different things like that, right? But he didn't actually take a wife and create kids, and right? Yeah. So, very different judgment. And he's still left out, roaming around, right?
Prince of the air, huh?
Prince of the air. I think it's very literal.
It's pretty wild.
I mean, look, let's just put it like this. Say, we already believe if angels are real, they can fly anyway. If angels are real, according to the scriptures, Jubilees and Job 38, they were made on day one of creation and watched and witnessed all the rest of creation being made. Angels are considered to have literally the knowledge of heaven. They know how the creation was made. Many of them, according to the book of First Enoch, are placed in specific important places around the creation model to make sure things are continuing to flow properly. Like, it's their job. So this is why they're reprimanded in First Enoch chapter 10. Like, they showed the secrets of heaven to mankind, but it was out of order and it caused destruction.
Right, yeah, it wasn't that the knowledge itself was bad. It was like we should have found it on our own.
Yeah, because at the resurrection, you and I are going to get that knowledge because we'll be resurrected and glorified under the authority of Christ and living in the New Jerusalem. We'll probably get a tour like Enoch did of the entire creation model. There'll never be a glober again, by the way, at the second coming.
Yeah,
so, but these angels came down, man, and they mingled on the ground with. That means you could like go to their house, you could walk up to where they're living, knowing that this is like an incredibly powerful being he looks like you, but man, he's a little G God. Like, he can do things you can't. And his original home was in heaven. So after the flood, Satan is still doing that. He's still for one, fooling Nimrod and getting Nimrod to collect all the people to build the Tower of Babel. So he's still on the ground with them. But then after the Tower of Babel, it's my theory, and it's from putting all this stuff together, that's when he went to live in the sky away from everyone, because he doesn't truly have authority over man. He has to deceive us. He can't, like we see, Christ can just tell him to get out of here. You know what I mean? Like, you got no power over me. I'm not going to do what you want. Get out of here. You know what I mean? So, like, this is the example that Christ set for us. But he has a place where he lives. He can't go back to heaven anymore. This is what Jude 1:6 says, the angels who sinned and lost their first estate.
Right.
They can't go back to heaven.
I guess another thing that's kind of crazy is this idea if it's like a form of transportation and it goes in front of the sun. He's specifically timing it so that it builds into the heliocentric deception, right? Like, if it were to ever not match the cycle, then then the whole heliocentric deception would really end overnight. Also, it's interesting of who. This is interesting to me. I won't go all into this, but like, who's the first civilization accredited with actually recording the Saros cycle, the eclipses? The Chaldeans, right?
Babylon. Yeah, Chaldeans.
Yep. Pretty
Yeah.
crazy. It's like, was it even happening, before that?
Yeah, right. But so that's where he would have to find a place to hide and still have a base of operation. Like, this is very practical. This is why I say angels are real beings. Heaven above is a firmament enclosed area where there's land, there's animals, there's trees, there's rivers. I mean, Christ comes back on a real horse. Like, this is the part where so many Christians, like, they make the idea of heaven and angels a non-corporeal thing, and that's just not what the Bible describes. The Bible
They won't even
describes-
tell you what they mean or what they think. Like, if you ask them, well, then what is it? They don't know. They don't like.
Yeah, they're afraid to, because whatever seminary gave them their pastoral license might revoke that license if they teach something way outside the lines, right? So, like, there's a lot of fear involved in that. But ultimately, most Christians don't take the Bible seriously. They don't take the word firmament seriously. They don't take the descriptions of they don't take heaven seriously. When Christ said, "I go to prepare a place for you," and then when we see the New Jerusalem coming back, and that's the place that we inherit, that's the place he prepared for us, it's describing a real place, a massive, massive landmass with trees and mountains and rivers. And, like, this is not a mystical, ethereal dream world. This is a tangible world that Hebrews 11 says the city of God has an architect and a builder. Like, these are tangible terms. So Satan just mimics what God wants to do. He built his own city in the sky.
Wow.
Now,
yeah.
the New Jerusalem is designed to come down out of heaven through the sky to land on the earth, sit between the Euphrates and the Nile. It's called the eternal land of promise. But he's like, oh, I need to get away from mankind, so I'm just going to build my home in the sky, and they won't be able to see me. But he can communicate to them. Obviously, he can come and go when he wants. I mean, he does it all the time. He even says that at certain points that he's going up and down on the earth.
Yeah.
When he's in Job chapter 1.
Yep. To and fro,
So-
in and out.
Basically, he's got a place where he goes and puts his feet up. Like, he's a real entity. He has a place of strategizing. He has a place of how am I going to deceive the world better and more efficiently? And I already got them wrapped up in all this, eugenics and heliocentrism. So, like, how can I further get them to kill themselves? Like, he's got a place where he can go strategize. And it so happens he's had thousands of years to form this model that
Wild. I could talk to you for so long, man. But I don't want to keep taking your time off of because, like, what I was gonna say is obviously a big part of all this that I find very fascinating is I don't remember exactly how it's worded, but it's like the chief of the stars will basically rebel and go off of its orbit, and that's where it talks about the center, the nature of the stars will be concealed from the sinners, and then so like to think about how that all fits in is pretty interesting, right? Like, is the heliocentric model actually part of the final deception, or is it not? I don't know, right? Like, because if that happens,
So-
heliocentrism dies overnight, right? Like, if the moon isn't
That's
where
right.
it's supposed to be, everyone overnight knows it's not true, and that would be
Yeah, but-
crazy.
But you know how impressionable people are. Watch what happens with just a little bit of high-level science. And this is what Revelation 13 says, how it deceives the people with calling fire down out of heaven. We can already do that with dew weapons.
Yeah, you mean like they just come out and say, well, there was a gravitational shift, and they could say whatever, or
All they got to do is come out and confess. That's
what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying.
Yeah, they got to say, actually, we're enclosed. And this guy who's we're about to introduce you to, who's descending with this massive orb-like landmass coming out of the sky, and then gets off of that and steps up to the microphone. He's like, "Hey guys, I made you. And I just
Exactly.
wanted to,
And I've been
I
here
see
the whole
things are getting
time.
bad." Yeah, some of you guys had some wrong ideas. You thought that we lived in the wrong place. Let me tell you that I created in the book of the Heavenly Cow. I didn't get a chance to finish reading that Egyptian text, but Ra claims to have ascended beyond the gods who created him, and now has mastery over all creation. So, like, it's just that, like I said at the very beginning, there's nothing new under the sun. The same lies are going to be repackaged. That's why in Revelation 13, the dragon who then the world worships, he gives his authority to this Apollyon character that comes out, so they all have to worship him. I personally think there's a time period before that 42 months starts where Ra has already been reintroduced to the world.
Wow, yeah.
They're used to it. He's the panspermia that showed back up. That's why NASA is continuing to rehash the panspermia lie, because they need their alien progenitor to come back and say, well, yeah, it's been a while. You guys were getting into a bad place, and I figured I need to come back and sort you out and help you out. And then
That'd
he
be
looks like
crazy.
a good guy, right?
Yeah.
So yeah, but then at the 42-month mark, which, I'm going to show you real quick, there's a point where God says, I've had enough, and I'm going to throw down your house from the sky. I'm going to throw down Babylon, Mother Babylon specifically, and it's going to be fallen and destroyed in an hour. And it's done specifically through an angel, Michael.
Oh, this is just to clarify for the audience. People were saying that you were saying Babylon was Egypt or something, and you're
There's
talking
a lot. This is a fire hose of information. I know.
No, you're good.
So
You're good.
Yeah, I've been saying that Ra, the patron god of Egypt, is also the patron god of Babylon, which
Right.
would have been
There you go. Yeah.
Ea, or to the Greeks, who would have been Zeus, and they all claimed that their patron gods lived in a castle in the sky, so to speak.
Right. And it could or did come down.
Yeah. And so here's the turning point. It's in Daniel 12, 1-3. It's also in Revelation 12, 7-10. Here's the turning point where it says, at that time, Michael, the great prince who stands watch over your people, will rise up. So this word rise up, and this is where the 42 months starts, because the word rise up is in the Hebrew, it's a military term for he takes action. So obviously Michael's not acting independently. He's an angel of God. God sent him. Actually, technically, Michael is under the authority of Christ now, according to Hebrews chapter 1. So Christ is going to send Michael and say, throw Babylon out of the sky. And this is where Babylon has fallen, which kicks off the 42 months. So this is where a lot of people, this is my understanding, this is when the times of great distress happen. And this is when Michael literally takes his military stand and fights Satan, which is what it tells you in Revelation 12, 7-9. Then a war broke out in heaven. Where's this? Is this above the firmament heaven? No, because they called the upper atmosphere of the sky, they called that heaven also in the Bible. Where's Satan at? He's with the cosmos, the sublunary world between the earth and the moon, where Satan rules over the unclean spirits. Also in the Hebrew referred to as part of the heaven, because it's way off the ground. So Michael comes into our upper atmosphere. He comes into the heaven and fights against the dragon. And the dragon and his angels, that's his messengers, the unclean spirits, they fought back, but the dragon was not strong enough, and no longer was any place found in heaven for him and his angels. And the great dragon was hurled down. And that ancient serpent called the devil and Satan, the deceiver of the whole world, he was hurled down to the earth and his angels and messengers with him. So again, this is what I say, the Aranos, the heaven in the Greek, it means both the spiritual heavens, the visible heavens, or the atmosphere, as a semantic use of range. So this is a little short timeline. If anyone's interested and they want to watch part 15 of our Investigating Babylon series, I go into greater depth about all the trumpet, bowl, and seal judgments of Revelation and their timing according to Scripture. So the beginning, as you saw, we read earlier, Revelation 8, 8-9, that's when that great mountain burning with fire is thrown down. Also in Revelation 9, 1-12, that's when Apollyon is let out. So at the beginning of the 42 months is utter chaos. Babylon, Mother Babylon, is thrown down like a millstone from the sky with great violence, because a war took place and Michael and his angels fought the devil and his angels. And as a result, there was no place found for the devil to exist in the heaven anymore. So he's thrown down to the ground. And this is why Revelation 12:13 says, woe to the earth and its inhabitants, for the devil has come down to you and he's full of fury and wrath. Because for the next 42 months, it's full-on war against humanity. And then Christ has to stop it when he returns. Now, this is a part of the judgment because of the nations of the earth are already worshiping Satan, and they will not repent. This is what Revelation 16 talks about. In spite of all these bad things that are happening, they refuse to repent of their idolatry and their sorcery. So this is where, in case anyone's wondering, why would God do this? God's not doing this. God's actually doing judgment on people that are they're trafficking children. They're doing mass corruption, murder, theft, all the things that you don't like. It's amplified during this time. And God is actually bringing judgment against those people. How does he bring judgment against them? He kicks their God's house out of the sky and destroys it. So now that God has to come live down on the ground and commingle amongst with them again. And he doesn't want to do that. He fears mankind.
Wow,
So
crazy perspective.
Yeah, this is why Isaiah 24:20-21 talks about two stages of judgment. The earth staggers like a drunkard, sways like a shack. Earth's rebellion weighs it down. It falls never to rise again. In that day, the Lord will punish the hosts of heaven. That's the armies of heaven above and the kings of the earth below. So he's not punishing his good angels, the armies, the good angels that are his armies in heaven above the firmament. He's punishing bad ones, the hosts of heaven above and the kings of the earth below. So in Enoch 53:3-5, it talks about how when Satan will finally be judged, he's wrapped in a great chain. We see that also in Revelation chapter 20. Also, he's finally thrown in that hole in the ground for 1,000 years after he's wrapped in a great chain. And Michael is the one that does this, along with all the unclean spirits that are subjected to him. They're also punished at that time as well. This is Enoch 54:6. But just like we see in Revelation 21-3, we see that this is the one that, a great angel coming out of heaven wraps up Satan, puts him in the abyss for 1,000 years. So this is there's so much more here. I'm just trying to go through this quickly, but this is why Ephesians 6 tells us, guys, that our battle is against rebellious angels and unclean spirits. We're not fighting men. Men are deceived by these things. We must love and pray for mankind. Pray for those who persecute you. Show love to those. Forgive so that God may forgive you, just as Christ forgave us. This is the admonition of Scripture. But we also have to know who the enemy is. And the Bible, in my opinion, tells you where he is. The Queen of Heaven is the personification to Egypt, Babylon, and Greece as the Eye of Ra, the abode of Satan. So this is the overarching story of the entire Bible. And this is the end of the presentation. I know it's a silly picture using the Death Star, but like this is what we're talking about. If I could just put it on a little meme. This is the story. Mother Babylon versus Mother Jerusalem that's on the way. Mother Jerusalem comes down through the firmament. It's a landmass approximately 1,500 square miles. Coming down through the firmament. It's called the City of the Righteous. It's Zion, comes down out of heaven. It's the house of the Father. And there's something in its way. So that has to be moved out of the way. And it's the home of Satan. So that's in short, that's a huge overview of our Investigating Babylon in 42 series. And if you want more details, we have probably 60 plus hours between the two series that you can dig in. And ultimately, though, Austin, think about this. If the Bible's claims are real, and we live under a physical structure firmament, and there's multiple layers above that where the Almighty lives and his angels, and at some point in the future, he's going to come down to the earth and tabernacle on the earth with him and his son in their house and cause peace to be on the earth and people stop killing each other, then you would want to create a model where people don't even believe heaven's real. Where you would ask the average Christian, where's heaven? And they can't even tell you. And they're never expecting to look for the enemy of the Bible there. Because for one, they're told not to look up anyway.
It's really crazy, bro. When you were saying all this, we're discovering that this quote unquote GPS, it makes meridian corrections and all this stuff, but that it immediately cuts off at a certain altitude. They don't even track it. And then the actual ability to track its speed and altitude cuts off at a certain point. Like you're not allowed to actually do anything up above a certain point. So that is what
Right.
makes it super fascinating as well. Not only are we kind of not told to look up, we're disconnected about what we are seeing when we look up. Like you are not allowed to go up at all. Like
Right.
it's pretty crazy.
That's right. Yeah. So I mean, there's like if you have this perspective, guys, just test it. Don't test the scriptures up on screen tonight. Test the citations up on screen. Go do your own research. Don't believe anything I say. This is something I've been working on since 2015. Since I came to the understanding that we live on a flat, stationary, firmament closed creation model. I then immediately started asking, okay, where I know where God is, where's the enemy? And I started to try to figure. And then I remember by 2017, I'd already formulated this theory because I'd done all this research, and I realized how history had already told us where this patron god lived the whole time. And is it possible that he's still there? If I took them seriously, I mean, these are people that created the pyramids, they created their own automatons. These weren't dumb people. They also had prophets who heard from God. So, like, if I were to take them seriously, is where they claim this patron god, is he still there? Revelation, the book of Revelation that speaks about future events seems to say he is. So, Austin, do you remember when Christ was tempted in the wilderness?
Mm-hmm.
So, like, Satan showed up and offered him 3 temptations. So you remember, like, the first, like, depending on if you're reading Matthew or Luke, the first and second temptation are kind of flip flop. But like the first temptation was turn these stones into bread. You're hungry. Turn these stones into bread. You know what I'm saying? And Christ was like, no. And then he said, okay, then Satan took him to the top of the temple, the roof of the temple, which is a really tall building. We're talking like 5-story building. And said, he misquotes Psalm 91 to Christ and says, God's going to protect you. Throw yourself down. And Christ is like, no, man. And then it says he took him to a really high mountain and showed him all the kingdoms of the world at a glance. And says, if you'll bow down to me, I'll give you all these kingdoms. And Christ says, no, get away from me, Satan. So what really high mountain, even on a flat earth, what really high mountain allows you to see all the kingdoms of the earth at a glance?
That is a pretty interesting point, bro. If the mountain is up in the sky.
And what's more, that final temptation says the angels had to come and minister to Christ after Satan fled. And I would posit that it's because they had to get him down.
Wow.
So do you think Satan, when it says Satan took him to a really high mountain, even if it was a terrestrial mountain, do you think he like grabbed him by the scruff of his neck and just picked him up and yanked him?
That's pretty crazy because I've never thought about it. I've never even thought.
You think they went on a 20-day hike to the nearest, tallest mountain in the region?
He said he popped up in his whip, man.
Or do you think he showed up in some sort of Vimana?
That's pretty crazy. And then
So all I know is in the next chapter, when Christ, and this is where a lot of people, they've made historically, Christian pastors have made inferences about what these verses mean because they can't explain either. What mountain allows you to see all the kingdoms of the world in a single glance? They don't know, right? Because they're not using the historical perspective of who Satan was. He was Zeus, who lived on Mount Olympus, right? So they're not using the historical perspective. In Luke chapter 10, when he's talking to his disciples, and they're excited because he had sent them out to go minister to people, and they got to cast out some unclean spirits. So his boys come back, and they're all excited, and they're like, even the demons are subject to us. And Christ says, do not be excited that the demons are subject to you, but be excited that your names are written in heaven, because I saw Satan fall like lightning from heaven. A lot of people will say, oh, see, it must be talking about like when Satan got cast out of heaven, before Genesis started. But that's not in the Bible. Satan didn't get cast out of heaven in Genesis chapter 1. It was when he descended in Genesis 6 with the other watchers and started doing rebellion. And then he's been on the earth here ever since. And it's not a third of the angels of heaven. That's poppycock. It's just him now. His boys got locked away. Like he's by himself. He's made himself out to be this big boogeyman, but he's not. He's alone. He's scared of us.
Isn't that actually kind of what it says too? Is that when people see who was behind it all, they're gonna like kind of be like, "What? You're the guy?" Yeah,
that's it. Yeah, and so Christ is telling his disciples, like he's saying, "Look, don't be excited that you can cast out demons," because he spoke to their leader and told their leader to get away from him. And he said, I saw Satan fall like lightning from heaven. Why? Because a chapter earlier, or excuse me, 5 chapters earlier, Satan took him to a really high mountain and showed him all the kingdoms of the earth. Is it possible he took him to Mount Olympus in the heavens, in the skies, and then when Christ said, get away from me, Satan, he had to flee, and so he fell like lightning back down to the earth and got away from him. And then the angels came and ministered to him to bring Christ back down to the ground. I know it sounds a little fantastical, but guys, I mean, this is the historical narrative of the biblical world and the story where it takes place. The same Christ who could walk on water, after his ascension, after he was glorified and resurrected, he floated up into the firmament, and promised we would have the same type of bodies at our resurrection. We can move like the angels. Little g gravity is not a big deal anymore. So I just want to encourage folks, guys, read the Bible. It's much more relevant than you ever known, and it'll save you from the deception that I feel is coming down the pike in the next 50 to 70 years.
Nice. Yeah, what's also crazy is I've been thinking about this quite a bit. So when you think of the Enoch thing or something about the order of the sky changes, then basically they're gonna have to come out and whatever it is, the deception is gonna absorb a more accurate depiction of the realm, right? And it makes you think, well, that means flat Earth doesn't save you, which I've been saying for a long time, right? It is important though, and so I was thinking, well, the creators clearly, Yah has brought this up and made sure people found out. And maybe it's to give you ample time and opportunity, understanding the cosmology, and then actually, as believers, get back to understanding the true context, the true description, so that you are prepared for the deception. Because just the fact you found out that the earth isn't what they said isn't going to protect you from their deceptions. And I think that seems pretty common sense. But you can see there's a wide range of people that believe things. They're all over the place in flat Earth. So.
Yeah, if it wasn't for understanding cosmology and the truth of it, I would have never, none of these scriptures would have stood out to me. Historical quotes, the historical claims wouldn't have stood out to me. So yeah, it was, 2015 was a big year for me too.
Let me run through
Austin, real quick. Do we have some questions?
We have a few through the chat. Yeah.
Do you mind if I go use the restroom real quick?
No, of course. All
right, man. I'll be right back.
Cool. Let me actually go through here. I wonder, I should actually play a song so I can do that as well. Because he's a trooper. He's down to answer the questions. I'm going to, if you super chat a question, we'll go through them. I'm also going to go use the bathroom really quick. And I'm going to just play my song real quick as a bathroom break type of thing.
That's for Israel. Wonder, is it real? Rappers acting say they high, say they sipping pills. Glorify suicide so they get the deals. Big Pharma set it up, had to flip the pills. Control the music industry until the scripts get filled. Geopolitically, yeah, we in the field. That's for Israel. Wonder, is it real? Took the way you saw the world, then distorted it. Now you think you want a rocket twirl somewhere orbiting. Theories disproportionate, the truth distorted quick with a forceful grip. They force him a simple that we absorbing quick. Took the people's signature that mean extorted it. They forging it. If news ain't good informants who informing them, there's a surplus, but they tell us there are shortages. Credit economy mortgages, dollar that's supported with empty fortresses. But what's important is this: we courting ships important. Yes, of course it is, but extortion is in accordance with an assortment list of foreign tricks we ignoring, which informing this, informing this. It looked like we were snoring tricked. Pedophilia and the government endorsing it. Yeah, eugenics is exactly what abortion is. You just vilified though.
It's still playing it. I can hear it. You guys might not can hear it.
Wonder, is it real?
All right, what up, fam? So, welcome back. We'll go through some questions. So yeah, as you guys see, finishing up a new setup. We're gonna start getting a schedule out, a calendar out. A lot of appearances coming up. People asking about. We're gonna actually like really do a review of the InfoWars debate probably tomorrow night. So you don't want to miss that. I'll get it posted. I'll start having my streams posted in advance so you can see when they're going to be. We'll always be on time. We're going to like get that all ironed out because normally it's very sporadic and random. Shout out to all the people here. We've been floating right around 1,000 the whole time across platforms, so that's awesome. Shout out to everyone that's donated and supported. Kofi.com/Witsit right there. It'll pop up. I'm working on some new things with that as well. And also, you can check out WitsitGetsIt.com. That is in its infancy, if you will. We're still kind of putting that together, but that's going to be a really cool website, and you'll be able to get to the Misfits app there as well. And I want some feedback if you guys like that. If you don't like the Misfits app, we can congregate other platforms and find a way to maybe. It's just difficult to monitor, and that helps monitor who is still a member and stuff like that. So cool. There's just a few things, and I think that this is some crazy gravy. Some people may think some of it sounds crazy, but I mean, when you really start to figure out that the scriptures are like incredibly accurate, incredibly true, historically accurate, literally true, and then you just take the Bible out for a second, you're going to see this reoccurring theme and story all across the board. And the Royal Astronomical Society introduced the lie of dinosaurs, and not that there were maybe not crazy big beings or animals or something to that effect, but the dinosaur story they told us was a lie. And the Royal Astronomical Society introduced this lie mid-1800s. Why? Because a bunch of people were finding giant bones, and you can just look up newspaper articles all through Florida, all through the Middle East, all through the Southeast, everywhere in America. These giant bones are found. There's still giant mounds. There were giants. There were giant beings. And people may think that sounds crazy, but the evidence is pretty overwhelming for giants and a mass cover-up of the giants. That being said, okay, there's the scriptures checking boxes again, but again, it's not just the scriptures, right? And so what we're starting to uncover is that history is way crazier than you think it is. And there's a group of people who have kind of got the real history to themselves, and they know how crazy history is. And they use it to their advantage. And of course, there is one specific group of people that claim to have like the world's history locked up, and that's the Catholic Church. All right, my boy's back. Let me hop over here. Out here. All right, what's up, brother?
Hey, thanks, man.
Yeah, no, I took a bathroom break too. Played a song. So cool. Thank you so much for being a trooper, man. Because it's a long.
No, I want to thank you for letting me actually talk, because I've tried to share this on other in other places, but it's so much information. So many people like they just can't handle the 4 hours of just like it's because a lot of it's stuff that they've like heard vaguely, like they've heard of these terms and these names, but they've never actually had anything explained to them. So it still comes across as new information. And the average person, they only absorb 10% of new information the first time. So like I just want to give you a big shout out. Thank you for letting me actually go through all of it. And even though I condensed like 30 plus hours into 3.5, 4 hours.
Of course, and plus people have millions of questions, but I'm glad you came on, man. You're welcome on here whenever, brother. What's crazy is we did float around 1,000 live across platforms the whole time. So we actually had pretty impressive retention. I mean, I guess people could have been coming in now, but we had retention of the audience around 1,000 the whole time. So pretty cool. All right, cool. So we'll go through some of these questions if you're down. And
yeah, that's fine.
I don't know how many questions for you are in them or what, but Justin Johnson, thank you for the $25 tip. Love you, brother. Love you too, man. Thank you. Always supporting the channel. Care for you. You're doing such a great job keeping calm and carry on. We are on a biblical journey. Thank you for the $10 tip and the kind words. A lot of people are giving me a lot of grief about InfoWars. I wasn't like aggressive enough and all this stuff, but whatever. Thank you. RG the artist, hey brother, thank you for having Sean on your show. I have loved Kingdom and Context for a while, so I'm a big fan. I know this is going to be a great show. Hopefully, this $50 will help with your baby costs, and I wanted to make sure you did get that other money order. I don't know if it's in my PO box. I haven't got it yet, but I'll check. I'm not sure exactly what you're talking about, but I'll let you know if I do get it. Thank you for the generous tip on Ko-fi. Ko-fi is pretty good. It just has the Stripe processing fees. I pay for the little membership or whatever, so it's not that bad. But thank you, and he shouts you out. Said he's been watching you for a while, so he's a big fan. RG, the artist. All right, great to see you and Sean visiting. You guys are legends in the kingdom. Glory to Yah. That's Run Boston Bear. You know who that is?
Yeah.
Nice.
Yeah, he's awesome.
Yeah, he's super cool. We call him the mayor of Flat Earth. Thank you for the $50 tip. Very generous, brother. Thank you guys.
That's awesome.
Vader Bear signed up to be a miswit. Welcome to the water tier, brother. Thank you for being a miswit. It's been a minute. I love you, bro. Where you been? Your theology is dumb. Awesome stream. 2 of the goats. I don't want to be a goat. I don't know about you, bro. I don't like goats like that. Goats are actually pretty funny animals, but it's funny that we call people goats. But I want to see Sean debate Harrison, since Harrison claimed he knows more about Yah than the Bible, or more than Yah about the Bible. I'm guessing he's saying, or more about the earth than Yah in the Bible. I don't know.
Did that guy really claim that Harrison guy?
No, but did you hear what he did claim, that the idea of like a flat Earth in like a terrarium is childish and something else?
Yeah, that's, to me, it's like, man, how much of our words will we, like, when we're mocking what the Creator made, even if it's innocently, like, I just pray that God shows them mercy, because like he made it for us, it was a gift to us to live in, and there's just the lack of, but see, that's the fruit of bad doctrine, like of doctrines of demons. So you believe in a model that is so different from what the Creator describes. The first time you hear what the Creator describes, you mock it. That's the bad fruit of doctrines of demons.
That's crazy, because that's almost everyone's initial reaction. Crazy. I wasn't too, like, I wasn't put in public pressure or anything like that. I was just listening to a song, so I wasn't really like that, but I get why people are. And like instinctively, you're like, this sounds kind of out there, even if you're being chill about it. Yeah.
I felt embarrassed because it took like less than a week, and I had looked up the definition of the firmament, and that caused me to realize how often it had been talked about in the scriptures and how it was called heaven. And I felt embarrassed because I was like, how did I miss this all this time? Like it's like, and then it becomes like, how do I talk to other Christians about this? Because clearly everyone else has missed it too. But then I started to think to myself, did they miss it? Because I started to realize, like, preachers don't encourage people sitting in the pew to actually look up the definitions of these words.
Yeah, and then turns out you need to do that with almost the whole thing.
You do. Even words that you think like heaven. Like you just go ahead and just take your time and look up the word, right? And it's amazing, man, because people, even pastors, they don't look up the definition of these words. They just assume they know what it means.
Have you heard of the they're called Baptist bias or something, but this guy is known as like a hate preacher, Anderson or whatever. He went viral for like yelling at. Say again?
Steven Anderson. Yeah, he jumps on top of his podium and shouts at people and kicks people out of his church who don't believe in the Trinity and makes a scene and a spectacle. And yeah.
So
actually, at one point, he got in trouble with the media back in like 2018 because he had like wants God to judge all gay people or something like that.
Yeah, it was really, really aggressive about gay people. And then he went viral for like kicking a guy out for saying a prayer, wanting a prayer. But I mean, I think what actually happened apparently was this guy came up with the prayer he had written on a piece of paper and wanted to like take the mic and say it, and he got mad. But anyway, they're trying to set up a conversation with me, but it would be like a hostile about Earth.
Make sure your mic is turned up loud, and be prepared to interrupt him if you want to be involved in that.
I don't know if it would be wise that I do it. I don't know. I mean, in a way, you may can expose them, right? I don't know.
I mean, you just be prepared for lots and lots of denigrating statements and mockery, um, and of course, at some point, for him to lose his temper, because that's what he does every time.
Right. I'm used to that. I think it's really sad that I would have to do it with a preacher, one who calls himself a preacher, right? But
Oh,
I
you've
think
seen my channel. You've seen the interviews we do. Like these preachers lose it.
it's crazy, man. And I'm kind of wanting to progress my thing past that now. Like I feel like I've been in the trenches long enough, you know. Like I've dealt with that long enough. People that don't know a fraction of the stuff I know, calling me stupid and create like I want to just migrate past it. I think more people will wake up, listen to me, keep it amicable with Infowars than some crazy throw mud
Yeah.
around thing. But I'll
Yeah,
pray
I
about
feel
it.
like with Infowars, if you'd have gotten assertive, they would have turned it around as, oh, this crazy aggressive flat earther.
Oh, I know, and then he would have started interrupting me and really taking advantage of the format. I feel like I still was able to lay out information uninterrupted for the most part because I was just being so. I wasn't even trying to use technical terms. I was, I'll cover it in my review I'm doing tomorrow. But like I was very generous, and if people don't see that, I don't know. I mean, it's like if you never watched me before or something. I could have obviously just like Achilles him, but it doesn't matter. I think he genuinely thinks the Earth's a globe, right? So, uh, okay. I was wondering if you heard him because I have to decide if I'm going to do that or not. I don't know. Tim Carrasco, blessings to both of you. Thank you for the $25 tips and the kind word. Tip. RG the artist asked Sean if he knows that in Kazakhstan there's a city called Aston, anagram for Satan, and located in the city there is this pyramid, and upstairs there's a private meeting center. And there's exactly 200 seats, and I'm pretty sure this is where the fallen angels meet.
I don't know about that, but I definitely know about the city. I covered it in part 18 of my Investigating Babylon series. And have you seen it?
No, never heard of this.
Yeah, watch this, man. This is crazy. Well, I can't show it to you because, yeah, maybe I can. Hang on, give me 1 second here.
This is
So
crazy.
it's
Though.
like the most occultic city that's ever been built in modernity.
Kazakhstan.
Yeah. Yeah, of all places, Kazakhstan. That's wild.
It is an anagram for Satan.
Yeah, so in episode 18 of Investigating Babylon is called Ball Top Towers. And I go all throughout the cities throughout the world that have ball top towers all over their architecture and all over their buildings because it represents the Eye of Ra lifted above the Tower of Babel.
Wow.
And so it's a part of their occultic architecture and their symbols. And so, again, I skipped a lot of stuff tonight, guys. I gave you a very brief overview of years worth of research. So, like, I'll try to see if I can screen share this real quick.
Yeah.
And show you what I mean. Is it showing it? There you go. So this is the city in Kazakhstan that they're talking about. Like, there's pyramids on the buildings. There's, it's wild, man. There's ball top towers. There's balls on everything. There's massive pyramids. This is the pyramid he's talking about in the back with the meeting room at the top. Obviously, you guys know that the dome is representative of the womb of Isis, and the obelisk is the phallic symbol going into the womb, with Satan's ball on top. It's just everywhere, man. The spires, the obelisks. This city is like, whoever built this, and it's brand new. So, like, what's going on with that? Everything's brand new. So it's also in all forms of media, like even in movies, there's all these spheres that have to do with the movie. This particular one in the Tomorrowland movie was like the sphere. It was in this scientific city that was in another realm, but it affected Earth realm because it preyed off their fears and created self-fulfilling prophecies.
I actually saw a good amount of that.
Yeah, you remember that movie?
Yeah.
It's like a Tower of Babel with the sphere at the top. It's all the same symbolism everywhere. These ball top towers are everywhere, all across the world, all these different cities, all the Capitol buildings, artwork, everywhere. It's what Atlas is holding up on his back, all that stuff. So, yes, tell the questioner I am familiar with that, and I have heard about them. I can't verify like, Satan is meeting them, but But Austin, you remember me telling you like, I've been involved with this lighthouse project for like 4 years now.
Yeah,
And
yeah.
so do you remember me telling you that in the first year, like when I went on Rob Skiba's show to talk about it, back in like 2019. So that night, somebody called me. Rob Skiba gave them my phone number. So somebody called me and introduced himself and said he was a pastor from California, and that he and another group of pastors were the quote unquote spiritual advisors for Donald Trump.
I do vaguely remember this. Yeah.
Remember this? And so then I talked to this guy, and he's like feeling me out, right? He's clearly vetting me because he would watch that show, Rob Skiba's broadcast, announcing this new social media called Lighthouse. And they thought, well, this would be a great place for Donald Trump to go to since he had banned from Twitter. And so then these other preachers call me like 2 or 3 days later, and I had like an hour and a half conversation with them. And they were telling me about like how they minister to President Trump and pray for him and stuff like this whenever they were around him, which wasn't very often, by the way. And but they were saying that they claim that he was visited by Satan when he first got into presidency. That Trump was taken to a place where there was a meeting. It wasn't in this pyramid in Kazakhstan, but he was taken to this place where there was a meeting, and in the room at the end of the table was clearly the alpha dog. And if you guys know President Trump's personality,
Pretty
he
alpha.
liked the alpha dog, right?
Yep.
So like he could tell the vibe in the room was all these high-leveled, high-powered people and leaders. They were all looking at this one dude. And Trump said it scared him to death, and that's what caused him to turn to Christ.
I
Because
do remember this. Yeah,
He says he genuinely felt like that was Satan, and like that they were basically in trying to intimidate him to say like, you're going to do what we want. Like, here's the real power structure. You're going to do what we want.
Yeah, that's pretty crazy. And then he
Yeah.
still just goes around and basically works on behalf of Satan. So I don't know.
Yeah. And supposedly it wasn't anyone like Trump would have recognized if it was like a Rothschild or a royalty from the Brits or something. Like, it wasn't anyone he recognized or knew. And, supposedly he's already a power player before he ran for president, so he knew like everybody. But it wasn't any recognizable world leader. It wasn't the Pope. It wasn't it wasn't, So who knows? But clearly everyone feared this guy like super fearful, and just whatever he said, that's what happened.
That's a crazy story, man.
Crazy, man. And I'm sitting there going, and so these pastors are telling me this because they're trying to tell me that the battle for good and evil is real, and the enemy wants to control communications so they can stifle truth. And I'm like, well, yeah, no duh. That's why we build Lighthouse. Like, that's literally what motivated us to try to do this, is because we know that they're trying to censor truth. Like,
That's crazy, man. I don't trust Trump at all.
Yeah, I personally think that I'm confused with the narrative with him, because there's so many things that if he was legit, I'm like, why haven't they already, tried to do something to him?
Yeah, it just is,
If
how he handled the whole situation, bro. And he's still running around bragging about that situation. And
Yeah.
I mean, I don't know. One of my recent streams, I talk about how they're giving him the crown of Jerusalem, and then they're giving him the menorah, and it calls him the Prince of Peace. It says, we give this menorah to the Prince of Peace, Donald J. Trump, and it has Isaiah 9:1 quoted on it. Like, that's some weird stuff to me, bro, and I don't.
No, you're right. That's like par for the course with a country that claims to believe the Bible but rejects the prophets in the Bible. Of course, they're going to abuse prophecy and name some man that's some dude that's going to be dead in a couple of years anyway. So like, it is weird, man. It's a weird obsession. on both sides, right? So you got people that are deranged over him, that want to accuse him of everything and make up charges, right? Versus people that unnaturally push him to the top. And you're like, well, how's that work?
Borderline worship him. It's like very polarizing extremes.
Yeah, it's really odd.
Well, I think he's scripted and that he's gonna win, but we'll see what happens. I think it's all fake, So. We'll see what happens, bro. I if you asked me who I think should be president, like if I was to pretend it was real or something, like obviously Trump's better than Biden, right? Like logically speaking, but there are arguments that he could be more of a threat because people love him so much. Like even the people that voted for Biden, like don't take him serious, right? Like they're like he's a senile crazy person. They voted against Trump. They didn't vote for Biden, but like. You know what I'm saying? Like Trump, it can really get something done if you wanted to.
Just the so you remember back in 9/11 when I don't know if you followed politics at that time, but I've always been kind of a nerd. But basically the general discussion after 9/11 in 2002 leading up to 2003 before we invaded Iraq was they said, "Oh, President, Bush Jr. had political currency and he can probably go after Saddam Hussein." So this was the talk, right? Because of what happened with 9/11, they were going to parlay that into justification that was approved by the populace so that we can go to war in Iraq. And this is where, you have like Dave Chappelle making fun of this in his parodies in the Dave Chappelle show, talking about, I got a coalition of the willing, Japan is sending some PlayStations. Because the joke was like, he didn't really have support for this. The military industrial complex was pushing this and they were going to go no matter what. And they were using the 9/11 thing as the springboard for justification, to which we all know the story on that. So I think personally, the whole Biden thing is becoming the political currency for Trump to come in and do whatever he wants.
That's what I think
people are going to be like so hurting financially and socially. I mean, there's entire studies now about kids that aren't working and they're not going to school. They're just chilling. They're just gaming. They're not making income, and they're not even on OnlyFans. Like they're not doing anything. So like we've got a broken society on multiple levels, and we're starting to see all the effects of the Fauci ouchie juice come into fruition. And I think that people are going to be like, Trump's going to be like the hero that comes in and can do whatever he wants.
Yeah, I agree. It's set up for him to be the hero, probably do some things that look good, but they're all going to have like some type of deception embedded. And that's why I'm saying it's more, he's dangerous, in my opinion. He's the dangerous one because, he's good with his words. He'll say what people want to hear. He's just a salesman. He'll say whatever you want to hear. So then people going around, but he did say you can make the choice. It's like, oh, we're giving him points for saying that we can decide what goes in us. Like, I don't know. It's all crazy.
We'll there's a lot of city governors of states and mayors and county administrators that did not give people the choice. People were getting fired for their jobs. People were not allowed to go into grocery stores. People were, it was getting crazy, bro. It was getting crazy.
Was all
we literally
crazy
moved because of it.
Yeah. Oh, so yeah.
We live in the mountains where we are now because we had to get out of the city we're in because it was so crazy.
Dude, now that the whole thing is like they're arresting protesters for anti-Semitism in Texas. And I'm sure those protesters aren't great. They're like just like leftist college students, right? Doing whatever. It doesn't matter. They're arresting them in a conservative state in Florida, where I am, which is great in many ways, is missing the mark on that. That all started with Trump. Trump passed that. Trump passed the anti-Semitism, defining anti-Semitism thing. And I don't even know where we're going, man. It's a crazy time to be alive. I try not to get too into the politics.
How far they're going to take that anti-Zionism, anti-Semitism thing, because to its logical end, they have to persecute Christians.
Oh yeah, like and ban the New Testament.
Right.
Yeah, it's crazy.
Because basically, this is where the controversy with the Christ is King thing came up, because like that is the logical end, is that Jewish people will be mad because they don't believe Christ is King. and they're going to think that you're dogging on their, because they don't just, you may already know this, but they are born, they're taught from birth to attach their religion of Judaism with their ethnicity.
Yeah.
So if you criticize their religion, they think you're anti-Semitic. So
But
it's not just
what makes them special. Like, we can't even talk about this too much, right? And that's what is so crazy.
yeah,
But it's
this
like,
is what Islam does too, though. Islam does the same thing. They tell people if you must learn in Arabic, the Quran, and that Arabic is the true language, and they're actually racist about it, and that even though there's other countries that have large Muslim populations, they still encourage them to read the Quran in Arabic, and they'll tell them like, you can be brought in, but like Saudi Arabian Islamists, they believe that they're like the true race of Islamists, and they speak true Arabic according to what's needed according to the Quran, and that if you attack their belief set, you're attacking their culture and their ethnicity.
yeah, that's convenient. It's a very convenient narrative so that you can just prevent criticism, right? So crazy world.
And by the way,
man.
we talk about the macabre, the Paradise Stone in Mecca in our Investigating Babylon series. If you want to check that out, it's in part 20, I believe. And it's literally, they believe it's from Mother Babylon above. A piece of it fell down. You know what the Paradise Stone is?
Why would they be worshiping it?
You know that thing that they do circles around at Mecca, that big square box? Yeah, so at the corner of the big square box, there's that black obsidian stone they call the Paradise Stone that people go up and touch and pray to, because the traditional lore of that stone is that it fell from the God's home out of heaven.
Oh, wow.
Yeah. And coincidentally, it's been attached to a cube. This is why in our 42 series, we talk about Saturn worship, which is about the cube.
Yeah. And coincidentally, it's black, huh?
It's black.
I'm just saying, like, you're talking about the thing in the sky being black.
Yep.
All right.
So
That's
to give
crazy.
you a more crazy, like, so I show in my part 20 of the Investigating Biology series and part 21, I show 5 different scientific ways that they could float a landmass in the sky, and with modern science that we know or are aware of today.
I think I may have watched that with Kai. Or unless you covered the floating cities more than once. We
did.
watched that. We were like, whoa, bro, this is crazy. You were showing it everywhere.
It's not even like that difficult. You just have to have the right conditions, and so. But the thing is, I think the structure that it's made of, like I showed from the quotes tonight, when they talk about Zeus sitting amongst his enclave under the double gated dome. I think it's like kind of like that metal sphere in the courtyard of the Vatican or out in front of the UN. That's like a sphere within a sphere. So I think like the livable landmass is inside of it, a clear double gated structure that's like a firmament style crystalline structure. Because an angel would know what the firmament's made of. It's completely see-through, right? So from our vantage point, if it's passing by, we're just going to see the bottom of it, which is its foundations. Until we got up at its altitude and could look at it laterally, and then we could actually see any kind of landmass. Otherwise, all we see would be a spheroid, the bottom of the spheroid that would be its underpinning foundations. Mixed with whatever type of, if it's just soil that's encompassing the bottom of the sphere, then it's just going to look black. So, but I think it's that material is what allows to hold the air pressure within the double gates, because it's like a pressure release system. The sun itself warms the air inside of it, which causes it to give it that lighter than air feel to make it rise. And then they can do pressure release with one of the gates. Because it's double layered. So it's a whole design. I've put a lot of thought into this and a lot of effort of trying to figure out like how could this even be possible, and it's actually not that difficult.
Yeah, it's wild, bro. I'm wondering how high it is. Can we go up there and take pictures so we can expose them to the world?
If it does work off electromagnetism in a form of quantum locking, then it could change altitudes when it needs to.
No, yeah, I agree.
It can literally just let in more cold air and lose altitude. and then heat up the air that's contained in it and rise.
Yeah, that's wild. It's all wild.
So there's a variety of different ways it could be using either propulsion or levitation. But I mean, we're talking about like if it, if the Bible's true and talks about who Zeus is and who Ra is, we're talking about an angel, like, high advanced knowledge, like, what I mean? It's
Yeah, for sure.
he saw how the creation was made. You know what I mean? It's like,
Yeah, we found a thing that's similar to a patent that's for something similar to satellites, and what it does is it actually takes in ionization through the front, so just like in the air, even though it's really thin, and it just creates propulsion out the back, just perpetually.
that's one of the ways we use. That's one that MIT demonstrated a few years ago, where they had that little flat, looks like a paper airplane, and it's got the sensors on the back of it, and it ionizes the air and changes its pressure, and just moves without any propellers, without any combustion. It just moves.
Yeah, man. Yeah.
And it's silent.
Yeah.
So that's the other thing of like, it's silent.
What's crazy
So
is the story of the orbs that have been seen for a while. That's been documented for a while. Other transparent orbs in the sky.
That interview with now look, I know a lot of the propaganda gets leaked to the public intentionally, but I think they're intentionally leaking stuff to the public so that people can, like I said before, that my theory is that they're going to try to introduce, they're not going to call him Satan, they're not going to call him Ra, they're not going to call him Zeus. They may call him the Traveler, like in Destiny, the big orb that shows up. So it's one of the most popular games in the world.
Dude, I know, I've heard of the game, but yeah.
Yeah. So the point of the game is there's this big white sphere that shows up called the Traveler. But they may call him some unique name that's different than the historical names, but I truly believe they're going to reintroduce him to the world, so the world's comfortable with him and thinks that he's here to help and all that stuff. And then he's actually pulling the strings behind the scenes once Apollyon shows up, because that's his MO throughout all of history. He's always been behind the scenes puppet mastering and fooling people. Like I said before, according to the Egyptian record, there was a time when he realized, I got to get away from mankind, and he separated himself from those who worshipped him because he was afraid of them, because they could turn on him at any point. It's a legit problem, right? Like if you're a rebellious angel and you're trying to fool people, and you realize, these humans are kind of harder to fool than I thought. Like I can fool them temporarily, but I can't. Here's the difference now. Since Christ has resurrected and become high priest, he's in heaven and has control of the Holy Spirit, which breaks through deception like that. So like at any point, Satan can't control how this happens. At any point, Christ can use the power of God's Spirit in his priestly position, drop it as a gift of the Spirit on the earth, as according to how explained in the New Testament, to bring a mind and a heart to repentance and wake them up from their stupor. Like this is a variable that he cannot account for. So you don't want to be in the room with a whole bunch of people that suddenly they may realize, wait a minute, you're actually evil. And I don't like you. I want to worship the creator of heaven and earth, because he's like, it's the love of God that draws people to repentance. And Satan's leading them into hatred, division, strife, and all forms of wickedness. It's like at some point, I think that's a variable that he has to account for. Like I can't be around these people. I just need to puppet master them from afar.
Yeah, it's all so crazy. I'm like, I don't know. How do aliens fit into this, so that if he doesn't have his little buddies, right, and like, because I agree with you
I
that
think the alien deception is just a Vimanis.
So yeah, but like I'm saying, does some entity come and say like, I made you, right? Because they've clearly planted those seeds for years now that they created us, right? The aliens seeded us, the Anunnaki seeded us, whatever it is. And that's obviously like, people would believe it now. I think people would believe it if some type of metaphysical, supernatural type of being came at all and said, look, I've been sitting back, letting you guys be free. I helped make you. We made you. A pantheon of us made you, whatever. And now we feel like we have to intervene because, and then fill in the blank. They can do a million things. Asteroids coming, we had to blow it up with nukes. Aliens saw we
Right.
use nukes. World War III starts, nukes are being used. We had a Stefan, you're going to destroy yourselves. A million things they can do, right? And people eat it
It's
up.
it's the plot of Independence Day Resurgence. It's not just this plot. It's a couple plots of different movies, but that's the more recent one. Is he shows up, he's introduced to the world as a friendly and to here to help with advanced tech and healing and medicine, curing cancer or whatever. And then it's, oh, by the way, there's some not good aliens out there that when they find out about this place, we got to be prepared.
Right, yeah.
And so this is what's interesting about the book Revelation, because it says that Satan deceives the kings of the earth and they all give him his power for 1 hour so that they can fight Christ at his return.
Yeah, that is true. I've heard interpretations of it. But yeah, that's a great point. The alien would fit that. Like alien, they're not really going to be called alien, like right? Like it's going to be the Anunnaki god type
Well,
story.
Yeah, I again, I didn't get to go into everything, but that you're exactly right. The ancient Sumerian creation tell is that the gods came down from Earth and hybridized mankind from monkeys, and so this is the beginnings of evolution. Remember, there's nothing new under the sun. Evolution is not new. It's an ancient repackaged creation tell from ancient Chaldea, and about how the gods came down and manipulated mankind's genome to create men to help them to be smarter monkeys who could mine gold for them and help build their palaces and their ships.
Yeah.
And that they're going to return. This is literally the story of not just the Anunnaki, that they are going to return, but also Quetzalcoatl to the Mayans. They believe their gods are going to return.
Dude, they've put it on mainstream television in the form of Ancient Aliens, which Ancient Aliens will give you a lot of truth. Like it'll say like, "Oh, look, that's not what we were told it is," and people are like, "Whoa," and that's been over a decade. I'm just saying, almost everyone under 30, bro, they are very familiar with Anunnaki. I'm probably under 40. I
Yeah.
mean, majority of people, period. And it's like the younger generation is primed for it, bro. Like they think that they're woke. Pre-flat Earth, it was like you were woke if you had heard of the Anunnaki or whatever, right? Like, but then flat Earth came out, and now that's just like laughably a deception, and everyone kind of knows it. That finds out about flat Earth. But those who don't, I think they think that's, I don't know. To me, that's what gets people, right? Is because then you get to keep your materialistic view of things and evolution, and then you still like you have this advanced civilization or whatever that has evolved more and then made us or something. But anyway, that would be a big deception. What if they absorb cosmology, they absorb true history, right? If they come revealing truths and secrets and helping cure cancer or whatever, people are just gonna worship it, bro. Whoever it is, they're gonna worship it, bro. That's what I think is the biggest threat, probably.
They will worship it. That's what I was saying. And the Jeff Bezos announcement a couple years ago that the world's elites are seeking to get people, the future generations, used to the idea of living in the air in something called O'Neill colonies. And so, like I said, they're not saying we haven't figured out how to do this. They're just saying this is the plan for the future. They want the people on the ground to be more like the lower class of workers, if you will, like miners, people that are making raw
Elysium.
materials. Exactly. They want the upper class, the educated, the academias. Like you would go to college in the sky, and then you would come down to the ground to your job, and then so basically they would have like the idea that they're wanting is to have multiple habitable O'Neill colonies in the sky so that people can traverse to them so that you can save the planet, right? Because you got to get off the planet to save it so that you stop interfering with this atmosphere and with this ecology. And so this, I don't think they're going to accomplish this for one, but in their wet dream, they want to have O'Neill colonies. And then I would perceive one of the inhabitable landmasses you go visit is a temple that they've built to the traveler, whom you go seek for wisdom and medicine and advance and whatever. And he's also ruling over the people. And so you get the higher elites accustomed to actually interacting with him so that you can fool all the rulers and decision makers. But yeah, man, there's so many, there are so many. Let me show you this real quick before we go. Because I'm just going to skim through this. I'll put it on mute and skim through it. Because there's so much propaganda on this topic in all forms of media and cinema. So this is a 2016 Independence Day sphere. This is a Kanye West video. Aliens, sphere come to Earth, literally named ET. This is the Apis bull in a huge ceremony. You probably already know about this. But in the ceremony, the Apis bull, the lights go out and a flashlight comes out through his nose or his mouth or something, and he points to this massive sphere rising up through a replica of the Tower of Babel.
Wow.
The Commonwealth Games of 2022. This is Event Horizon, where they go to a sphere that can change reality and let demons in. This is the Matrix. Everyone remembers the Matrix. The source on the Matrix is a massive sphere that he has to put his body back in to create peace. Guardians of the Galaxy Part 2, massive sphere was the ego of the villain. Fifth Element, the massive sphere is coming through space that's going to kill them all, and it's just this glowing orb that they're trying to. It's initially black. They shoot at it. It starts ablaze with fire, and a skull comes out of it. Starts heading towards Earth. They have to stop it. Rogue One. This is the moment where the sphere creates an eclipse specifically so it can fire its death beam.
Oh, wow.
From the Death Star. Rogue One. That's when it fires. Only when it eclipses, by the way.
Never watched Star Wars.
Yeah. This is a hugely popular game. It's called The Descendant, and it's about a massive sphere. This is this crazy movie called Attraction from Russia about this massive sphere that they're fighting in the air, crashes to the earth. Have you ever seen BioShock? This is an older game.
No.
It's about inhabitable lands in the sky that you play the entire game through an inhabitable land in the sky. And it's all dedicated to Roman and Greek gods throughout the whole town. And it has a version, anyway, it's pretty deep. It's crazy. There's another game about spheres called Life After. You have to fight them. The second outbreak's the same thing. More spheres attacking. Tomorrowland, the sphere that controls reality. They have to destroy it. This is the day the Earth stood still. A big, humans are using nuclear weapons. The sphere shows up to stop them. Avengers: Age of Ultron. Huge landmass is destroyed out of the sky. Even Star Wars, they award her with the sphere. Independence Day, again, there's two spheres. The actual movie sphere. And this particular sphere also can augment reality in a horrific ways. It was a horror movie. This is a episode of animated Marvel Avengers about a sphere. It's just everywhere. This is an actual show. It's like a what do they call those EDM shows?
Oh.
It's like a rave show, but it's super popular. This particular guy, Eric Prydz, and it's all based on Tomorrowland, and he has the sphere constantly behind him while he's doing his turntables.
It's funny because the whole lie of the Earth was a sphere as well, right? Everyone just constantly inundated with the idea of one.
Yeah, it's crazy, man. This is wild. This is called the Heretic Unity. And by the way, that was the goal of Babylon, was unity. They did not want to be spread about. They did not want to have different languages. They wanted unity. And they rejected God, so therefore they are heretics. And this is about a guy who goes, it's a special cinema game that he goes into see this massive celestial being who's dealing with the star patterns behind him, who then this is wild, man. Morphs into versions of Satan to walk up to him. And what he hands him is significant. So it's got like this nanotech material. The guy knows he's going to die. So he gets killed. And he grabs, what you're looking at, that symbol right there on the package he handed him, is the phoenix, which represents Osiris. So this is all about literally an alternate world where Satan exists inside of this mountain as a supreme being who receives the codes for Osiris, for the Phoenix.
Wow.
Yeah, it's crazy, dude. There's so much. I just assembled like a little short video for one of my teasers for this, just to show like how it's in all forms of media, and it has been for decades. They're priming, just like they prime people for 9/11. They're priming people for a sphere specifically.
Yeah, that's crazy. If it's a giant sphere pop out of the sky, bro.
Yeah.
That's wild.
So there's a military pilot that went on Joe Rogan. This is what I was saying earlier about. I know that people, I know that the propaganda is to release things into the public to get you familiar with it, and sometimes I think Joe Rogan is a huge portion of that because the conversations they'll have on there. And they had a military pilot on there saying, I've got clips on it in my series, saying that they saw these UAPs, and one of them was a sphere, but inside this translucent sphere, inside of it was a cube, and that flew
I've
by.
heard that. Yeah, I've heard that
speed.
by a few of them. Yeah, that's pretty crazy. Like a lot. Like, there's been more than one of them that say that that's what it looks like.
And I just, yeah, I don't think it's a coincidence, man. I think the more that people lose their bearing on truth, the easier they are to be reintroduced to the ways of Babylon.
Yeah, I mean, people are basically just completely empty nowadays, so they're prime for deception, I would say. Let me run through these, see if there's any for you real quick. Just trying to help where I can. Much love and Jesus bless you. 5MB, thank you for the $5 tip and the kind words. Good to meet you last week and chat for a while. Appreciate your insights. Gave me a lot to think about. Keep crushing. Yeah, November. It was cool meeting you in California, bro. Much love. Glad you enjoyed our convo. We talked for like so many hours. It was crazy. I'm like, dude, I gotta go. I lose track of time when I hang out with truthers. Stormy, do you know if saying amen after a prayer is invoking Ra?
No, that's Zeitgeist theology. So Zeitgeist theology was debunked multiple times. It came out back in like 2010, specifically by a lady who's an occultist. And it was an idea that phonetically linked terminology, right? So they would say, oh, saying amen is phonetically sounds like Amun Ra. So you must be giving some sort of invocation to Ra. Like it's that shallow, bro. It's that bad. So historians have debunked. Yeah, they'll say that Jesus is somehow connected to Osiris because of some phonetics, and it's just bad.
Mithra, and then they get all the stories wrong, and they mix it all up, and it got me though. Like temporarily, I just watched it, and I was like, "That's pretty crazy." I wasn't like a real deal believer at that point, you know. I got fallen away from
hilarious. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
Just fallen away, and my buddy who was atheist wanted me to watch it, and I'm like, if everything they said in the story was true, and the movie was true, you would be like, this is pretty crazy. It's not. It's not only do they reach, but like they actually lie. They make stuff up in there. Crazy. Obviously, it means it is finished. Yeah. Jeremy McGarry, this is awesome. Watching Austin learn the information Sean is sharing for the first time. Keep up the good work. Thank you for the very generous $50 tip, Jeremy McGarry. And yeah, like I've seen here and there, you know. I've seen here and there. I've seen like a decent amount, but it's like here and there. I haven't watched them in order.
It's a lot. It's like I said, the first series, 21 parts, 33 plus hours. We actually offer, like, people buy it from us on a USB drive, and we'll mail it out to them. But it's just a lot. It takes, you know, if you weren't there for like the live events when it was happening 2 years ago, you know, and you didn't like watch it as it progressed, because nobody knew what I was talking about. Nobody knew, like, I was about to reveal, hey, by the way, I'm putting forward this theory that the home of Satan is literally a sphere in the sky that's going to be thrown down 42 months before the return of Christ. So they didn't know that for like the first 18 episodes. So people were just digging the idea of learning about ancient history and how it correlates with the scriptures. But then, like in episode 19, 20, and 21, I gave the grand finale, and people were freaking out. Like some people thought it was brilliant. Other people thought it was, you know, they started mocking it. But I waited almost 5 years to talk about it on my channel. So before I started my channel in 2018, I already had everything you heard tonight. Like I already understood, had theorized, and concluded these ideas. But I just knew I just want to talk about the Bible and like help people, follow Christ and, get their lives cleaned up. You know what I'm saying? And get some wisdom. I don't want to talk this is like, to me, this topic is like, it's like cake. You know what I mean? It's not meat, the meat of the word. It's like all the sugary stuff. Like that's just amazing. That's fun to have. But it's like you say, it's gravy, you know what I mean? But it's not like the meats. Like the meat is, there's a definitive way to behave in this life. Christ exemplified it for us. Put your faith in him, act like him. He'll give you eternal life. It's that simple. He'll take you into the Garden of Eden, which is the return of the New Jerusalem. So like it's that simple. That's the meat of the word, right? Understanding that very basic concept. All this peripheral stuff that breaks down the occult and the deceptions, that's like the gravy, That,
For sure.
and
For sure.
people can't live off that. They need the meat first. So we spent like almost 5 full years going over the scriptures and giving them the meat first before I started talking about this stuff.
I totally get it. And it's still cool though because there's so much information. Like he didn't leave us hanging. Like the Creator did not leave us hanging. Like we were born into a very entertaining world, man. Yeah, that's cool. I'll have to find a way to catch all the way up. And then the problem is also I don't remember which ones I have or haven't seen. So it's like I'll have to start watching them again. Uncle Giblets, thanks for the stream. Excited for the debate review part 2. I'm wondering, do you have any advice for some soon-to-be parents? Thank you for the $50 tip. I can let you want to throw in something too, but I would say be really patient with each other and expect there to be a tough transitional period when it comes to sleeping and stuff, and because the baby doesn't care about your sleep pattern, I'll just let you know. And just obviously you guys are a team, so like when you're really really tired and you're getting frustrating, you could get frustrated with each other. Just I would say to try to focus on that and remember that you're a team. And I don't know where you live or if you live close to family, but family helping is always good.
Yeah, for real.
We didn't particularly have a huge amount of that luxury actually, but we pulled it off. And yeah, obviously there's like a million other little bitty pieces of advice when it comes to what to do with the baby and stuff like that. But I would say just enjoy it and just always just think about the positives. When you get upset, try to work as a team and help. Okay, whoever's having the baby, you got to have their back, especially when they're about to have the baby, especially after they have the baby. Right after they have the baby, they're in recovery mode and not just physically necessarily. And that's what I would say. Yeah, and you just had a baby.
We did. Yeah, I'm still not getting sleep. In fact, I have to go really soon because my shift is coming up in like 20 minutes. So I've got the night shift.
Here you go. I had the night shift too. Yeah.
Do you? Yeah.
I did.
So
yeah.
like I try to work in between. Unfortunately, little man Levi, he's not sleeping like more than 3 or 4 hours at a time. So I would say right now, pray that God blesses you with a baby that sleeps through the night. But if not, go work in shifts so that you both can get at least 6 hours of sleep a night. Might be difficult if you work a job where you got to get up at 7 in the morning or whatnot, but do your best. And everything else that Witsit said is spot on.
Yeah, that's a good point. Yeah, we had to do that. We had to work in shifts, and I was doing the night shift. So I was doing a bunch of stuff from our streams or presentations or whatever I could do work-wise at night while I was like keeping an eye on her and stuff. All right. Yeah, thank you for the tip. We'll run through these. We're almost done here. Very crazy generous donation, $200. Thank you so much.
That's awesome.
Yoshiyahu. I'm mispronouncing what your name is.
Yoshiyahu.
Yoshiyahu.
Actually, it means the righteousness of God. You know that Yoshi in Japanese actually means righteousness?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I always just think of, when I hear Yoshi, I just think of the green
Yoshi,
dinosaur
Mario.
creature. Yeah. Thank you. That's so crazy generous. I can't thank you enough. Thank you so much. I really enjoy all your content. You did great on InfoWars. I'm so glad you interacted with Sean, and I think it's a great crossover subject to what you focus on. Keep up the great work. Thank you so much, man. And yeah, dude, I'm a big fan of Sean, bro. Sean's my go-to guy if I have a question a lot of the times about the scriptures, and my go-to guy I send people to. So, but thank you so much. That's very generous.
If he has sent you to me and I haven't been able to respond to your email, I'm sorry. I get more than I can respond to every day, and so I have to like. Sometimes I just can't get to them all. I'm sorry. So
Fair, I
I'll
tell
do
them
my
to go
best.
watch your content. I know how that goes. I know how it goes to give them like I'll never catch up with my messages. So I don't say like go email Sean. I say here's a playlist, here's a video you should watch or whatever. But trust me, I know how that goes, man. You need like 50 secretaries, but they can't. That doesn't work because you have to. It's you. You have to. I get it.
Yeah, they
Um,
can't pull all the scriptural references as fast as I can, or even they may not know them. So because
and you don't want them to say something wrong and like.
yeah, I don't want them to like lead someone the wrong direction. And sometimes we do not advertise as offering marital advice. So like if people email me and be like, "Oh, we're having this issue with my wife or my husband," and I'm like, I don't even respond. We do not. We've publicly said for years we're not trained counselors or therapists. You should find someone qualified in that area. If you want to know something about the scriptures, I can do my best to help you, but I can't give you personal or marital advice.
There you go.
I'll pray you find good counsel for someone that's qualified.
Nice. Do you think the Milky Way is a crack in the firmament that the waters fell from during the flood, and could planets be portals or doors that spirits or angels come and go? Bushido. What do you think about that?
I don't. I think First Enoch, like I said tonight, First Enoch 72 through 82, it talks about the placement of the stars and their rotation in the heaven, the circumference of the heaven above. And I think that there's actually angels that are assigned to watch over both the sun, moon, and stars. And there's like a whole, list of angels that watch over the sun and others that watch over the stars. I mean, so the angels have jobs. They're not just up there chilling, doing nothing. Like the scriptures describe myriads upon myriads that would, if the conversions are correct, that would be millions upon millions of angels that are designed not just to come to the earth to help mankind, but also to see over the creation as a part of their job. So that's how literal it is, Austin. Like I said earlier, the average Christian is told not to think literally about the heaven and the earth and God and the angels. But according to First Enoch, it's so literal. The sun has a certain amount of angels assigned to it to make sure it's going through the gates at the proper seasons of the year. Think about that for a minute. Like you got a dude, he's like a train guy pulling the switch on the tracks, making sure the sun goes through the right gate so that it can make sure the seasons are in the right order. Like these are highly trusted entities that are super smart, been around since day one. Literally, that's when they were created, on day one of creation. And they're all of it, all the entire creation model and all the angels are serving you. That's the crazy part that humanity doesn't seem to grasp.
It is crazy.
Like they're keeping the creation model working because it's their job, commissioned by the Father, the creator of all, so that you can have lights down up on the earth, sun, moon, and stars, so that you can have wind patterns, so that you can have blessing and crop in due season. So, I mean, it's amazing I think when it's all said and done and like we get to the judgment and we realize just how much was done for us, it's going to be so humbling,
I can't even imagine because you can just look at the stars and feel that way. That's how I feel.
Yeah.
But yeah, I hear you, man. It's probably so wild in mind. Look, he blew Enoch's mind, right? Shed and no, thank you for the $10 tip. German New Medicine GNM, everything's endogenous. Any thoughts, meaning everything's internal. I've seen it. It's very, very interesting when it comes to cancer, and then they can find a certain part of your brain and beforehand and kind of predict cancer. It's very interesting. I do think we've been lied to about existential threats when it comes to that. I think there may be spiritual aspects to certain things. I don't know. I don't know. I do find it interesting. It is pretty intriguing when you fall down the rabbit hole of terrain theory and German New Medicine, but I think using the word everything is probably not ever correct. And also, is numerology bad? Is using numerology bad? What's your take on that?
I know there's people that try to pick out numerology from the scriptures. They call it equal letter distancing. And they'll say that the Torah has it, that some of the prophets has it, the New Testament. There was actually a mathematician from Harvard in the 1800s named Ivan Panin, who claimed that there was these like equidistant letter Greek equivalents of 7 all throughout the book of Matthew and things like that. I don't think it's bad. I just think that it can be. It's like if you're studying forms of gematria and you don't understand the plain surface text, your priorities are flip-flopped.
Well, yeah, and just in general, right? Like where do we get modernized?
Yeah, the Bible never encourages, other than Revelation 13, it says, "He who has wisdom, let him calculate the number of the beast, it's the number of man."
Right.
Other than that, there's no place in the Bible that it tells you, "Hey, this is important for you to know or learn." Other
Maybe
than just
something
knowing about this guy that's going to try to deceive people. But if you're not in the generation where the second beast shows up, it doesn't apply to you. So the rest of the Bible does still apply to you, which is to learn about your Creator, His Son who's sent to become your Savior and High Priest, and how you're supposed to walk in their behavior so that they can know that you want eternal life. And that's how Christ can save you. So it's just, yeah, man. It's like I got caught up in 2012 into some gematria. And I started calculating the alpha numeric values of the Hebrew letters as well as the Paleo Hebrew, and started trying to do extra translations. And I got to say, it was fascinating. Like you could pull out like numbers that were significant to what the text was saying. You could also pull out of the Paleo Hebrew additional sentences based off the actual pictograph of the letters that actually related to the surface text. I found myself like doing that more than actually studying the scriptures. Like, you know, in the Genesis chapter 6, like we talked about tonight, I would pick out the word Nephilim and I would translate the pictographs of the Paleo Hebrew, and it would say the offspring worked chaos and destruction. And that's literally what the Nephilim did. And I was like, whoa, this is like a whole meta narrative inside the narrative. And I was getting excited about it. But then I realized I actually don't know the full narrative yet. I need to learn the Bible first. And so I think that's what's most important.
There you go. Nice. Did you know, real quick side note, that the head rabbi for Ukraine went up to Trump and told him that he was all excited because he found out that his name in Jewish gematria equals 424, which is what they claim that the Messiah will equal in Jewish gematria. So weird. Wow. So I think gematria can be super weird. I mean, you know what I'm saying? Like, I think you can, obviously.
It's a part of the Kabbalah, which is intimately tied into Judaism.
Yep. And then I think it goes back to, where would you know? Babylon. Keep on ladling that gravy. Just wondering what you thought about Terrence Howard. We're almost done. Sorry, bro. And some of the things he's been speaking about, I don't know anything about that. So rain check on that question. Sean seems genuine. I appreciate his time, and I think we can all take his info into consideration. Be humble and take it into prayer. Glean what you can. Jesus bless. Is a compliment from my boy. Thanks, Sean's very, very, very well researched. I would encourage you to do just that, yeah, and go research it and look into what he's saying. Go watch his series and pray about it.
Yeah, if the series, you know, you may like the series because I deal with, you know, scriptures, real life events, movies, films, stats, history. But if you like a little bit of fiction every now and then, we're actually producing a comic book and an animated series about the 400 years leading up to the flood of Noah. So this is issue 1 of the comic book of Days of Noah. And there's already rebellious angels, Nephilim, giants, and Noah and his family involved. So we're excited about that. We're working on episode 2, and both of those are going to be released on Lighthouse soon.
That's so cool, man. You know, like one thing I haven't had enough time to do. One thing I'm really passionate about is finding a way to get really base stuff out there for children. It's just, dude, stuff like that's time consuming, but it's like, it's so hard to find anything to give my daughter, you know what I'm saying? Or like anything of real substance and value. That's something I'm really passionate about.
There won't be any, like, you know, some animes, you know, they get pretty raunchy. They're like almost X-rated. So this is just like literally the story of Nephilim, rebellious angels, and the family of Noah leading up to the flood. And actually our goal is for 8 full seasons. And so seasons 7 and 8 will be after the flood, getting up to the Tower of Babel. And so that way you hear the story that I shared with you tonight. You'll see in like an animated form, both in animated episodes as well as comic books.
That's super cool.
So
to help people just learn the story, maybe at a younger age.
Like, even if you don't know everything I talked about tonight, you get it like subconsciously, just taking seriously the characters in the story. Just following the story. You know, obviously it's going to be fictional because all the dialogue isn't in the scriptures, but it's telling all those thematic concepts and introducing all those characters and all the consequences, theological consequences, will all be in the animated series and in the comic book. So we're excited about that.
So it's gonna be on Lighthouse.
Yeah, it's gonna be on Lighthouse, which was supposed to be live last week, but had a glitch with they had a final bug that they found, and so they're fixing that. And so, Abba willing, first week of May.
Very cool. Very cool.
Abba willing.
Yeah, when it happens, dude, I'll be right there helping promote it. All right, so Bushido, last one. What is the Milky Way then? What do you think, Wits? Oh, you did ask me that. I think it is an interesting idea that that's where the firmament split open. I don't know if that's. It says the gates opened up, right? So I don't know what the Milky Way is. You have any takes on that?
Yeah, possibly. I don't know why it would have changed the location of the stars just for the firmament water. Because from my understanding of biblical cosmology, the last firmament, which is the one created on day 2, which is the 7th firmament that encloses us, is the one that supports waters above it. So that means there's a 3rd firmament and a 4th firmament, and just between the second, or I should say, the one above us and the next one above that, that's what's holding the water in. And according to ancient Israelite literature, the stars are in like the 5th firmament, behind or above the sun and moon. So, which is why we would never view from our vantage point, we would never see the stars go in front of the sun or moon. So,
All right, they're at a higher layer.
so
Gets
that
the idea.
means
What
we're
it, well, I
still
mean, what
looking
if?
through water?
Say again.
I was saying that would mean that we're still looking through water, because the immediate layer above us is what supports the waters above us. And that is what in Jubilees chapter 5 and Genesis 6 or Genesis 7, it says the floodgates were opened up so the water could pour down in for the flooding of the earth.
It doesn't sound too
and
much
also-
like a crack or anything, right? I mean, it sounds like
Right.
some type of door.
I don't think it's a crack, because I don't think the enemy was able to destroy what God made. I think the Father already engineered into his structure, in this multiple firmament layer structure, he engineered gates, like literally floodgates, like they're called in Genesis 7, for allowing water to come in. Because if you read further on, it talks about how the wind and rain patterns there's moisture that's let in both from wind and from water, from above and outside the firmament. There's 12 different portals that lets in different types of wind, and then there's the water that. So if you let in a bunch of water in the high altitude, and then it kind of started seeping down and it created moisture in the air to create clouds, that could be another way that rain is produced. So the water.
No, that's super crazy, because what I think the tides are is a giant filtration. I think that there's a giant water filtration system where things exit and enter.
Exactly. Yeah. So once it rains, hits the ground, goes into the water tables, down deeper into the springs, the rivers, lakes, oceans, which then funnel into the springs of the deep, which, even though they're closed, they're still, goes into the underwater tables of water that, they claim that they know are down below the ocean and other places where they drill and find deep underground rivers, which I do believe go into the other water that encompasses the bottom of the earth, if you will, to a certain degree, because it talks about in 1 Peter how the earth was created both in and out of water. So it was created in water and then brought up out of water. And so it would make perfect sense if we were in a huge water cycle. This is why the word heaven in the Hebrew is the shomayim, which means a covering of waters.
Yeah, man.
So-
every part of the word, it's just water, 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 water.
Yeah. Yeah, this is why I think that it's so unique that water has this property that they don't quite understand, how it's so unique, and how it holds memory, how it holds energy, how it can transform in different states. And I've been working on a documentary. It's just slow going, but I've been working on a documentary to try to explain how water is one of the most unique things in all of creation. It was, according to Jubilees chapter 2, was created on day 1, and it is literally a part of all of creation, because it is so versatile. So
Yeah, it's crazy, crazy cool. All right, cool. I think we're good. If someone else donated, then I'll catch up with it. We're not going to keep you here all night. Do you have, thank you so much. He said, thank you both, Sean and Witsit. Thank you, Antonio, $10. Do you have anything you want to say for you out of here, man? Thank you for staying on so long and ladling so much gravy, man. I know it's intense to talk about that much information that long, but you want to make some closing statements, tell everybody where to find you and stuff.
Yeah. If you guys are interested, Kingdom of Context is our YouTube channel. We're both on YouTube, Rumble. Soon we'll be on Lighthouse. Also, if you want to subscribe to that as well as our Days of Noah channel on YouTube and Rumble, and then you'll catch the first episode when we release that. If you want an entire commentary on the first book of Enoch, we have that in our video descriptions of all of our, like color-coded commentary to help you understand the themes of Scripture as well as some of the creation model. I put that together a year and a half ago. And then I'm about to be done with Revelation. I'm doing the same thing with Revelation. So all color-coded with commentary, explaining, breaking everything down. So it's a lot of the information you saw tonight with the Scriptures and the correlations and everything. So I'm about to, I'll be willing the next couple months to be able to publish that. But yeah, man, we're just trying to talk about the truth until YouTube kicks us off.
Nice, very cool, man. That's cool. You're making one for Revelation too, man. All right, well, cool, brother. Thanks a lot of information, and I respect your diligence and passion for getting the truth out there, man. You know that I respect you a lot, so I thank you for coming on, and I'm sure we'll have a demand for you to come on again sometime in the future if you're down, you know.
Yeah, same to you, brother. And we should consider tag teaming on some kind of debate. Because if we did actually find someone that wants to do a good biblical cosmology debate and actually be in good faith, we can hit them from both sides.
That's a great point. Yeah, we would be a pretty lethal team in that arena.
Yeah,
I'm totally down.
Because I'm not scared of it. I mean, I don't, yeah. Well, I'm all about the truth, so I don't care if people laugh at me.
Yeah, that ship has sailed for me, brother.
Yeah, well, for real, man.
It's a blessing in a way, right? So thank you, man. Thank you so much for coming on. I'll just I'll tell them what I got coming up after I let you go, and then we'll get out of here. But yeah, dude, the stream did great, man. It was anticipated, and I didn't even push it that long before because I've had so much going on, and then we still had 1,000 people pretty much show up the whole time. So
it's awesome.
You're popular, brother. Yeah, I think it's gonna be a good show. So thanks for jumping on, and we'll stay in touch.
Okay, thanks, man.
All right, much love, bro. All right, this guy is a legend. I'm glad that we got to do that. That's very cool. I'll talk to you guys for a bit, and then I'm gonna get out of here. In a world. There we go. So obviously, a lot of information. I think it's awesome. I was learning things, taking things in. Pretty crazy amount of information. And yeah, I think the world that we live in is crazier than people would imagine, man. So shout out to him again. Much love. Okay. I'm going to try to crash real quick. I want to get up and work out and stuff like that. I have to, stuff I got to do tomorrow. Pretty busy. But try to do the debate review tomorrow night. Bunch of different shows that we're setting up. Trying to finish the website where you can launch like a consultation if you guys want to book some time to ask me certain questions. People are like always bombarding me with questions. I'll try to answer, but if you want to talk to me or have me talk to someone, the person that's booked me before I even launched this, basically they brought their friend in and let me talk to them, wanted me to talk to them, and I was able to kind of wake them up to a lot of the truth, even though she wasn't. I kind of give them a presentation, being able to answer their questions about cosmology and stuff like that. So I'm going to launch that soon. If people want to look into that, it'll be on the WitsitGetsIt website, WitsitGetsIt.com. Sooner than later. I'm pretty tired, so I'm not going to be good at any of this, but we'll do the InfoWars debate review tomorrow night if everything works as planned. You can go to WitsitGetsIt.com and you can click right at the top to become a Miswit. It'll take you to the Miswits app. And yeah, cool. Shout out to all you guys that donated. Oh, don't only miss Rockman. I always miss Rockman. Leland Wilt, this is great stuff. Thank you. Thank you for the $10 tip. Brother, much love. Linda Safkin, thank you for the $10 tip. And Ryan Gade, sea level proves level plane Earth. There you go. They'll say, no, level's curved. It's mean sea level. But thank you so much for the support on Rockman. Shout out to all the legends on Rumble. Great debate with Harrison Austin. Well done. Thank you so much. We're going to cover it tomorrow night. All right. Hope you guys enjoyed the show. Like I said, WitsitGetsIt.com. I'll really get that finished. I kind of have to do everything by myself now, so it's like pretty overwhelming. Like you got audit NASA with the site, with the work portal, with Misfits, and having to try to run all that by myself, and then reach out and talk to everyone, and then trying to keep up with all the emails, and then do all the appearances, and then trying to find a way to actually make money to pay for my bills. And then trying to do the streams, and trying to create the website and keep the website running and updating it, and it's honestly it's very overwhelming. We have all these people kind of hitting me up now to have me come on their show and reach out and have appearances. So I'm trying to work out all that. But anyway, stay tuned. We'll have a lot of announcements. I really want WitsitGetsIt.com to be the place that a bunch of people can go and check, and then a bunch of behind the scenes streams and content and sneak peeks, and kind of you'll know before everyone else knows what's going on will be through the Misfits portal, like the Misfits group, people that support me monthly, and then we'll finally get the merch lined out here soon. So thank you guys for watching the stream. Again, tomorrow night, we're going to try to review the Harrison debate, and I'll start having up the streams a few hours before, so everyone will have a heads up. Thanks for joining. Seek and Speak Truth. Let me go ahead and make sure that this is good streaming soon. Has this been playing this whole time? What is going on? Can you guys hear that? Okay, well, oh, let's see if this works. All right, anyway, sorry, I'm out of it. I'm pretty tired. I love you guys. Seek and speak truth unequivocally. The weak find contentment in the consensus of ignorance. So who cares what other people think? They're always going to attack you when you speak the truth. Certainly if it goes against consensus. But what is true is rarely popular. What's popular is rarely true. So just continue to speak the truth regardless of perceived societal consequences. The truth doesn't fear investigation. It always comes out, expose darkness to the light. You get it. I mean, that's why we're miswits. We don't fit in, but it's because we're typically a group of critical thinkers that will diligently research things. And if what we find is contrary to the mainstream consensus, we'll still speak the truth because, we're miswits, right? So that is the idea, and I encourage people to embrace that. It's a compliment. And if you want to support, you can also do so at WitsitGetsIt.com. All right, I'll catch up with you guys hopefully tomorrow night to do the debate review. And if you're on X, if you're not on X, consider signing up. Go follow me on X because I'm starting to try to ratio posts and stuff like that to get on bigger platforms. I love you guys. Super tired. I'll catch up with you guys tomorrow. Peace.
Sign up, become a misfit. Those who don't fit. Society gives us a skip. We ain't about that mainstream. There what's popular ain't true. What's true ain't popular. Flip. Misfits in the house. We come through it with some sharp. We cut right through. We don't follow trends. We got our own groove. Breaking the mold, making the move. We ain't about that fake facade. Misfits. We stand proud in our eye. We see through the tricks and love to defy society standards. We're gonna fly. Hey, yeah, yeah, yeah.